Every day, across every country, women and girls face violence that too often goes unseen. But the movement to end it is louder than ever. This November, the Center for Public Impact and No More unite for a global broadcast, shining a light on the people and organizations providing life-saving services to help survivors rebuild their lives.
This broadcast amplifies the voices of survivors and frontline organizations that stand with them. Because ending violence requires listening and acting together.
At CPI, we're working to reimagine governments that works for everyone. That means putting people at the heart of our systems and institutions, and in particular ensuring funding for those at the front line and building safer futures for women and girls.
The EVAW Day Relief Fund will provide flexible, direct support to grassroots organizations helping survivors of domestic and sexual violence, keeping life-saving services running where they're needed most. Your donation helps them stay open, stay strong, and keep changing lives. Follow the movement, support the Relief Fund. Together, we can fight to end violence against women for good.
Desde la provincia Hermanas Mirabal, cada 25 de noviembre no solo recordamos una fecha, conmemoramos el legado del vuelo de 3 valientes mariposas, Patria, Minerva y María Teresa, que con su ejemplo nos enseñaron que la libertad se defiende con amor, con valentía y dignidad. Conmemorar esta fecha es reconocer que las Mirabal siguen viva, con cada mujer que se levanta contra la violencia, con cada comunidad que dice no más, las mariposas vuelven a volar. Desde la tierra que las vio nacer y resistir, seguimos creando conciencia, porque un mundo sin violencia es posible, donde todos y todas podamos vivir con dignidad y sin miedo. Soy Linabel González y desde la cuna de las mariposas seguimos diciendo no más.
My name is Tanya Breyer, and I'm so thrilled and privileged to be your MC and your guide for this afternoon. And on behalf of No More, I'd like to welcome you. It's so wonderful to see so many of you here today, friends, partners, and champions of change, gathered for this very important and crucial event hosted by the No More Foundation. As I said, I'm very honored to be here. We have an incredible lineup of speakers and performers for you this afternoon. And, of course, the most crucial theme is exploring how to turn awareness into lasting global impact. So to open today's incredible program, please now join me in welcoming No More's global CEO, the amazing Pamela Zabala.
Okay, so before anything else today, I really want to start by remembering the Mirabal sisters, Patria, Minerva, and Maria Teresa, whose lives were taken on the 25th of November, 1960. For daring to stand up to violence and oppression. Their courage, their refusal to be silenced, and their legacy of resistance are why today, all over the world, we mark International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Their story is not only a tragedy, it's a reminder. It reminds us that the fight to end violence requires bravery. It requires helping each other. And most of all, it requires people coming together, even when the challenges feel slightly overwhelming. And that's why we're here today. This live stream will have more than 45 sections that will make survivors, organizations, arts, and panels. It is expected to run in between 5 to 6 hours. And No More, we believe with absolute conviction that this work cannot be done in isolation. Gender-based violence is too widespread, it's too complex, and is too deeply rooted in our systems. But when we work together, when survivors, NGOs, corporates, governments, and communities stand on the same side, we know that shift is possible. Partnership is how ideas are born. It is how resources reach further. It is how we amplify survivors' voices instead of competing for space. And it is how we protect this movement from fatigue, from division, and from the constant pressure so many of us feel to do more with less. This year especially has shown us the power of working together across borders, across sectors, giving us more evidence that this cannot be achieved alone. That is what gives me hope, is what keeps me going, and that's why today matters. I first want to take a minute to thank the people who have poured their energy and passion into making today's event possible. First, our partnership with CPI, which is on the second year running for this broadcast. Thank you so much. That's, again, an example of partnership. I want to give particular thanks to a couple of my staff members, Taya and Anna. Your drive and your commitment and your sheer force have pushed this entire project forward. You are the reason we're here tonight. Also to our staff members in Honduras, Danielle and Jonathan specifically, thank you for their dedication. Even from Central America, we can push boundaries for prevention. To Jane and the entire No More board, thank you for your trust, your guidance, and your belief that we can achieve. Your leadership gives us the space to dream bigger and act boldly. Tonight's event brings together people from across the violence against women and girls sector, advocates, academics, artists, frontline workers, policy leaders, and allies. This diversity is our strength. Every one of us brings something different, and it is with those differences that we can come together. So today, I really do not want to end on my own words. I want to end with some words that were sent by the Tibetan Women's Helpline. They contacted us because they couldn't send a video message of support for technical reasons. And so I do want to say some of their words today. They sent all of you a message. Each of us has a role to play in making that world a reality. We can start by listening to survivors, believing their stories, and standing with them instead of staying silent. We can challenge the jokes, the stereotypes, and the attitudes that normalize disrespect or abuse. Men and boys, especially, have the power to lead by example, by showing that real strength means respect and empathy. Change begins with awareness, but grows through action. When we speak out, support one another, and choose kindness over cruelty, we help build a safer, more compassionate world, one where every woman and girl can live without fear and with hope for a brighter future. With love and kindness, the Tibetan Women's Helpline. That is their message for you today. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for what you do every day. And thank you for standing with us as we continue to work to end violence against women and girls together. Thank you.
Come on, another round of applause for the incredible Pamela. Pamela, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your powerful words and for also bringing us all together for this impactful event. So, ladies and gentlemen, next on the agenda, the Minister for Victims and Violence Against Women and Girls, Alex Davies-Jones, has unfortunately been called into a last-minute emergency meeting. She sends her apologies, and she also sends us her best for the event. So I would now like to introduce to the stage a survivor, advocate, whose story reminds us of both the personal cost of violence and the extraordinary strength of those who rise above it. Please welcome Mandy Thomas. Hello, Mandy. Mandy Thomas. Welcome. Hello, Jermaine. Hello. Yes, of course. Of course we know who you are.
Firstly, I'm an artist and I do painting, so I thought I would donate a copy of a painting for the charity. Okay, I would like to thank Pamela, Karen and everyone at the No More Foundation and the Centre for Public Impact for inviting me to stand before you today. The importance of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is unfeigned. Your voice, my voice, the voices of all survivors are the most powerful tools we have. They are what turn silence into movement, pain into purpose, and survival into change. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Mandy Thomas. I am a mother, a survivor, an author, and a relentless advocate for justice. I have lived with domestic violence for most of my life. My father died when I was 9, and my mother remarried a paedophile, so abuse of all kinds began, and this is where insomnia set in. At 16, I could legally escape, so I did. At 18, I met a man who promised love and protection. Instead, he delivered 18 years of sexual abuse, violence, tortures, sleep deprivation, imprisonment, coercive and financial control. He played intense mind games for nearly 2 decades. I was terrorized in my own home. The system knew, and it failed us over and over. Each time he was arrested, he walked free. Each time I fled, he found me. And each time he got away with the dreadful crimes, he reveled in this power, and his tortures became sadistic, and he found it amusing. The final attack lasted for 4 days. It started off with him smashing a glass in my face for no reason, and then slapping me. He then stripped me and pushed me onto the bed, jumped on me and punched me for hours. He ripped the hair out of my head and got a pair of scissors to chop it off into chunks. He then ran off downstairs. He was sharpening knives and talking to himself to make sure I knew what he was doing. He came up and swung at me left to right, aiming for my face. Then he ran off in a crazed anger. I heard him go outside to the shed. He found a blowtorch. He tested it and came back with it on a full blue flame of fire. He was burning things to show me its power. Smoke alarms were going off. When he burnt my arm, he said, "Smell that burning flesh." He burnt the pillows and the bedding and kept aiming at my lower body. He kept me imprisoned in that room for 4 days. He starved me and raped me every way imaginable over and over. I would go in and out of consciousness, and he would slap me to bring me round. I could hardly see because my eyes were swollen and my ears were bleeding inside. Everything was a muffled haze. I was not allowed to wash until the 4th day. I sat curled up in the bath with the shower on, with chunks of skin, hair and blood blocking the plug hole, and the bath filled up with blood. I was numb. It was a cold numb. I couldn't move. And then I heard a tapping on the window. There was a policeman on a ladder asking if I was okay and could I let him in. My ex had gone out while I was in the shower. He was arrested. It was July 2002. He pleaded not guilty because he had wiped his previous police records clean and my hospital and doctor's records clean. He dragged us all through the courts for a year, and he was convinced that he would walk. He had no idea, however, of the paper box files that were saved at various hospitals in places that I'd lived, which were used in court. Kafkas were heavily involved also, and my children had to do video-linked interviews. He was sentenced on the 3rd of the 3rd of the 3rd, and my lucky number being 3. The judge was female, and she said, "You are devious, evil, and calculated," and he was sentenced to 15 years, 9 for GBH with intent and false imprisonment, and 6 years for the multiple rapes. We moved, I created a happy home and gave my children freedom. I remember that first slow walk outside after he was sentenced. It was like I was given this gift. I could breathe the air and not be in fear of going home. And the tears just rolled out of me. It all felt so alien. We had nearly 6 happy years without him. Watching my children grow and becoming truly exceptional individuals was a blessing and a joy. But our happy bubble was about to burst. In 2008, I was told they were early releasing him, even though he had been breaching terms and attacked a guard in the prison. He also sent me death threats by phone, post, and email. I was then told I had 2 weeks to move myself and my 5 children again, our happy home gone. We were then in a new town, another house, surrounded by police and social services, telling us we couldn't go on the internet, we couldn't have phones, and we couldn't speak to our friends or family, anybody that we'd left behind. It was rules upon rules. We lost our freedom so that he could have his. How is this ever right? And I don't think that's justice. This bit's really hard for me. Daniel, my eldest, went missing 2 weeks after they released my ex from prison. I had to pull strength from such a deep place to get us all through this forced nightmare. We searched for Daniel, and then a month later his body was found. I was told this very clinically. The room was spinning and my heart was racing. It all felt like I'd been sucked into a vortex of hellish pain. How can I tell my babies this? How? I must be strong for my children, but this is asking the impossible of me. I can't put into words the heartbreak, confusion, and anger, and the tug in my heart of losing Daniel. And then we were told we'd have to move yet again to a proper safe house with extra locks and an escape room. I had no reserves, I just went into robotic mode, and then a month later, Daniel's body was released to me for burial. And no words can convey the depth of this agony. It felt like I was in my worst nightmare, inwardly screaming so loud for it not to be real. The cost of this lack of justice has left an open wound in all of us. So we moved again, but this house now holds tears and grief. My ex is a grade A criminal and he walks free. I don't know where he lives, but I'm sure he knows where we live because he's a computer hacker. How do his rights outweigh ours? That's not justice. That is cruelty wrapped in bureaucracy. And this is not just my story. It is the story of thousands of women who are unheard and unprotected. When we talk about domestic violence, we often speak in statistics, but I'm very real. Every 1 in 3 represents a human being, a woman screaming behind closed doors, a child trembling in the dark, a family shattered by fear and silence. We live in a world that still accepts violence as inevitable, and it punishes survivors for surviving. And my words may sound raw to you, but they're my truth, and my truth isn't pretty. Domestic abuse is not a single act, it is a war waged in the home. And yet I stand here today. He did not destroy my voice. I speak not just for myself, but for every woman silenced by fear, every child failed by the system, and every life lost because we're not believed. And I won't sugarcoat it. The strength it has taken me to write these words and show up here today is immense. Triggers are very real, and fight or flight is a constant part of my life. Our justice system does not deliver justice for victims of domestic and sexual violence. Too often perpetrators are released early. Services that should save lives are chronically underfunded. Rape centres running on the bare minimum. Refuges turning people away. Police officers lack the training or the time to truly understand the dangers we face. But change is possible. We have spent years lobbying for new laws for the criminalisation of strangulation and coercive control, because I know what it means to have your breath stolen and your freedom denied. These laws exist now, but they're meaningless without enforcement, funding, and understanding. It is not enough just to pass a law. We must train the police to recognise abuse. We must educate our children about respect, empathy, and consent. We must ensure survivors have access to counselling, translators, housing, and justice that does not re-traumatise. And we must end the culture that tells women it was their fault for staying. I still get asked that even by people who have read my book, and I just say it's called You Can't Run for a reason. When a woman is forced to hand her children over to an abuser, this is mind-blowing to me because it just doesn't make sense. I know this matter now is being looked into after much lobbying. We need family courts that protect the vulnerable. We need sentencing that fits the crime, no more early releasing for violent offenders. We need governments that place human safety above profit, war, and political posturing. When I first began raising awareness with Women's Aid, it was said that there was 1 in 4 who would experience domestic violence, and now it is 1 in 3. But I believe the real number is closer to 1 in 2 because so many women cannot speak out. We have to break that silence. We have to stop the stigma, and we have to make it safe and easy to report. We must build a system that does not depend on survivors to beg for dignity. I am an artist and I am an author, and these are my forms of expression and healing alongside music. I tell my story not for pity, but to show you that no matter how deep the darkness, there is always a way to rise. I believe in the power of community and watching out for each other. This is the era of communication, and yet we have forgotten how to truly listen. So let us listen now to the cries that go unheard, to the survivors still living in fear, to the children growing up believing that abuse is normal. Let us be the generation that turns empathy into action. I have sat across from ministers, police chiefs and politicians over the years, and I've watched promises fade. But I stand here today because I believe that change is possible. But change demands courage. It demands accountability. It demands that we value women and children's lives. And domestic violence costs our government over $98 billion a year in the aftermath. Imagine what we could save in money if we invested in the prevention. We must not be content with awareness. We must demand action, because awareness without change is just another form of apathy. We are not gathered here today merely to remember what has been endured, but to ensure that enduring it will no longer be necessary. And this isn't just a woman's, child's, cultural, or even government issue. It is a global human issue. To every survivor listening, you are not weak. It is not your fault. You are not broken. You are living proof of resilience. And to every policymaker, judge, officer, and leader, we are speaking out, and we will not stop until justice prevails. We may not have fought a war for our country, but we have fought for freedom and survival, and some of us have lost that battle. So today, let our voices unite, not in mourning, but in movement, because together we can and we will be the change that is long overdue. And if you're watching, Daniel, I love you always. And I will never stop fighting for the world you deserve to live in. Thank you.
Mandy, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone. We thank you for sharing and having the courage to share your story. And thank you for being with us.
Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. And we know there's so much more work to do. So thank you for reminding of us. And thank you for your wonderful son to share the stage with you.
Thank you,
Mandy
everybody.
Thomas and Jermaine, everyone. Thank you.
At the Rising Center in Eastern Kentucky, we believe that eliminating violence against women and girls is not just important, it's essential. It's about creating communities rooted in safety, respect, and justice.
When violence happens, it affects more than one person. It affects families, schools, and even entire communities. Our role is to stand beside survivors and remind them you are not alone.
As trauma-focused mental health providers, we see the incredible strength and resilience survivors carry. Healing is possible, and we're here to walk that journey with them.
Eliminating violence means breaking cycles, challenging harmful beliefs, and teaching the next generation that love never hurts.
It means showing up. speaking out and believing survivors, and holding space for truth and healing.
And it means hope, because every act of compassion, every conversation about consent, every survivor who finds safety brings us closer to a world free from violence.
Together we rise, together we end violence against women and girls.
Salut, Chiro Aminata Diara pour vous, coordinatrice de projet à l'ONG We Love au Mali, une organisation de promotion et de protection des droits des femmes et des filles à travers la lutte contre les violences à leur égard. Les violences faites aux femmes et aux filles sont des actes nuisibles, inhumains et dévastatrices, freinant leur développement personnel, empiétant leur bien-être physique et mental, ainsi que le bon fonctionnement de nos familles, d'où l'importance d'y mettre fin. Cela profite à l'épanouissement de la femme qui est gage d'une société harmonieuse, exemplaire et pacifique. Chère communauté, hommes et garçons, filles et femmes, ensemble nous détenons la balle du changement, à nous de la marquer.
Šaljemo solidarne pozdrave i SOS telefona za žene i djecu žrtve nasilja Nikšić iz Crne Gore. Kod nas se nasilje često prenosi sa koljena na koljeno. Majka koja je naučila da ćuti, nauči i ćerku da ćuti. I nju su učili da se tako zaslužuje prihvatanje i priznanje. Da treba da trpi, da je sramota govoriti. Mi ne želimo da još jedna djevojčica odraste misleći da je strah nešto što se nasljeđuje.
Zaustavljanje nasilja nam je važno jer želimo da prekinemo taj lanac. Da kćerka vidi majku koja traži pomoć, koja dobija podršku, koja uči da zaslužuje sigurnost, poštovanje i slobodu.
Ne možemo promijeniti prošlost generacija žena prije nas, ali zajedno možemo promijeniti budućnost onih koji dolaze posle nas.
U kulturi gdje se trpljenje slavi kao vrlina, solidarnost je revolucija.
Jedna žena može mnogo.
Ujedinjene mijenjamo sve.
Hello, everyone. I'm Candace Lewis-Wilson from the Center for Public Impact. CPI works to reimagine government so that it truly works for everyone, putting people and communities at the heart of decision-making.
And hi, I'm Pamela Zavala. I'm the CEO of No More, and No More works preventing gender-based violence around the world.
Love it. So we thought we'd take this time to talk together, not in a formal interview style, but as a conversation between partners and now friends, about why this broadcast means so much to us, our organizations, and to each other personally.
Thank you for, partnering and doing all the great work that you do. And I think we should start there. Why is it important to celebrate a day like this, the elimination of violence against women? Why do we think it's relevant? I'll pass that to you first.
Yeah, so just thinking about the many conversations that I've had with folks over the last few days throughout ANGA, throughout Climate Week, I think what I've heard is that, the work is not done. There's so many important initiatives happening. There's so many things happening across the world. But what we know is that there's still evidence of violence happening through technology, through our legal system, through our child support system. And what I've also seen is that what we're learning about here lately is the importance of the survivor voice. So to keep escalating the voice of the survivor, to keep making sure that their voices are at the center of what we do. And so as long as there are survivors, there's that need to escalate that voice and to need to make sure that we are centering all of our work through that lens.
I love that you talk about survivors being at the center. I think that's really important for the importance of marking a day like today. I think one of the key issues why we are making this broadcast and bringing people together from different parts of the world is the fact that for basics, right? Sometimes people are not aware that a day like this exists, right? It's such a pervasive issue. It affects, a third of the women around the world and men at large numbers. And so it's very important for us to make sure that we take a moment and think about this. I always tell people around me that might not know about the issue, just make sure, that you understand it, that if you have a friend that comes to you that has been affected by violence, what would you do? Right? Or do you even know where your local shelter, do you even know if there is something like that, a service, and there's a lot of people that don't. So it's great to have days like this to acknowledge survivors and to acknowledge that we might have some points that we need to, know a little bit more, and be able to serve any person that comes to us with a story. And we've all had those.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think what I've heard just tremendously is that awareness is key, like having the conversation, talking about it, escalating it. And these topics are unfortunately so taboo that they're the thing that gets swept under the rug, right? It's the thing that people don't want to talk about. But I think starting here in these conversations to say, this is happening. This is where you can get help. This is the organizations that exist to support these initiatives and moves. And also thinking about it in the bigger level of like, and then how do we inform policy? How do we inform legislation to make sure that those things are, that those organizations are properly funded, that they're properly supported, that they have the laws and the processes and policies behind it to govern the work that they do to do it successfully.
Candice, we have a lot of challenges in this space. And I want to ask you, like, which, if this isn't, possible or an easy question, which one of them troubles you a lot? An issue that we as practitioners, people seeing us, where do you think that one of the main challenge to move this agenda forward really lies in?
That's a big question. I think the thing that challenges me the most and that I hear is the disconnection in the systems. I think, you see people there's some people that will go to help to their church. There's some people that will go to the hospital. Mm-hmm. There's some people that's going to go to the police. There's some people that's going to go to their school nurse, right? And what I've learned is that none of those systems talk to each other efficiently or effectively. And so what happens is that we miss the opportunity to properly support something or someone because it gets stuck in the system. And what I would love to see is a more collaborative effort of how we actually do this, right? Because the school nurse is not up to date on the child violence laws and policies in their system. They're educated and informed on how to nurse in a school system. And so if that person doesn't know what tools and resources are available for them, and there's no connection to the proper agencies, oftentimes we see that young person fall in the crack. Mm-hmm. When the person that is abused in their home goes to their church leader, that church leader doesn't know what nonprofit organizations or what legal aid systems they can go to in their community. Again, another person falls in the gap. So I don't want to say that these things are not happening, that people are not helping, because there's help all around, but the help is not connected. And so what happens is we get a stopgate in actual support and actual services for survivors because these systems don't talk. And so one person might get stuck in that system and they never get the true help that they need, or they get one lens of help, but there's so many other layers of support that is needed that doesn't happen because the system doesn't talk to each other. So.
I have to say that my challenge is very similar to yours. It goes exactly on the same line, which is the lack of collaboration. Mm-hmm. We see governments, especially during these days or at other moments, making commitments,
right?
Without structures that are just not changing. Government departments that are not talking to each other, money that is being given by one and by another without any kind of cohesive approach. The countries that have been the most successful in transforming their violence against women responses have been the ones that actually have whole government approaches, not only on paper, because sometimes, it does mention different government departments, but actually the ones that really work together. I think countries that have been successful might even have a ministerial meeting every month to just check up on the follow-ups for their violence against women and girls agenda. So I think the disconnection starts at the most senior levels, and then it kind of goes down all the way to, as you said, frontline services. And at the end, what we have is a response to survivors that is poor.
Absolutely.
I know there's a stat that we, quote about in the U.S., somebody getting only $100 if we kind of break up and all the government assistance.
Right.
But, how much does a survivor really cost? So this lack of collaboration at the highest levels is costly to society and most importantly to survivors of domestic and sexual violence.
Absolutely. Someone, I think it's Rosie Hidalgo says this, and she said, the policy is only as good as the pen and paper that it's written on, right? Without proper implementation. And I think we see that because even here in the United States, we have a national action plan that's never been implemented, right? And so you see that in multiple different countries, not just here in the US, that the work is done, but there's also critique about were the right people at the tables, right? Because oftentimes these other parts of this system, right? Nobody wants to be told what to do. So it's one part of the system comes up and says, okay, here's our plan. And then we just distribute it out to everybody and say, here's what we're going to do. So you don't get the buy-in, you don't get the investment. It's not survivor informed. So it's like you said, it's just pen to paper, but it doesn't actually operationalize to anything because people weren't involved in that process. People were not aware of the process. And then it's just a matter of, okay, here's what everybody's going to do. And then it's a grand reveal of this plan. And then 10 years later, nothing happens. So I totally agree with what you said.
Candace, what keeps you going? And I'm going to give some context for this for anybody who works in services that is hearing us today. It sometimes seems like it's a problem that has no end.
Right.
So what keeps you going in doing this work and being so committed as you are?
Ooh, what keeps me going? Food on most days, but
yeah, that would be my number one too.
Outside of a good meal, right? No, seriously, I think there's so many things that gets me going. I think just innately, I have just a true love for people. I think when people ask me about like what is my passion in life, what drives me in anything that I do, I just truly love working with people. I truly enjoy seeing people's life become better. Through process, through policy, through practice. And I think it's hearing the stories of survivors, hearing people overcome tragedy and turn it, their pain into purpose. I've worked years working in anywhere from foster care to domestic violence to child welfare to adults living with intellectual disabilities. And all of those things, what I've enjoyed most is to see how just small changes, how just listening to people, how just having the right voices at the table, how considering, the implications of our choices impact people and actually putting that, that vision to practice and process changes people's lives tremendously. Implementing something as simple as coordinated services in DC created we saw a triple effect in amount of services people were able to get access to. So co-locating a domestic violence partner at DC's largest homeless shelter for families in DC, we saw the increase of services for DV and sexual violence in DC increase by 66%. So it's these small things that seem like, these big feats, but it was a small change that we made that then allows access to services and support and life-changing things. And so I think that's what drives me, the ability to see people's lives change forever, the ability to see people get back their power and get back control of their life, which is important for me. So
I think what does it for me is I had the pleasure of managing one of the first shelters ever in the world. It's the UK in a place called Chiswick, 7 bedrooms. Now, but in its day had 100 families. People were fleeing from all over the place. And I'm telling you this because when it makes me reflect on the fact that I was born into a world where those existed, right? It didn't exist for the women that went to Chiswick at that time. And I can see change.
Yeah.
Change has happened.
Yes.
So it's almost like not just let yourself be consumed by what we're missing, but actually take some learnings from the people that came before us to do this work and did it successfully. And we live in another world. And my daughter was born into a better place where she would get even more services or more quality services. So trying to leave it like that for our kind of next generation, I think it's, that keeps me going. Making sure that the ball continues to roll, even moments when we lose faith. Like currently, we don't seem to be in the best times, but actually, this needs to keep on happening. So, that kind of faith on the people before us, moves me on.
Absolutely. And so, I'm interested to know, why No More chose to partner with CPI for EVAW.
I think the mission of CPI in terms of moving systems, working through systems to create real change was really inspiring for us. We know that that's probably the only way to work to make real lasting change, more than just providing a service to a survivor. Is really what you were addressing before. How can we really get this to many more people and cause real influence? So I think different organizations have different expertise, and certainly the Center for Public Impact has that expertise of, creating systems change, which, just seem ideal to add our kind of gender-based violence prevention focus and see what we could do from there.
Absolutely. And so, we have a long day of recording and talking to so many amazing leaders in this space. And so what do you hope people take away from today's broadcast? Hope that, the fight, for making sure that people who endure domestic and sexual violence is still there, that we're all kind of working together. They're trying to get better at, coordinating and just making sure that, change is possible. So I think that's one of the things that I would love people to continue. I think we're missing that at the moment, especially within the sector. And with things happening around the world, I feel like we're losing a little bit of hope and drive. And for many reasons, many of which are really, really valid, there's a little bit of a sense of desperation. Yeah. And I would love people to, colleagues from the sector who are seeing us today, to know that there are others, to reach out, to look for partnerships. I think we're all going to come out of this stronger, more resilient, and with many more tools in our hands than, we probably, would have been under other circumstances. What about you? Yeah. So as you were talking, I was thinking about a value section that we just did at one of our team offsites, and we talked about courage and curiosity. And I, coming from being an African American woman, being a Black American woman, my life has been deeply rooted in hope for change, hope for difference in our life. And I would say that in my experience, my community is not without hope. But what I would like to see is the curiosity to then take that hope, to listen and get educated and be more informed, to then change that to something different, and the courage to work in a system right now that feels really difficult, that feels really foreign, to be bold, to think outside of the box, to think outside of the lines, to say that I can be curious, I can be more informed, I can be better educated, and I can be courageous, I can be bold, I can move in a system that may not be working at, in my benefit right now, or may not seem or look like what I want it to look like, but I still have that curiosity and courage to move forward, to do bold things, to think outside of the box, to go against what seems like the normal, to do good work and make an impactful change. So if I could add on, because I definitely believe hope is necessary, but I would add that I would love to see people be curious about what we're talking about, and to become better educated and become better informed, but also be courageous in their efforts to make that difference as well. If you could ask viewers to do just one thing after watching this, what would it be? First, I would say to be informed of issues regarding gender-based violence. That's always really important when you want to know or have a reason to help and get engaged. But the second bit is the most important thing that we're doing today is we're putting a fund together for organizations who have had a real hard time throughout the U.S., especially because some of their funding has been lost for support. So for some really incredible frontline provision that we know is missing. So I would tell everybody who can help, it doesn't matter how much or how little you can, to please look at our website, nomore.org, and we will be, giving details of how to support and organizations that will be assisted within that. Awesome. And I would say that I would just advise people to get educated about the public policy in their communities, in their cities, their states, their countries around gender-based violence, and look into ways that they can help and support. So Pamela, we thank you so much. We thank No More for partnering with us to be a part of this important conversation. And thank you for being here today. Thank you.
I just fled from domestic violence 3 months ago, and I'm struggling to move forward. I forgave him so much and often blamed myself for all the physical abuse I endured. I always had an excuse for him, and even felt like I deserved it at times. It went from punching the wall above my head to full-on punching me in the face in a matter of weeks. He moved me 24 hours away from my family, where things just became worse. He ended up pistol whipping me and putting his gun to my head, telling me he'd kill me multiple different times. Put knives to my chest and overall just beat the shit out of me. I was so scared I thought it'd be safer staying with him. Thankfully, someone witnessed him dragging me into the house by my hair and called the police, and he was arrested. Initially, I was panicking and figuring out how to get him out. But the day after he was arrested, everything in me told me to pack up as much as I could of my sons and my things and go. Crisis funded my gas and food back across the country. I left terrified, hurt, and not knowing where my son and I would live. I went to domestic violence shelter and eventually got my own place again. He was sentenced to only 1 year in jail, even though he was facing 30 years. 3 of his felonies were dropped. I've been in a constant battle between feeling bad and missing him, and knowing I deserve more, and so does my son. Breaking the cycle has been so mentally draining, but I can't wait to see what life holds for me in the future, as hard and unknown as it might be.
Je suis Madame Adija Moulabani de la Synergie des femmes pour les victimes de violences sexuelles. La synergie est basée en RDC, plus précisément au Nord Kivu à Goma. Pour ces 16 jours d'activisme, nous disons non aux violences basées sur les genres, aux femmes et aux jeunes filles. Nous priorisons le respect et la dignité pour son autonomisation psychologique, financière et sociale.
Hallo, wij zijn 1712. Wij zijn in Vlaanderen de professionele hulplijn die luistert naar alle vragen over geweld, misbruik en kindermishandeling. Onze hulpverleners die luisteren dus naar alle vragen en die kunnen komen van slachtoffers, omstaanders, maar ook van mensen die zelf een grens hebben overschreden.
Wij geloven dat geweld nooit acceptabel is en dat elke stem telt. In 2024 was 73% van de mensen die met ons contact opnamen een vrouw. Het is een ongelooflijk teken dat steeds meer vrouwen en meisjes de moed vinden om zich uit te spreken en hulp te zoeken.
Ja, want wij geloven dat geweld tegen vrouwen geen privé-kwestie is, maar echt iets is dat gezinnen, relaties en zelfs veel breder gemeenschappen treft.
Bij 1712 luisteren we, geven we advies en verbinden we mensen met de juiste ondersteuning. Gratis, anoniem en zonder.
Hello.
Every 3 hours in South Africa, a woman is murdered. A mother, a daughter, a sister, or a friend. These are not just statistics. They are families and futures torn apart by violence. At Tears Foundation, our mission is to eliminate violence against women and girls. Each act of violence damages the heart of our communities and deepens the cycle of fear and silence. We believe every woman and girl deserves to live in safety, dignity, and freedom, and we are committed to breaking this cycle through awareness, support, and action. During these 16 days of activism, we stand together with survivors, with families, and with communities. Let us speak out. takes action and say enough. Together we can build a South Africa where women and girls are safe, valued and free. If you or someone you know needs help, call 08000 83277 or *134 *7355 hash.
Tula tu, tula baba, tula sana, tulu babu zobuya ekuseni.
Hi, I'm here with Felicity Mulford, who is the research manager at the Center for Information Resilience. Thank you so much for joining us today. Your focus is on tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So just start really easy. What exactly is tech-facilitated gender-based violence, and why is it something that we should be talking about right now?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. So tech-facilitated gender-based violence, or TFGBV for short, it's an umbrella term that covers a whole host of different gendered harms that are committed, assisted, amplified, or aggravated by technologies. Now, during workshops in Ethiopia, there was an interview participant who said to me something that really resonated. She said, "It's terrifying that no matter how many advancements we make, gender-based violence finds new ways to follow us." And I think that's really it, right? TFGBV is just a new iteration of an age-old problem. It's gender-based violence that's played out in this new arena. Now, it's really critical that we look at this now because we're seeing the rapid integration of technologies and we're seeing people flocking to social media platforms across the world. So we need to make sure that the progress we make in tech serves everybody, no matter their gender.
You recently led research on tech-facilitated gender-based violence and the U.S. election. Can you tell us a little bit about some of your big findings coming out of that work?
Yeah, absolutely. So our research looking into TFGBV in the context of the US election had a number of notable findings. So for starters, we found that tech-facilitated gender-based violence spans the gender and political spectrum. So women face a whole variety of different types of TFGBV, but this isn't just a women's issue. We found a significant amount of data showing that men experience a variation of TFGBV as well. But when we dug into that data a bit deeper, we could see that the dominant type of abuse they faced was emasculation. So references to weakness or femininity. And what that shows is that there's an underlying opinion that in some of these social media users that feminine traits are perhaps politically disqualifying. And that makes these individuals not manly enough for leadership.
That's wild. And did you see in any other demographic groups changes in kind of how that showed up and how people were impacted?
Yeah, we found that intersectional identities really compound the risk of TFGBV. So of the 5 candidates in our study that got the most TFGBV in their comment sections on their social media posts, 4 were Latinx. And we also found that the transgender community was significantly at risk of TFGBV in the dataset, despite no candidate in our study actually identifying as trans. 18% of all the gendered abuse we found targeted the trans community.
And based on that, do you see any potential implications or ramifications for democracy or representation at all?
Yeah, I think there's 2 things on democracy that are particularly interesting and important to share. So one thing that we found in the data is that the candidates and also their social media followers actually weaponized TFGBV against their rivals. So we saw both men and women across the political spectrum using gendered abuse against their opponents. Now, that's quite concerning to us because it actually undermines democratic values and participation if people feel like they're under attack. We also see that lots of people think TFGBV is just a personal thing, but it's not. We know it has societal implications. And that's not to diminish the personal impacts of it. When we interview women across different contexts about the experiences they face, we hear of psychological harm, stress, anxiety. We hear of physical harm, rape, sexual assault, physical assault. We hear of individuals fleeing their homes and also their countries due to threats on their lives. There are real significant personal risks. Mm-hmm. But the problem is all of this, it really shapes who feels comfortable to both speak, lead and exist safely in these on and offline spaces. And we think that will have a real knock-on effect on democracy.
So you think there could be a potential that a lot of these groups that are, intersectional in particular, you flagged was an issue, mm-hmm. but women generally, you could see them running less for office or being interested in politics and government in general.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing related is family members are not immune to this. You know, we saw family members of candidates coming under significant fire. So gendered abuse targeting children, loved ones. And I think that, again, increases the cost of running for office, because you then have to decide, okay, I want to run for office, but is it worth it for my family?
Wow. Yeah, that is definitely a challenging question. And I could see why it would prevent anyone from wanting to run. Now, obviously, your research has been focused in the US context, but I know you have experience working in other contexts as well. Is this something that you see as a US problem, or is it something that exists more broadly in political and government spaces?
I think our research across different contexts shows this is a global problem. It's not just the US. So at CIR, we've looked into gendered harms across a number of different contexts, from Afghanistan to Myanmar to Europe to the US, and also Ethiopia. So I've had the pleasure of running a multi-year project in Ethiopia, which is a combination of research and community engagement. And despite the linguistic, social, political differences across all of those contexts I've just mentioned, we do see similarities. We see vulnerable groups being targeted with gendered abuse, whether that's young men and women, whether that's the LGBTQI plus community, whether that's those running for office or journalists and activists. Vulnerabilities are exacerbated. We see the abusers trying to silence, shame, ridicule, discredit these individuals in the public spaces. And we see individuals taking advantage of tech to perpetrate that harm. So an example of what I mean by taking advantage, in the context of Ethiopia, we see abusers hiding behind anonymous accounts or using coded speech to evade detection on social media. So you can see there's local dynamics that really shape the problem, but these problems are global. So we need both the global action and also those local solutions.
And what would you say some actions that you've seen kind of to counteract this have been, kind of at a global context or also in the US political sense?
I think education is the first thing that I will always say to that. You know, we see some fantastic work coming out on challenging masculinities and, existing beliefs around what being a woman is. And we think that's a really great place to start. Also identifying what this is to start with. Lots of people don't recognize some of these things as harms. So trying to have a bit of a narrative shift in that space to start with is something that I think is the best course of action.
So obviously, we're here talking about the elimination of violence against women. So what is one takeaway that you have for viewers of this broadcast?
So TFGBV itself is a really fixable problem. And I think we really need to bring together stakeholders from across different sectors to discuss the issue and understand how we can find solutions. For example, like I mentioned, upstream protections through education, or protections for users of tech like digital security, or even just sitting down with the tech developers to say, how can we develop this tech with gendered harms in mind? Mm-hmm. And then I also think we need to make sure we do some more research, that we have ample evidence to help support all of those areas of advocacy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Well, hello, dear friends at the No More Foundation. This is Cecilia Suarez, and I am very happy to be saying hi to you. If I may, I will be switching to my native Spanish, and there's two reasons for that. One is that it's always easier to communicate in my own language. It's clearer. And the other one is that speaking in Spanish with these times that we live in has become a revolutionary act, especially when the video will be shown within the United States. So with that being said, and with your permission, les hablaré entonces en español. Agradezco muchísimo la invitación por parte de la No More Foundation para dirigir unas cortas palabras en este día. Agradezco también por la enorme labor y la enorme dedicación y el compromiso que tienen para erradicar la violencia contra mujeres y niñas. Como siempre y en reiteradas ocasiones he dicho, me parece que una de las claves que tenemos que observar y atender con mayor ahínco es cómo se viven las masculinidades hoy en día. De qué manera estamos mirando lo que los hombres viven, cómo crecen, cómo se desarrollan, cómo son educados, y de qué manera se reflexiona tan poco respecto a los dictados que el patriarcado también les tiene reservados a ellos. Me parece que en el momento en que empecemos a atender esta problemática, incorporando también soluciones a aquello con lo que crecen los hombres, comenzaremos a ver muy posiblemente cambios mucho más veloces y mucho más positivos. Como sabemos, esta es una problemática que nos engloba a todos, que nos abraza a todos, que necesita tanto de mujeres como de hombres para ser resuelto. Y bueno, por esa misma razón, se agradece el acompañamiento, los encuentros, los aliados, las complicidades que se dan en el camino que nos lleve a construir un futuro mucho mejor que el que hoy tenemos con respecto a la violencia de género. Nuevamente, muchísimas gracias a la No More Foundation. Un abrazo muy, muy fuerte. Chao.
So we now begin our first panel discussion, Power in Policy, Turning Commitment into Change. This session will explore how policymaking shapes the prevention and response efforts, highlighting challenges and showcasing effective policy solutions. Please now welcome my esteemed panelists. Jess Asato, MP, elected in 2024. Prior to being elected, Jess was the head of policy and public affairs at the children's charity Barnardo's and worked for the domestic abuse charity Safe Lives and was a political advisor to Tessa Jowell. Jess Asato.
Thank you.
And joining Jess, we have Dame Nicole Jacobs, the Domestic Abuse Commissioner for England and Wales. Since her appointment to the role of Domestic Abuse Commissioner in September 2019, Nicole has begun energetically putting her 30-plus years of experience in domestic abuse, policy and intervention to work, driving improvements to transform the response to domestic abuse in England and Wales. Please welcome Dame Nicole and Jess. Well, I think, Nicole and Jess, we've all been incredibly moved by hearing Mandy's story, and prevention is obviously key. Nicole, I'd like to start with you. Since becoming Domestic Abuse Commissioner, you've overseen major changes in legislation and practice. Looking back, what have been the more significant advances, do you think, in how the UK actually addresses abuse?
Well, I'd love to just begin by saying Jess and I were backstage, but we obviously heard Mandy. Yeah. And I feel she said it all to us, really, in terms of covering every aspect of why this is important, what it really means, where are we, the failures, as well as I thought she ended in such a beautiful, kind of hopeful way, a real call to action for all of us. I agree with her with so many of those points about the system-induced risks, the kind of failure. I think she used the term administrative risks, or that she had some really amazing turn of phrase that I'm going to ask her about and start reflecting myself. But it is true that in many years I have seen, and probably you all have too, just recognizing so many people in the room, you've seen successes over time. I mean, I often do say and remind audiences whenever, anywhere I go, not audiences, meetings, discussions, our first refuges were 50 years ago.
Yes.
And in this role, I've had the privilege of meeting founders of those early refuges often. They're often women in their 80s who came together without any, ability to look towards, a day like today, for example, and who, despite often quite a lot of objection, sometimes some good support locally, but often a lot of objection, a lot of personal cost, and without the ability to connect through social media, you know, often hearing, I think this is happening in London, Leeds, Norwich, or, you know, our early refuges, you know, thinking, well, should we think if we set up a similar service here, people will come.
Yes.
And of course we know, you know, people have come in the thousands and hundreds of thousands. And so there's a lot to reflect on and I do this often when I am frustrated with a lack of momentum or change, is that things have changed. We've seen, I've personally seen a huge change in the more coordinated responses in housing, health, over time. I think since I've been commissioner, I was appointed in very late 2019, and that was part of the Domestic Abuse Act, which did many things. It gave us our first statutory definition. And I don't mean that I think that all progress has been made, but we have had, as Mandy said, in that act, you know, offences of non-fatal strangulation, coercion and controlling behaviour, post-separation, very specific offences, but also, I think I really didn't even appreciate at the time having a statutory definition that includes children as victims in their own right, includes economic abuse, for example. That is... when I say I didn't fully understand the impact that would be having on family court. It's not fast enough. It's not, you know, we're not there yet. But I feel there's something about, in the past 5 years in particular, you know, a real expectation among us all that this has to be core business.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Nicole. And I just want to ask you, because of course your previous work in the charity sector does give you unique insight into how policy affects families and survivors on the ground level. How does this experience now shape your priorities as an MP, particularly when it comes to closing some of the gaps?
Well, thank you. And just to echo Nicole's thanks to all of the organisers and to all of you for being here today. I guess I want to start with the fact that those conversations that I've had with so many women and children who are survivors of domestic abuse and sexual violence are the things that I carry with me into my new role. And actually, while I'm elected, the process of trying to influence doesn't necessarily change. I might have a few more levers. I might have a few fewer levers as well. But I carry their voices. But the other thing that I learned during my time, both within the women's sector in particular, is that those women who support survivors through the horrors that they've been through, often carrying many of their own experiences, also then form the bonds of sistership and solidarity, which is something that I love when I come to events like this. It's like reuniting with my feminist family. That is incredibly powerful and important. And when you talk to those women who were the early founders of the refuge movement, they too speak about the family that they built in order to achieve change. And so I take what I learned from the sector into my role in Parliament, and I hope bring a number of people into Parliament, but I've also made my own relationships with backbenchers from all parties, from my own party, but also trying to bring more male MPs into this. I remember speaking to Jess Phillips when she got elected in 2015 and of course had a career in domestic abuse, and she suddenly became the repository for everybody's constituents who were experiencing domestic abuse. And she used to say, but where are the men MPs? They also have their own victims. What are they doing? Why do they all have to come to me? And so I've been very aware that this is a problem that has to be shared if we're going to fix it. And then the final thing is about knowing that we can make the change. And Nicole has talked about the things that we worked on during the passage of the Domestic Abuse Act. Those changes were very, very hard fought. It feels quite easy to talk about them today because we won them. But they weren't always inevitable, and it did require a huge effort. But in achieving the change, we saw the possibilities. And while there is so much still to do, I think there's a lot to reflect on that we've been able to do together in the last year and a half that shows the progress we've made.
Jess, it's great that you remind all of us that they're heart-fought changes, even though they shouldn't have to be. But thank goodness you did get that through, as you say, in 2019. For both of you, what areas do you think are most in need of urgent policy change? I mean, it is extraordinary, I find, and I don't know if our audience finds this too, but here we are in 2025 and we're still fighting to keep women and girls safe.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've got an amendment currently in the Victims and Courts Bill, which would create a duty to commission specialist services for women and children affected by domestic abuse and sexual violence. And it also actually brings into its ambit services for children affected by criminal exploitation and sexual exploitation. Because actually what we know is that this is often a continuum. They may be called certain crimes, but they are experienced as a family. Yeah. And those vulnerabilities will often come all together. And so separating them out into women or children or exploitation or violence or abuse or coercive control ignores the fact that actually many of these families will be experiencing all. So I would like to see there be a duty so that we don't have the postcode lottery, but also so that we can get the funding that we know, unfortunately, is at a really low ebb at the moment. And that is the thing that I am most worried about, most upset about. Some of this is to do with the fact that we had a spending review earlier this year and that money hasn't yet made its way through into departments, and I know just how much our specialist services in the UK are really struggling at the moment. But a duty like this would avoid that for the future. The other bit that I wanted to just focus on is a campaign that I've had on trying to ban nudification apps. I call these tools of digital sexual assault. That's all they're designed for. 99% of images uploaded to these tools are women and girls. They are not used for anything except for the objectification and the revenge on women. And for me, there is no other use for them. There's no human societal purpose, and so they should be banned. Similarly, I'm really, really pleased that we have got the government to agree to regulate strangulation in pornography. It's one of 3 content regulations that are legal online, but they're illegal offline. So the first one the government has accepted, and that's really exciting. But actually, step incest pornography is legal online. It's disgusting. We have blended families. There is nothing right about it. But also online, you can have pornography that promotes a sexual interest in children, or what I call paedophilic adjacent pornography. We know that this acts as a gateway for men in particular to then pursue child sexual abuse material offline. And of course, this is often mostly girls. And so I would love to see the government act on these 2 other parts of pornographic content regulation, and we'll be keeping pushing in the Lord stages of the Crime and Policing Bill, where Gabby Burton is really leading this, who was the author of the review earlier this year.
Thank you, Jess. And Nicole, how can we sustain this political commitment, prioritising violence against women and girls, prevention across party lines, and as Jess talked about, commitment to financial as well?
Well, I'm so glad Jess talked about the amendment work. I mean, I think you'd all agree she is a true champion. And I know it feels like, and we didn't even mention you have a recall amendment.
Yes. No, there's a lot of amendments I haven't mentioned, but those were the most important ones.
But absolutely, I think it's quite a good way of introducing what you've asked me, which is there's a lot going on. There's still, I think in every conversation I have, it's all about where's the EVAW strategy. You know, the government is still yet to publish the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, which is what I would in part answer your question. But we have to kind of also keep our eye on all of the current work, and it is a big challenge to all of us, to keep up with the opportunities that are literally still right in front of us in legislation. There'll be the implementation of the Victim and Prisoners Act, a duty to collaborate on the funding for domestic abuse and sexual violence services. We have to kind of keep up with all of that, which is why we need to work together, communicate with each other, cross-party, definitely. But I guess one of the things that I'm most looking to is the ambition in the strategy that would get us to a more preventative space and in earlier intervention, that breadth of service provision. The biggest gaps, I believe, are for children impacted who are victims of domestic abuse. There's so many gaps in terms of, one of the things I didn't appreciate until I was in this role is some of where you have the intention, but that lack of implementation that Mandy again spoke about is the siloed way government works. And even when you come into government, as this new government has, with the intention of being mission driven, it's very, very hard, because if you've not had the Department of Health and Social Care, for example, or the Department of Education, for example, really bidding in and planning work in these areas, that's why they don't happen, And you have over time the Home Office and the MOJ as departments kind of trying to supplement some of that activity. But what we have to see is this government modeling that true ambition. We need to see for the first time an absolute kind of standard across the whole of government. If we could achieve that, I'm not saying it would be the sustainable every government would do, but it would set a standard that I think we now really are demanding. I think early in my career, I don't know that it was as demanding as it is now. So we have to really come together for that and expect that of this government, and then drive forward as much progress. And I think with the very specific amendments, with some of the kind of ambitions, that we could be headed in a direction of activity and that we've not seen before, and that's where we need to be.
Thank you, Nicole. What does accountability look like, do you think, for public agencies tasked with protecting survivors?
Such a great question. At the end of the day, survivors need to be safe, so the best accountability would be the outcomes of those public agencies and creating that safety for adult victims and child victims. I am quite struck, though, by the sort of systems that we're in, and whether that is within this space of EVAW, the mistakes that are made, the opportunities that we see in every single domestic homicide review, where actually agencies have held the picture and nobody takes responsibility or accountability. We have just introduced in the government a new duty of candour. And I have been wondering, actually, Nicole, the extent to which there might be a crossover in that into the VOG space. Because too frequently, there are people who could act, who should act, and who often know that they need to act, but don't. And unfortunately, therefore is for victims never any accountability. Nobody ever resigns. Nobody ever says we got this wrong. Or if they did, there's no visible way of showing that that's happened. So I'm kind of interested in that. Mostly, though, I just think we need to get the system into a place where, we do have that preventative approach, but at the moment, actually the crisis support that we have is crumbling. So for me, it's like we need to stop the flow of victims into the system, but we also have to make sure that the victims who are being harmed today and tomorrow are getting that immediate life-saving support, because without that, we're really, really letting women and their children down. So it's both. But accountability, duty of candour, I'd like to explore it some more. I don't know whether anyone else is interested in that, but it's just dropped out of my pocket.
Don't worry, Jess, thank you. And how do you think that the UK's policy-making response to violence against women and girls compares with other countries around the world?
If I could be cheeky, I just wanted to say about accountability, because I do think there is something, it all ties together. The more you have the known levers of accountability working, the better. So there's some ways we do that we know, like making sure there's oversight for homicide review actions. There's so much there. The having this specialist support, who are often are the most immediate ways you can have accountability for victims and survivors in the here and the now, and that the diversity and the range of work that is needed there. But I think there's some interesting things we could think about in terms of police forces, 43 forces, health trusts. Like, how do we build a greater expectation of understanding how delivery happens there? And I think we need a lot more transparency there to have and we need accountability of the strategy I've talked about. So we're all desperate to see it. We need to have a really good mechanism in terms of how that's governed. Internationally, I mean, I am not an expert. I spend so much of my time and energy here in England and Wales, but I do know often when I am interacting with people from other countries, they're quite interested in our legislation, our coercive and controlling legislation, which we're celebrating a 10-year anniversary of soon, and there are people in the audience who are very involved in marking that. That's quite unique compared to other countries. That being applicable post-separation is very unique. The idea of how we define domestic abuse, full stop, and inclusion of children and economic abuse is very unique. So we have things that we are doing that I think we should be very proud of. There are other countries. I always get this question, which country is the most ahead?
Yes.
But I think it's probably a similar answer is what we would say about England and Wales, which is it's not quite as easy as that, but what you can find are examples of exceptionally good work and practice and legislation. And what we have to do, and this is why Know More is wonderful for us in the kind of international exchanges we have, is we have to really be able to kind of lift our head up from what we're doing day to day in our own space and really have that aspiration. So,
and of course we've got a target to halve org, which I don't think there is any other country in the world that has ever said that they want to halve violence against women and girls. Obviously the proof will be in whether we can get even halfway there. But having the target can't be underestimated.
Absolutely.
The fact is that it's in a manifesto, and it's something that I know that the Prime Minister really, really cares about. So that is a very, very exciting opportunity and challenge.
Jess, thank you so much for leaving us with that message of hope. Nicole and Jess, thank you so much for joining us today for this very crucial panel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're turning to the transformative power of creativity. I'd now like to invite our fantastic moderator, Claire Merrick, to the stage for our next panel, Art as Activism, and she'll be introducing her fantastic panelists. So where's the wonderful Claire? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, absolutely wonderful to be here today, so thank you so much for having us here to discuss art as activism. We're going to discuss and explore how storytelling in all its forms can challenge power, spark empathy and mobilise action to end violence against women and girls. Through film, audio and storytelling, today's panellists use narrative to make the invisible visible, shining a light on topics and stories that might otherwise go untold. It gives me great pleasure to welcome our brilliant panellists here today. Next to me is Anna Sinfield. She's the award-winning journalist and creator of the global hit podcast, The Girlfriends, and is known for her emotionally resonant storytelling and commitment to elevating women's voices. Then we have Johanna von Fischer. She's the co-founding director of 16 Days, 16 Films, a short film initiative that amplifies female filmmakers and drives social change on gender-based violence. Please put your hands together for our panellists. If I can start by saying thank you both for the amazing work that you do. On behalf of everyone in the room, the platforms that you put forward to allow women to have voices, especially those that may not previously have been heard, is quite outstanding. So thank you both very much.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to come to the first question, if I may. And Anna, I'm going to direct this at you. Are you
Please.
sat comfortably?
I am.
Okay, then let's begin. And of course, there's water available if you'd like it. So Anna, across your career, and now as host of The Girlfriends, you've shared powerful, emotional stories of women seeking truth and justice. What does it mean to you to use your platform to tell these stories? And how do you approach the responsibility of representing those that entrust you with their experiences?
Well.
It's a big question.
It's a big question.
Repeat any, do say.
I mean, it means everything to me. Obviously, I work at the intersection between journalism and entertainment. And so it means I'm always working with real stories, real people who have been through real stuff. But I'm also in this kind of great position where I get to make it into something that people actually want to listen to. Mm. And that's something that's really hard for, I'm sure, everyone in this room who's involved in trying to kind of raise awareness about kind of really big, important topics. But sometimes it's too scary and hard to digest. And I, as a storyteller, get to kind of figure out how to frame it in a way that people want to engage with and therefore raise awareness kind of by proxy, right? And then I think the second part of your question...
It was about the trust, really, because some of these stories, they're all very deeply personal and difficult stories. So it's about how you get, work with the people that feature on your podcast and build their trust to allow you to tell their story with them.
Yeah, and I take that responsibility really seriously. It's amazing how many people are willing to talk to me about their stories. I'm a journalist. I would not talk to anyone about my life. And so the fact that these people who've been through much worse things than me are actually willing to kind of open up and sit with me for so long means that I have to repay that trust that they've given to me. So I try and sometimes break little journalistic rules, like afterwards if they want to message me and say, hey, actually that thing felt really exposing that I spoke to you about in the moment because we've kind of felt like friends, I'll be like, cool, let's cut it out. And so I try and make sure that people feel loved and cared for in the process while they're giving me so much. Because let's face it, it's an exchange. I then go and make a sellable product with it. Let's try and make sure that we're doing good for each other.
I think that really comes across in the podcast as well, is that you have a natural, very natural style and a warmth, and that's got to help when dealing with such difficult subject matter.
I hope so.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I think it definitely shows. And one of the things that I was really struck by listening to the podcast is there's also lightness to when you're discussing such dark subject matter that really makes it very impactful and very human.
Yeah, and I mean, that's at the core of my ethos, that sometimes when we hear these stories about survivors, they become these one-dimensional beings who end up just being someone who's defined by their suffering, but defined by their victimhood. And that's, obviously it's a defining thing that you go through. But usually they've had lives before and they have lives after, hopefully. And I want to make sure that I'm kind of introduce them as the women that they are. They are fully fledged, interesting, dynamic, multi-dimensional human beings. And those are the women that I get to know, and so I want the listeners to get to know them as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Anna. Johanna, if I can come to you with a question. Through 16 days, 16 films, you've created a platform for artists confronting gender-based violence through short film. What inspired you to build this initiative, and how do you see the role of filmmakers in influencing public understanding and empathy?
So I'm going to give you a short answer.
Okay.
There's actually a very long answer to that. But for us, Gint and I, who's my co-founder, who is here, we were working in distribution and were particularly interested in telling female stories, and through that came across some stories where we began working with UK Says No More. And we just really felt like we needed to do more, that this was the conversations we were having around these stories, and the ability to highlight particularly female filmmakers felt really important to us. So we started to look at a way to do this over the 16 days of activism. We couldn't do feature films, because to ask people to sit and watch 16 feature films over 16 days is probably going to be a little difficult, and choosing them would be a little difficult.
Yeah.
And it also just felt like a really powerful way to reach audiences, because you can highlight, I mean, we've learned so much. We've learned all the varying ways that violence begins. So when I started this journey, I didn't really understand a lot of the things that had happened to me, and that they were actually, microaggressions or things that I shouldn't be just going, oh yeah, that's nice. And that beginning is the beginning of allowing someone to think of anyone as less than. And if you think of someone as less than, it's much easier to be violent towards them. So our platform allows stories from across the kind of remit of, gender-based violence. So we have period poverty, we have gender pay gap, but we also have some really tough stories around domestic violence, sexual violence. And I guess it's just in a short way, it's where, way of saying it, it's where activism meets storytelling, meets gender-based violence. And different people are going to be affected by different stories. So we have 16 stories, and some of those stories are humorous, funny, they make us laugh, and through that laughter we suddenly see how absurd all this is. Or they might be abstract, but something in the abstract really just grabs you and you realize what this is really about. And this is something that we all go through. But the other thing is I think it's that shared experience. There was a filmmaker that we were interviewing the other day, and she was saying that she was writing her own story and wanted to talk to other women, girls who had gone through similar things. And part of her was thinking, yeah, nobody will have ever gone through this specific thing. And then once she started hearing these other women and girls, she realized this happens everywhere. This crazy stuff is happening, and it's not just me. And I actually have a right to say no, and to show other people that they have a right to say no, and that this is happening to other people. I think one of the big things that the big message that No More puts out is you are not alone. And I think that's what a lot of this is about, these stories, is to say you are not alone.
I think, and thank you, I think it's really interesting you touched upon something there, just in terms of the nuanced details that I experienced in both your art forms. And how that makes something come alive that perhaps a report might not do so, or a news feature might not. It makes the stories very human. And I think I've seen the level of detail in the films that come to 16 Days, 60 Films, and in the podcast that you host as well. Do you think that's kind of why these particular forms, film, podcast, really does help activism when it comes to the cause?
Yeah, I think so. I think it makes these stories accessible, like I said earlier, to a normal story-loving audience, and we all love to consume stories and watch Netflix series about gruesome things that we hope don't happen in our lives, but it kind of makes you in touch with it, and when you realize it's real, that might make you want to engage either as an activist and kind of help the cause, or also, one of the amazing things, the way I first got involved in No More, is that we got No More to support our first podcast as it went out. And the reason I wanted to do it wasn't really, love No More, but it wasn't really to boost up your profile. It was more about creating a place where our listeners, if they were affected by the story, could actually go and have support, because The media tends to leave them in the wild a little bit.
Yeah.
And when we kind of did that, I remember the stats when it first came out, like, you know, we don't know the final number, but the recorded one was 1,200 people reached out to the No More click-through page for the girlfriends for support.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just mega.
Yeah.
And half the time the testimonials were not kind of reaching out to say, I now want to fight for the cause of violence against women, but saying, oh, this made me think about my sister and her relationship, and something's just not right, and maybe I want help. Or actually, I'm starting to think that this might be something I'm going through, and looking for that support and companionship. And I don't know if a news article or a campaign that's not attached to something so kind of easily consumable can do that.
And one of the important things is that that I always think, because I'm not a stats person, I'll look at stats and I'll think, I don't know what that means really, is stats do help change policy, and that helps change structures. But stories change people. And different stories will have different effects. So something that grabs me might not grab a friend, but then suddenly they'll watch something and they've never really thought about it. And I mean, I think I've told you this story before, but I got messaged by someone who was an accountant who had seen a film about period poverty, and it was about period poverty in this country. And he had no idea. He just was like, I don't have a daughter. I didn't know this was an issue. I have a son. I made him watch it. I made my whole office watch it. And he said, and one of the beautiful things about this film, it's called Absent, is that there's a boy in it. And he goes and he takes care of her rather than laughing at her or doing all the things that we kind of expect. And he said, I want my son to be that boy.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is who you're going to affect and what film is going to affect them, and then change not only their life, but their son's life. It's exciting, and it's exciting just with one person.
Yeah.
We do it for that one person.
Totally, yeah. And, you know, it's lovely because it does lead me on to this other question I wanted to ask you guys, which is, you know, in your views, why creative storytelling is so vital to the movement to end violence against women and girls, and what can art offer that policy or advocacy alone cannot. And I think that some of the things you're saying about the stories become very real. People understand them, they identify with them, and become much more alive. So I think it's a credit to you that the work that you do showcases these stories. And on that note, in terms of there must be so many stories that you come across. How do you? Because every one of them is important. So I'm really interested to know, how do you choose the stories that you do, the films, the stories that you work with?
Well, you've been going through this very recently,
Yeah.
haven't you? Your 16 films.
It's painful. It's one of the most painful things we have to do. We get hundreds of films each year, and they all are important to someone. And so we actually have a team. It's not just me and Ginta. We have a team of about 40, 50 people. And in fact, some of the people from No More watch. And we have people from the film industry watching as well. So it's activists and film industry. And it really just, you know, have conversations throughout. We keep those conversations open because, you know, No More really is important to us because there are things that maybe we don't understand, ways of telling stories that actually might be problematic, or also having a cross-section across cultures and countries, because we're international now. It's really important that we have different people putting their point of view, and so we have an open discussion on our film site.
Brilliant.
With the people who are watching, and then it hurts because there are always films that we fall in love with that won't, because there's only 16 places, and it's impossible, and we want to show them all.
Sure. Thank you so much. And Anna, from your perspective as well, I'm just conscious of time, but in terms of choosing those stories.
Yeah, so I mean, there's the practical answer in that we want to create varied storytelling.
Yeah.
And I have this kind of slogan, which is a little bit trite, but we live by it, which is the girlfriends has to tell stories of women winning. Often there is a woman who loses out in some capacity in our story, but like they don't have to be total losers. I want people to come out of our stories of the podcast as women listeners and go, oh, you know, life is worth living in some capacity. Oh, great, isn't female friendship brilliant? So I want people to leave with a bit of joy. And then also, I guess I want to make sure, I'm always so conscious, I don't want to create a homogeneity of women's experiences.
Of course.
There are so many different experiences that happen in different cultures, you know, different groups, blah, blah, and I want to make sure that we represent everybody. So each season I try and diversify that.
Amazing. And I'm so glad you mentioned about the positivity and the hope, because it's so important, isn't it, that we have that feeling. And I love the fact that it says women winning, which is a brilliant slogan, absolutely brilliant. So we've got literally a few minutes left, but I did want to fire one final question at you both. And if we can keep it tight, that would be amazing. What is the one piece of advice you would give to someone who hopes to use their creative medium to inspire change?
I would say believe in your story, tell your story, and don't let anyone tell you that your story isn't valuable and worth it. And it is a fight, but these stories really matter, and if it matters to you, it matters to other people. And it needs to be told.
Thank you very much.
And I think maybe I'll tell the other side of that story, which your version, I think, is as if you're the person who is experiencing something and you want to get that message out. But as a producer who has had a lovely life, I often am telling stories about other people's experiences. And so I would say, let them lead the message, let them lead what change they want to see, and be the conduit. Use your craft to do that the best way you possibly can. And that's the best allyship that you can offer.
Thank you so much. Gosh, we could talk for a lot longer. It's an absolutely fascinating discussion. So thank you both for all the work that you do on behalf of myself, the audience, and No More. Thanks for a great chat. And if I can quickly end with just a shout out really for the fundraising event that No More has going on. If you're able to donate, whether you're in the room or joining us online, No More's Elimination of Violence Against Women Day Relief Fund. The link to that donation link could be found at www.nomore.org. And these funds will be going towards organisations whose work has been negatively impacted by the cuts, allowing them to continue doing the important work that they're doing. So thank you so much for your time today, and take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that incredible panel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, it's my great honour to introduce to you our keynote speaker, the former Secretary-General of the Commonwealth, the Right Honourable Baroness Patricia Scotland, KC.
Well, firstly, can I say what a huge privilege and a pleasure it is to be back with you, and so many people in this audience and who may be listening also will know that you are my friends. It's been quite a sobering afternoon to listen to all of those who have spoken. Many of you will know that I've been involved one way or another in domestic violence cases and this issue for a few years now. I think I first did my first domestic violence case when I was 21, so yesterday. And I've watched this issue in many different guises, first as a young barrister, then as a policymaker, activist, if you like. I think I was described as part of the mother's mafia when I was at the bar. Then going on to hear these cases, then as a parliamentarian, then as a creator of two foundations, one the Global Foundation for the Elimination of Domestic Violence and the Corporate Alliance Against Domestic Violence, now called the Alliance, and I'm very glad to see Melissa and others here. And then as a parliamentarian, changing the law to make things what we hoped better. And then lastly, as the Commonwealth Secretary-General, being responsible for 56 countries, that's about 2.7 billion people. And one of the things I've wanted to do throughout each of those roles is to make it better for women. And I think Mandy said it all. Her description of the reality of what it means to suffer from domestic violence, I think, is seared into all of our memories. And listening to all the panels made me feel, firstly, very sad, because the stories were the stories that I heard when I came to the bar in 1977. I told you I'm still only 21. But they have changed, and lots of things have got better. So what does it tell me? It tells me that we cannot take our foot off the pedal. It tells me that it's not done until it's done. It tells me that there is so much more work for all of us to do. But I think it also gives me a lot of courage and enables me to say thank you. Thank you to every single organisation represented in this room. Thank you for every person who has come today. Thank you for every person who's listening today, because you are part of our solution. When we started on this journey, and if you remember that the first refuge was in 1977, lots of people didn't know what domestic and sexual abuse really was. Nobody was talking about it. They said it was a taboo subject. And at that stage, in 1997, when I went into government, it was 1 in 3 women in the world, 1 in 4 women in the United Kingdom. By the time I left government, we had managed to significantly change that. If you can believe it, in 2010, we'd reduced the number, so it was 1 in 6 women and 1 in 10 men. And so anyone who tells you that policy doesn't matter, look at the empirical data, it does. We had reduced domestic violence by 64%. We'd saved more than £7.1 billion in terms of economic cost. We had put the economic cost issue on the table, and we demonstrated that it was more cost efficient, more cost effective to stop domestic violence than not to. And we had made it systemic in our government. So we had an interministerial group on domestic violence, which I chaired, from 2003. We had someone responsible for this issue in every single Department of State. We created a whole systems approach which left no one behind, and we embedded it systemically in our government. We had a national criminal justice board. We had crime and disorder partnerships. We created the multi-agency risk assessment, which enabled us to make the difference, because we targeted how many women were being killed every single week. And we monitored it, and we tracked it, and we traced it, and we interrupted what was happening. And I remember when I first started this, and I said we were going to count, and forgive me for this, dead bodies. And they said, but Minister, you're crazy. You can never turn that backwards. And they said, why are you doing that? And I said, because nobody believes in statistics. It's statistics, and there's damn lies. And so the only way we can track it is if we monitor how many women and children are being affected by this, how many are dying. Because if we can reduce the numbers, then we can show that what we are doing is making a difference. And we also tracked the money. So when I was Deputy Home Secretary, I took the responsibility of dealing with some of the most difficult areas. I took it onto myself, and one of them was London. We then had about 50 women dying every year in London, and that was in 2003. By the time I left in 2010, how many women do you think died in London? Someone give me a guess. No one? 5. And every death was costing our system about 1.1 billion. So if you cared millions, if you cared nothing about people and just counted money, we were saving bucket loads of money. And when we left government, lots of those institutions left with us. But now we're back. And there is really work to do. So let no one tell you this cannot be done. It can. But we must choose. We have to be the difference we want to make in the world. And that's why I absolutely joined up with No More. And we created Commonwealth Says No More, so that in every single one of those 56 countries, we would be the difference. We'd share our knowledge. We shared the whole systems approach. Because trust me, it takes all of us, absolutely all of us. But what gives me joy? What gives me joy is that we have the courage, we have the commitment, and we have the determination. Someone said to me, Patricia, are you optimistic or pessimistic? And I said, I'm neither. I'm simply determined. So be determined with me. We are going to change this world, whether others like it or not. Women are going to live better, children are going to be better, and the next generation won't look back at us and say, what were you doing, you bunch of jokers? We're going to get this right, because we can, we know how to do it, and we will. And thank you.
Patricia, Baroness Scotland, thank you so much for those incredible words, so powerful, so strong, and so inspiring. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And now, let us just take a moment to reflect and recharge through music. And while you're having a pause of reflection, I know that we're going to actually get a chair on the stage. That's fantastic. Please welcome our wonderful managers here. We're getting the stage, we're getting the microphone, we're getting all set up. I wish I could tell you I could sing, but I think everyone would leave. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you now the wonderful Luella Lucas.
My name is Luella Lucas. I'm a singer-songwriter based in West London. I'm not here to speak, but I just want to say something very quickly about the song I'll be playing today. This is called Tearful Transport. I wrote it when I was 14, which is now 10 years ago, for my best friend in the whole world. We were both going through a lot of things, some trivial, some traumatic. I'm sort of upset that I was writing songs like this as a teenage girl, but I dedicate it to her. She's doing very well now, and we're all very happy. I said, wake up now, darling. There's much more to learn. This candle called childhood ain't finished.
also thank you so much to the wonderful Luella Parsons. Luella. Fantastic. Luella, thank you for that beautiful performance. Absolutely gorgeous.
Hello, my name is Omobawumi Ayodele, and I'm the Assistant Program Manager at Women Safe House Sustenance Initiative, Nigeria. At Women Safe House, we believe that every woman should be free from fear, from harm, and from threat. Violence against women and girls is not just a personal tragedy. It's a barrier to progress for our entire community. When women are safe, families are stronger. When girls are protected, our future is brighter. That's why we're committed to providing shelter, counseling, and empowerment programs, helping survivors rebuild their confidence and reclaim their lives. Together, we can end violence against women and girls. But it starts with you and I. Let's raise our voices, stand in action, and stand in solidarity with survivors. Because a safer community for women is a better world for everyone. We stand for hope, healing, and dignity. We are saying, end violence against women and girls now.
Fondacija lokalne demokratije duže od 2 decenije stoji uz žene koje su preživjele nasilje. Kroz Sigurnu kuću, SOS telefon i Centar za žene pružamo podršku, zaštitu i put ka novom početku.
Tokom 16 dana aktivizma, ali i svakog drugog dana u godini poručujemo: nasilje nije rješenje. Zajedno možemo vratiti budućnost u kojoj svaka žena živi bez straha. Nasilje nije privatna stvar. To je problem cijelog društva. Za život bez nasilja, danas, sutra i uvijek. Fondacija lokalne demokratije iz Sarajeva.
Eliminar la violencia contra las mujeres y niñas es fundamental, porque trata de un problema que afecta la dignidad, la vida y la libertad de millones de personas en el mundo. Implica cambiar la cultura, garantizar la justicia y construir la igualdad. La violencia no define nuestros destinos. Somos fuerza, somos cambio, somos luz. Y juntas, con empatía y valentía, vamos construyendo un mundo donde vivir sin violencia no sea un deseo, sino una realidad. Nosotras, desde la sociedad civil, como Fundación María Guare, hace 35 años venimos trabajando incansablemente en la defensa de los derechos humanos.
Hi, I'm Susie Miller, playwright and screenwriter, novelist and librettist for the No More Foundation, to offer support and solidarity and messages of hope for the International Day to End Violence Against Women. The shame of sexual assault and sexual violence, as well as violence against women generally, is something that does not sit on the shoulders of women. We need to move that shame where it belongs, to the perpetrators, and to find ways to connect and to create pathways for women to heal and move forward. I wrote a play called Prima Facie and another one called Inter Alia, which talks about violence against women, talks about ways that we can come together and have conversations, because 1 in 3 women at the very least are the victims of sexual assault and violence against women in their lifetime. And women keep silent about it, and they don't need to. This is not something that they have the shame of. It's the shame that belongs to the people that did this to them. And it's a very strong effort to survive something like that. And I offer all my support and hope for all the women out there who need to hear that message. Thank you.
I am very excited to introduce Peyton Ihemi, a leader in public policy, tech, and social impact. She has held senior roles at the White House, Facebook, and Bumble, where she led efforts to advance safety, equity, and responsible innovation. She now leads Third Room Studio, a strategic advisory space for leaders navigating high-stakes decisions. Today, we'll be exploring the role that tech plays in ending and preventing violence against women
and what it means to build digital spaces that center safety, accountability, and survivor voices. Thank you so much, Peyton, for joining us today. We're really excited to have this conversation with you. Let's get to it.
I am. Thank you so much for having me.
Awesome. So today we'll be exploring the role that tech plays in enabling and preventing violence against women and what it means to build digital spaces that center safety, accountability, and survivor voice. So Peyton, you've worked across tech, gov, public policy, always with a through line of equity, safety, and centering survivors' voices. What originally drew you to this space? And how has your view of technology's role in addressing GBV evolved over time?
Well, thanks for the question. I think I'll take it in two parts. The question of like what first drew me to this work. I would say that I wasn't drawn to the work because I didn't know it existed. I think I just kind of stumbled onto this work. I was always drawn to community work, even when I was in government, even when I was in the military. I loved working with communities. I loved working with communities around the world. And I really thought that only was, maybe through Doctors Without Borders or other similar types of nonprofits, and not just all US led, many abroad. The tech aspect was something that I was part of that first group of people that joined, I think, after the engineers joined, where you start to try to play with the technology and see how it could be helpful in that impact work. And so, again, it was by accident that I was drawn to this work because it didn't exist at the time, but it was, great benefit to be one of those first people who are trying to figure out like how can this work impact communities and hopefully better the communities. How can technology, as the term used to be, technology for good, before it took on other descriptions. And I think the thing that I've over this time have come to realize is pretty much what I knew was true of people. Period. Was that if you don't put in systems to protect people, they're not going to exist. They're not going to be created on their own. And it's something that if left to their own devices, technology is only as good as the people who are wielding it at the time. And so I believe that for people and institutions before there was the technology. And I would say I even further believe that my evolution is I even further believe that it's more important to try to put in protections at the very onset of the technology to protect people and places.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. I mean, it leads right into our next question, which is, you mentioned that technology can be a really great benefit to society, a lifeline, really. But it also is a risk, like you've mentioned. So from your perspective, what are some of the most pressing challenges you've been seeing when it comes to technology-facilitated gender-based violence, especially for women and girls as they're navigating these digital spaces that we have today?
The thing that is most troubling to me is a consistent and persistent narrative that there isn't a tangible effect from technology on women and girls, and even broader to the broader society. There's this narrative that just keeps being pushed that, our interactions with technology are benign and only bad or only good. And I think that that's a problem. It's just if you were interacting, with the sports world, there's going to be positive and negative effects. If you're interacting with the music world, there's positive and negative effects, and you can cross like any kind of space. And so it's troubling when you hear that, hey, because now you've got all of these worlds in the palm of your hands or in front of your computer, that there's no effect. And I think that that's probably one of the riskier things, especially for women and girls. While it does connect you and you have all these great opportunities, which I use myself to connect with people, and also some people are having negative connections and they're having negative experiences, and those do shape you and they do have an impact that lasts longer than just the time that you're in front of the technology.
Yeah, and I think you've especially seen that in spaces, for example, Bumble, where it really is to make relationships, especially between men and women. And so you've led the global policy at platforms like Facebook and Bumble. What does meaningful accountability from these tech companies look like when it comes to protecting women online? And what are the different levers for getting there? What can they do to address this problem?
I think having been on both sides, maybe even all three sides of this, nonprofit, in a company, and in government, I think the first thing is to recognize that it's not just the company's responsibility to police their platforms. I don't want to give the responsibility of keeping people safe away from actual humans. And that means citizens, that means politicians, that means community leaders, that means activists. Like, I really want to have that grounded, that protecting people is really people's job, first of all, right? And companies are an extension of that. They're not a replacement for that. So that accountability, leaders have to hold people accountable. Moms, dads, siblings have to hold people accountable for things that are happening in their community. And tech companies are included in that, but so are politicians, so are activists. So important to remember that we need to police ourselves, right? What's showing up offline is similar things that are online. So we have to police ourselves. We have to hold ourselves accountable and other people. And part of that is also, as an extension of communities, our companies, shareholders also have to be held accountable, not just benefiting from maybe the monetary gain, but also being able to invest that back to try to mitigate some of the harms that we can't even imagine that might be happening. You know, what might be happening in 10 years from now may not be something that we would have even imagined, good and bad. And so we have to leave breathing room for that. But it starts with the communities and people first, policing people, and then we're going to police the extensions of that, which also include our companies.
Yeah, it comes back to some of what some of our other guests have been saying. It's like something we have to work towards together. We all have a role in this. And I guess one of the questions I have is, what is a good example of, you know, public institutions, leaders, companies that you've seen that are actually centering the survivors and hopefully with the through line of creating a safer and more inclusive online environment? Are there any examples you've seen that we can, you know, emulate for future strategies or anything like that?
Yeah, there's some, and actually they're startups. So they're not even for profit. I won't mention any names here to put anyone on the spot, but I've come across many women, actually, a group of women in Japan, a group of women in Korea, some in Brazil, and some places in Africa, where they're using technology in this way that you wouldn't really necessarily think that it needed to be used, but they're using it basically to help police the streets, to be able to report when there's a rape, to be able to report when there's people who are being accosted, hot zones, unsafe zones, areas that people have been harassed or attacked. And I thought that was such an interesting, such a neat, innovative use of technology to be able to communicate to each other, among each other, to protect each other. And that was something that wasn't for profit. That wasn't, just keeping eyes glued on a screen, but that was something like really created by the community for the community, but leveraging technology. And I really love that. And I'm inspired by that every time I see that around the globe.
Yeah, that is incredible. I'm going to have to do more research into them. That sounds like something that could be used in a lot of places around the world. So Peyton, we have, one last question here. Thank you so much for joining us. I guess all of our viewers want to know, so what gives you hope as you look ahead? So what's the one message you would want our viewers today to take away with on what we can do to prevent tech-facilitated gender-based violence?
I think the thing that I would pull away or have people pull away is that no one's coming to save you. That's a little draconian, it's a little dark, but it's just something I live by. If you're waiting for someone to come, and pull you up or to create a system or to protect you, it's probably not going to happen, especially in the time that you're thinking. So that's my first is, and if you're looking at the world in that way, it makes you be the person who's coming up with ideas and putting them forward and trying to innovate. And something that really motivates me is this new crop of young women, actually, there's so much said about, oh, this younger women, they don't do this or not doing this. I just am so encouraged by seeing them like pave their own ways, deciding what family should look like, what family is, whether it's blood or whether it's not, determining like what does a career look like, what is the path and the ups and downs of a career looks like, but also like their way of politely and not so politely challenging authority and change. There's just this big push and a new wave of that I think you hear a lot of people, maybe older people, kind of like scoffing at it, that they don't know how things work. They don't know how systems work, but it actually like makes me giggle a little bit. Like I love the instigation and I love that challenge, and it keeps me motivated. It keeps me sharp. And that's something that I look forward to seeing, like what this crop of women do and the men who support them. I've also been eagerly excited to see this new crop of men who are not behind. Like they're running shoulder to shoulder. They're peer. They're pushing forward work, and they've dropped a lot of the norms. Is this feminism? Is this not feminism? They're just like, hey, this is what we do, and I love it.
Just one last question there to kind of expand on that. I mean, I totally agree. It's like kind of being proactive and being the change that you want to see, and like going out there and empowering yourself and other women around you to continue the work. Where would you start? Like, what are some resources that our viewers can look into, or how can they find support, any kind of groups that they could join in order to kind of band together and kind of create that safe digital space for each other?
Well, I think that people should kind of start where they are. You're always looking for like a group online. You're always just looking for something that already existed. But I think just starting where you are is a good place. And so it might be not a group. It might be just like one person that you're like, hey, we can have this conversation, and you just test the conversation with them. And that group might grow to 2 or 3. And then maybe it turns into a group, but maybe it doesn't. Maybe you take those people and you join a different group. But I just want to encourage people sometimes, you are the group and you might be 3 people, you might be 30,000, but like kind of start local and having those conversations. I think that people are always looking for something more formal, with roles that's more formalized. I think that maybe that is where the answer is. But some of those local innovations, which is why I brought up that example of some of the things I've been seeing over the world, they're created in isolation because they weren't connected to the outside world, or they didn't have the access to security or safety, or they just felt, that they weren't being listened to. So I just want to encourage people to not feel that they have to join a specific group at the start. But it might be 1 or 2 people, you're talking, you're coming up with ideas, and then you're able to create your own group, or you're able to join a group. I just don't want anyone to feel discouraged. So I actually think just starting where you are locally is the best.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Peyton. It's been a pleasure to talk with you today. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, my name is Molly Smith-Metzler. I'm a playwright, screenwriter, producer, and mother. I live in Los Angeles, and today I'm very honored to join the global broadcast to end violence against women. This message is to express my solidarity and support of victims everywhere. When I created the show Made for Netflix, I did not know very much about emotional abuse. And during my research process, I spoke to many victims of domestic violence. One of the things I came to learn is how squirrely and corrosive emotional abuse is. It's very hard to put your finger on. It's gaslighting, it's being belittled, it's having your finances controlled, it's being isolated from your friends and family, it's being around someone who hits things near you, not necessarily directly at you. It's losing your sense of self to the point that it's so difficult to even admit and see what you're in and ask for help. I was so grateful to learn this lesson from these many victims who I came to admire. And when the show came out, the National Domestic Violence Hotline received a record number of phone calls from women, which I also took to be a sign of great encouragement that people who saw themselves in the show were asking for help. If you are a victim of emotional abuse or domestic violence of any kind, please go to one of these resources and ask for the help you need. NoMore.org has an incredible list of things that you can do and places you can call. I see you, I support you, I stand beside you, and let's end violence against women. Thank you.
Hello, I am Mirela, speaking on behalf of the Gender Alliance for Development in Albania. Today, on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, we reaffirm a simple truth. Violence is not destiny, it's preventable, and prevention requires responsibility and accountability, not just campaigns or awareness. In Albania and across the world, women and girls face violence in homes, workplaces, institutions, and public spaces. These are not isolated incidents, they reflect unequal systems and weak protections. We see the consequences every day, and we also see the solutions. Strong laws, trained institutions, resourced services, prevention programs, and stronger communities. Our message is clear. Ending violence is not symbolic. It requires actions, funding, and political will. We stand with partners globally to demand better systems and better outcomes for women and girls. And we stand with survivors whose experiences must shape policy. This 25th November, we say no more excuses, no more delays, no more violence. It's time to do the work.
Bonjour, je suis Asia, je viens des îles Comores. Je représente le réseau Femmes Leaders pour la paix. L'élimination des violences faites aux femmes et aux filles sont essentielles pour notre communauté. Les violences brisent des vies, ralentissent le développement et détruisent la dignité humaine. Nous croyons qu'aucune femme ne devrait vivre dans la peur. Nous voulons une société où chaque fille peut grandir en sécurité, écoutée et respectée. À toutes celles qui ont subi ou qui subissent cet acte ignoble, vous n'êtes pas seules. Nous sommes à vos côtés. Notre engagement est total. Pour un monde plus juste, plus humain, plus sûr pour toutes. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Famida Shamam, the CEO of TAFTA, the Association for the Aged. And as an organization, we stand against every form of abuse of women and children. And we believe in a world where every woman and every girl can live, love, and age without fear. As an organization, we are driven by a purpose, which is to make dignity, growth, and a meaningful life a realistic prospect for all older people. We recognize that especially with our women, when violence is part of their history, that violence and abuse robs them of their safety, their confidence, and their hope. And these are wounds that they carry into old age. Every woman deserves the right to grow in peace and not in pain. And when we break the cycle of abuse, we build a future where aging is not only marked by stories of survival, but really by stories of strength, of joy, and healing. So, again, we iterate as an organization, we stand against any form of abuse against women and girls. Thank you very much.
So it's time now for our next panel. The next conversation shares lessons from leaders tackling gender-based violence through global efforts. Please now welcome Hira Hussain, CEO of Chain, and her panel, which is called From Grassroots to Global, Frontline Lessons in Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Your moderator, Hira Hussain.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And for those of you who will be watching later, I hope this is a riveting conversation. We are going to be talking about the vital role that nonprofits and NGOs play in tackling violence against women around the world. These leaders that you see here on the stage today, they are part of the really amazing and awe-inspiring network of organizations that are working both at a grassroots level and at a global level, translating local realities into global action in the most complex and difficult, resource-constrained and conflict-ridden environments sometimes. They are looking at inequality and gender-based violence, And we are going to talk about how we can bring survivor voices into the international advocacy policy and resource mobilization space. So you're going to hear from them. I'm going to introduce them shortly. We have Sarah Bokot, who's the Managing Director of Women for Women International, UK. We have Nana Utu Oyorte, who is the Executive Director of Forward. And we have Maria Paula Suarez, who is the Plan International's Global Policy and Advocacy Lead. So we have, you all know the drill, we have 20 minutes. So I am going to jump right in with my first question. And as you're answering the question, please do tell us more about your work as you answer the question. And my first question is perhaps the one that I love asking the second most. And you know I'm saying this because the next one is going to be my most. And the last one is going to be the question that we should all listen to. So stay tuned to the last question. The first question is, your organizations all focus on gender-based violence and inequality, both on a local level and sometimes on a regional and a global level. What are you seeing in terms of shared challenges, but also what is unique in some of the contexts that you're working in and your network is operating in?
I can go. Thank you for that. Thanks for having me. So Women for Women International works with women who are affected by war. So we work in conflict-affected countries, places like Afghanistan and Iraq, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Sudan, and so on. And we run a 12-month training program that's really about equipping women to support themselves and their families and their communities after conflict. And I think at the moment what we're really seeing, and I suspect colleagues will also mention, is a couple of things that are kind of converging to impact violence against women particularly. So one of the things that we're seeing is a real rise in conflict around the world, and we're seeing protracted conflicts, so conflicts that are lasting much longer. At the same time, what we're also seeing is a rise in anti-rights and anti-gender movements, very well-funded ones, by the way. And both of those things we know impact women and we know mean an increase in violence directly against women, often sexual violence. The other thing that we're seeing is a decline, a very steep decline in funding for these priorities. So really, really impacting our ability to respond to the needs of women when they face violence. So I think we're really, our sector and the world is frankly quite a dangerous tipping point at the moment, and we've seen that really accelerate this year. But we also know that women in these countries are really affecting change. They just need the support to be able to do that, the resources, the knowledge, and that's what Women for Women International do in these countries.
Amazing. Nana, I would love to hear from you.
Hi. I think for me, what we are seeing at Forward is the nature of the types of violence that particularly Black and minoritized women face. And very often we see that the women come with complex and multiple forms of violence. So it's not just physical or sexual or economic. Some women would come with all forms of violence. And you're seeing that some of them would come in as migrants. We are seeing actually women who are referred to us right from the boats now. And so we see women who've been traumatized in different ways. Some have come through wars, but also some have actually experienced multiple forms of violence, including female genital mutilation, being forced into child marriage, and then coming here and then being forced into hotels where they have no recourse to any kind of funds. A lot of them have to move daily from their hotels to be rehoused with their children. And it's extremely traumatic for women. And what we are actually seeing that a lot of these women themselves would have come from countries where they have experienced violence through wars. But most importantly, they would have actually gone through FGM as children, be forced into marriage. And of course, being forced into marriage, we're talking about repeated rapes. We're also seeing some challenges around these young women that we work with, particularly in Africa, experiencing sexual violence and teenage pregnancies. For a lot of girls in the communities that we're working with, some will be forced into marriage. So you've been raped by somebody and you're forced to marry that person who has raped you. We also have situations where some of these girls are going through a lot of mental health trauma. It's quite interesting. We heard Malala telling her story that it was the physical, the psychological forms of abuse that was hardest to address. You can imagine people in communities where we don't really understand what psychological support is or what psychological trauma is. A 13-year-old girl holding a baby, and I do recall one story about a girl that I met who had a baby, and we had a research that she took part in. And when she came, halfway through the research, her mother came with her baby and said, "You left your baby." And when I asked her, she said, "I forgot." So how do you make such a child responsible for another child? These are huge challenges that we are facing in. And we're looking at women, and I love the fact that you talked about funding. Funding is zilch for a lot of these girls in rural communities. And so we really have huge problems. Yeah.
Okay, Maria, I mean, we've heard both about a theme of sexual violence and also looking at resources. You work at Plan International, which has, in many ways, a very interesting remit looking at young girls and at a very, very global level. So it would be great to hear both about what you do and also reflecting on what you've heard so far.
Thank you so much. Yes, so Plan International is an organization that works across 80 countries, 4 regions, and we engage at national, regional, and global spaces in multilateral, with multilateral actors. And through these experiences, we have seen that while the violence tends to have different forms depending on the context, the challenges and the trends remains similar. And I'm going to mention 3. The first one is harmful social norms and the impact that harmful social norms have in the lives of girls, but also in their perceptions and attitudes toward violence. Plan International Real Choices, Real Lives research is a longitudinal research that follows the lives of around 150 girls across 9 different countries from the day they are born to the day they are 18 years old. So there is like a big amount of data that we take from that. And from this, we know that by the age of 11, around 91% of the girls have already experienced at least one form of gender-based violence. By the age of 14, 15, when they reach the early adolescence, they already start to interiorize the way of violence. And they think that male violence is natural, that is unavoidable, and actually 57% of them think that it's their responsibility to protect themselves from violence. So this way of seeing that it's on me to protect myself, the society cannot do anything, is something that we see across region and across humanitarian and development contexts. The second one is the backlash against gender equality and the harmful digital ecosystem that we are seeing right now. We see how the digital ecosystem creates misinformation and disinformation that increases the target boys and young men with misogynist content that increases the gender stereotypes and this idea of, like glamorizing the dominance of men over women. So this is actually making really harder to fight against the harmful social norms that drive violence. And the third one, as my colleagues have mentioned, is funding. We have seen a big cuts in funding, both in development and humanitarian settings. Actually, it is estimated that by the end of the 2025, at least $400 million will be lost in international aid that was going to go to support prevention and protection of women and girls against gender-based violence. So while the contexts are different, the trends and the root causes are the same, and that is why our response needs to be locally led and rooted in local realities, both globally connected and coordinated.
I mean, if you hear about the stories that we've heard so far, you wouldn't believe that there would be a rationale for the global backlash that we see against feminism and women's rights. But that just goes to show the power of narratives and well-funded movements, like we said. So moving on to our next question, and this one is really about looking to all parts of the world for inspiration. And thinking about, what are the stories of resistance, of mobilization, of people power, and different cultural responses to what we're seeing. I would love to hear just one source of inspiration from one region that is that excites you to share it? Anyone can go ahead.
Okay. At Forward, we have worked mainly in Africa because we're an African women-led organization. And one of the powerful, I would say, innovation is the program called SASA, which is based in, started in Uganda, now working in 30 countries, which is very much a community-based mobilization and engagement approach, which uses storytelling, brings together communities, men and women, religious leaders, and children also in schools. And SASA is now really become a real mobilizing force on violence because it's very much around let's stop violence. And let's stop violence, I think SASA is a Swahili term. And it's very much about how do we engage men in the campaign to end FGM, but also end sexual abuse and domestic abuse. So we're using it across. And what's been really strategic is that it also uses a lot of films, a lot of storytelling, and then uses a lot of visuals that really speak to communities. So it brings together the community in talking about violence. And I think that is a really innovative way of talking about violence and getting communities to tackle the gendered and cultural norms, particularly also the religious norms that influence and shape violence against women and girls.
Amazing. Prevention is really, really important, as we know. So over to you two. One story each.
One is so hard.
I could tell you were thinking of three stories.
I know, but she knows. She knows me. One comes to mind from South Sudan, which is a group of women who went through Women for Women International's 12-month program, and then they set up a really powerful radio show that's really about tackling sexual violence against women in conflict-affected settings. And it's definitely engages men, engages children, engages local leaders in really talking about violence prevention, but also signposting people, survivors. And it's reaching 2.5 million people a day. And exactly what you were saying about that community power, I think that it's having such an amazing ripple effect of people, understanding what sexual violence is, to your point around people knowing what it is and trying not to have it internalized. I think it's been really powerful, and it's one that I just love listening to.
Great.
So in my case, I think that, if you allow me, I'm going to very quickly mention just two things. The first one is about youth leadership and girls' leadership. You know, I'm very inspired by seeing how many girls are actually taking the stand against the backlash that attacks gender equality. And we see through our experiences that girls leaders, they really know the challenges in their communities, the solutions, and what meaningful change looks like. So Plan Internationals actually put that at the center of everything that we do. One of the programs that we have is the She Leads program, when girls in communities are being mentored, are being supported to become leaders in their communities, but also to take all of the demands of their communities to the global spaces. So that is one. And the second one that is more local is in Bangladesh. Plan International, through partners and with the support of the government, created an app that girls are using themselves to prevent child marriages. So girls, through their activism and the use of these new technologies, they have been, in an estimation, prevented around 3,000 child marriages in Bangladesh only. So we see that change is possible when we really work in partnerships and when we really leverage the power of girls' leadership and support them and fund them. Thank you.
That's amazing. I forgive you for doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, this brings us to our last question. And this question is really, I think, is about giving a gift to everybody who is in this movement, because it can feel like, sometimes it feels really heavy when we're talking about challenges, and that's, based on reality. But I think if there's something we can learn from feminists and sort of feminist movements across time, it is that we never give up hope, and that we find resilience, inspiration, imagination, in solidarity from each other and what's happened before and what's happening now. So in just one line, I would love for you to share what is a glimmer of hope that we can hold on to and that everybody else here can hold on to from what you've seen recently.
Forward, I would definitely say Tuizasia, which is a young women's leadership program. It's a feminist young women's leadership program, bringing about a movement of young women, not only in the UK, but in Africa. We've trained about 450 young women, and as a result of that, we are seeing so much sisterhood, collaboration, networking, and really reaching out to make change.
The hope for me is always women. It's always women. We spoke to 6,500 women in 14 conflict-affected countries last year, and 81% of them told us that they felt hope for their future. And for me, if they can feel hope, if a woman in Afghanistan can feel hope for her future, I can, and I have to. So it's always what women tell me.
For me, it's about girls and young women leadership as well. And I mentioned the Real Choices, Real Life studies, and that statistics that I mentioned are really sad. But from that study, we also saw a glimpse of hope. We see that when girls reach the adolescent stage after 15 years old, they actually start to fight against these harmful social norms. So they started to change the perspective and believe that male violence is not something natural, but it is actually learned, and that can therefore be unlearned. And they are organizing themselves in their communities, participating at national, regional, and global stages, bringing the demands to decision makers to ensure that this culture and these harmful norms are really unlearned.
Amazing. Well, if you allow me, I will share my glimmer of hope. Of all the glimmers that we have heard, I'll share a different one, which is changing narratives. Though we've had some slide backs, I do find that I've been doing this for 13 years, and in 13 years, the conversation around technology-facilitated gender-based violence has shifted so much. It's just one area of work that I focus on. It gives me so much enthusiasm. And even if I don't agree with everything that's happening in this space, I just love that it's a conversation has moved beyond that, it's just the way it has to be. People are actually organizing around it. And I meet so many survivors who are creating projects. That is just really inspiring. So we'll leave you on that note. Thank you so much for being here, and looking forward to following all of your work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing all your incredible, impactful work. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Thank you. So it's now time for our next panel. We're going to explore how the private sector can be a powerful partner for change. Please welcome your incredible moderator, David McQueen, Executive Leadership Coach, and with him, his panelists, Badir Barada, Head of Corporate Affairs, EMEA Match Group, and Tara Hopkins, Director of Public Policy, Instagram. David, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
For those looking in the brochure thinking Chloe looks very different, there has been a slight change of plan, and I'll be your moderator here today. And so in today's discussion, we are bringing together leaders from across industries who are embedding gender equality and violence prevention into the heart of business strategy. And together we'll explore how these companies can move beyond compliance to meaningful action, ensuring that workplaces, products, and platforms become part of the solution. So immediately to my right is Tara Hopkins, who is the Global Director of Public Policy at Instagram/Meta, where she works on youth well-being, the creator economy, and a broader regulatory issues for the company. And beside her is Badir Barada, a communications and policy and public policy expert, and currently leads corporate affairs in Europe for Match Group. And she has held similar roles at Uber, Headspace, and Bloomberg Philanthropies. But I'm going to go straight into the questions, if that's okay with you.
Oh,
all right. So first of all, I'm going to start with you, Tara. There are billions of users worldwide, and Instagram plays a major role in shaping how people connect, communicate, and express themselves. And so what is Instagram doing to make the platform safer? And how does that work connect to the broader effort to prevent gender-based violence?
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for jumping in. It's lovely to meet you
Thank you
in the
as well.
green room. And look, thank you so much for having me, for having Instagram and Meta more broadly today. It's an incredibly important space for us and has been for a very, very long time. I'm going to say we've got someone at Meta who is far better in this space probably than I am, Cindy Southworth. I just want to give her a shout out because she's probably the most senior person within the tech industry who's been dedicated to keeping women safe who are using our platform, has been with us for many years. I think it just shows you the dedication that we have within the Meta group to have very, very senior people who have come from outside of Meta and are advising us internally on making sure that we're doing what we should be doing when it comes to keeping women safe and more broadly around gender-based violence. A couple of things I just wanted to talk about really was, to begin with, we have policies that underpin how we think about keeping women safe who are using our platform and around gender-based violence. And those policies evolve all the time, and the way we evolve them is by working with experts from outside and, like Cindy, bringing experts into Meta to make sure that we are keeping a pace with how some of these issues have evolved and how they've changed, and particularly when it's really adversarial, because we all know this can be a really, really adversarial space. So we work with over 850 safety organizations, many of whom are specialists in this space. So we underpin with the policies what we call our community standards around keeping women safe when they're using our platforms. We then look at the tools that we need to ensure that those who are using our platform feel safe and that we are building tools that really resonate with them. And that means that we have the controls in place behind the scenes, we have the technology in place behind the scenes to be able to find and remove content and to keep people safe when they're using our platforms. But also, people want to feel empowered in this space as well. So we've built a lot of tools around that as well. And then the third part is around behavior and trying to really, really shape behavior and change behavior when people are using our platform. Example of how we've, I think, been really industry leading in this space is around NCII. So everyone, I'm sure in the room and who's watching this is the sharing of non-consensual intimate imagery. It's an incredibly important space, an incredibly difficult space to be in if you have had an intimate image of yourself shared, particularly without your knowledge, but even with your knowledge, it is an absolutely horrific thing to happen to you. So Meta was one of the co-founders of Stop NCII, which is the leading organization around working across industry. We work together across industry to be able to find and remove that kind of content. But this also puts people into the driving seat, because the way this work, Stop NCII works, is that if we are made aware of intimate imagery that has been shared, that individual can go to stopncii.org. They can let the organization know a hash, what we call a hash for those. I can't see everyone in the audience because the lights are very bright, so if you're nodding along, it's a tech term, but it's not the image itself. That's really important. No one wants to think that their image is being shared. So they make a hash, which is kind of a digital footprint of that image. And then that hash is shared across the whole of the industry, everyone who's involved in Stop NCII, to be able to find and remove that image. So that's really, really important. It now has many, many members, and I think it has really been the industry-leading organisation to make sure that we are able to work together to be able to find and remove with the least amount of damage, psychological damage, to those whose images have been shared in this way. We also have a couple of other things that we do, and this is around the tooling space, which I think is really important. And as I said, it's been changing over time, because as we know and understand how adversarial individuals use this, and sometimes it is revenge porn. Sometimes it is someone you have known and been in a relationship with who is sharing this kind of imagery of you. Sometimes it's criminal gangs. So when we talk about sextortion, we're talking about usually criminal gangs, organized crime. And so we have to build a behavior, we have to build a technology to be able to recognize that sometimes it's someone you know, sometimes it's actually organized crime. So a couple of things we've done, I just wanted to shout out because they might be new to those in the audience, is, and this is specific to Instagram direct messages. It's a very private space. We built it to be a very private space. But what we want to make sure is that people are not being message with imagery that could be really upsetting to them. So when you're first connecting with someone on Instagram now, you haven't followed them before, you're not connected with them before, that individual cannot send you an image as their first message to you. So this is really to stop cyberflashing. No one wants to have that first image being something that could be, particularly upsetting, and it's not why you come to Instagram. It's not why you're using your DM. So now it can only be text-based if that first message that is shared between you both. The second thing we've done is we are now blurring images in DMs if we detect that they could be nudity. This is really taking a very, very precautionary approach, and the way I talk about this is that this could be something really innocent. This could be that you're sharing a picture of your child with a friend, or somebody on a beach that might be topless. It might be completely and utterly innocent. However, it might not. And so what we're doing is we're taking that more precautionary approach, and we are blurring that image. So the individual, when they're sent it, we'll let them know this image could be nudity. We've blurred it, and we send them resources they can go and work with and connect with other organisations to help them do that. So there are three examples of, I think, where we are trying to lead the way as Meta and as Instagram, but also working across industry. And we'll talk about that in a little bit, about how we're doing that as well.
Thank you so much. And to Valia, obviously, Match Group, I've heard names like Tinder and I'm out of that, so I don't know. So given that dating is such a key context for conversations about healthy relationships and safety, how is Match Group embedding prevention, education, and likewise user safety, especially in the dating experience?
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Match Group, as you just mentioned, is the parent company of many popular dating apps, including Tinder, Hinge, Match.com, and over 30 different applications. And we look at safety in three phases, a bit similar structure, but different content. So there is the prevention piece, there is the intervention, and then there's the support. So the prevention, to your question, is what happened before. So there's a lot of awareness that's needed, there's a lot of education. We've had the chance to partner with No More to create the healthy dating guides that we make available through the entire portfolio of our apps, which is a download PDF that is accessible to everyone to understand what's acceptable and what's not. We do work with in Europe, just what I'm focused on, over 150 different women-focused organizations on doing different kind of awareness, from in-app messaging to creating guides and resources for our users. That's the prevention piece. Intervention also has some sort of prevention components. One example that we have developed over the past few years, and in collaboration with a lot of the NGOs we work with, so we're very proud of that, are two in-app prompts. We call that in-app prompts that are across our apps, which are when people are starting to engage in a conversation, will be nudging if we detect. So different to our friends in social media, we do not encrypt messages, which means we're constantly moderating everything that's happening. And so when we detect what we consider abusive content or language that is not appropriate, we'll send a prompt that says, "Are you sure?" to the person who's about to send a message that says, basically, "Are you sure you want to send that message?" And here we consider it's education, because we're not blocking the message, we're encouraging the person to reconsider what they're about to send. Should they decide to pursue and still send the message, on the other side, we'll send another prompt to the receiver that says, "Does this bother you?" Which is, again, helping the person who receives the message on the other end to feel empowered to potentially report the message if they feel it was inappropriate. So that's a bit on the intervention. That's when the interaction happens. And then unfortunately, the third phase is when something actually happens and there is support that's needed. We do have a full suite of resources and support, including some reporting flows that we've built together with NGO partners, including No More, also RAIN in the US. They've helped us build a reporting flow that we make sure is trauma-informed and victim-focused. It doesn't necessarily send you immediately to law enforcement. It's first asking what you need, making resources available to you that are appropriate. So that's the third phase.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So for both of you, and we'll keep this tight as well because I can see if I go over time I'll be in trouble. So, so beyond the internal policies, how can the private sector use the platforms that we have or the products that we have to shift the harmful norms and promote equality? How do you believe the private sector as a whole can do that?
Shall I kick off? So I think the private sectors can have an incredibly powerful role here. And I think what you saw, what we talked about with Stop NCII is just one example of where the industry has come together. And not just at the policy level is incredibly important, but actually the technical level is working with engineers, now of course AI, at how we can make the approach as kind of friendly and understanding of the victim as we possibly can. And I think that's somewhere where the industry bringing tech, know-how, engineering, as well as all of the policy expertise can have a huge change and benefit. I think the conversations that we have, organizations, bringing together forums like this are incredibly important to share that expertise. I mentioned sextortion a moment ago. I think if we'd been sitting here 5 or 6 years ago, that word probably wouldn't be being used. We probably knew maybe what it meant, but really the idea of these kind of hugely powerful organized crime organizations who are targeting both men and women, often teenage boys, unfortunately, are very susceptible to this as well. I think that's really that's something that is kind of new, unfortunately, and highly adversarial. So that is definitely a space that we need to all be working really, really closely together in. I mentioned AI. I think it's really important to note that our policies are for imagery that is AI generated or non-AI generated. People may have heard about Nudify apps as well, and this is again something I think 2 years ago we wouldn't be having this conversation. So Nudify apps are apps that you can download and that can basically through AI recreate an image of yourself, using your likeness in an incredibly horrible, frankly, way. And we've got very, very strict rules at Meta that we do not allow for this. And we are working across industry to make sure that we do that. We've even gone so far as to take certain apps to court because of the behaviors that we've seen on the platform. So I use those examples because they're all very new, and you can see that this space, unfortunately, is, it's kind of quite rapidly moving, and I think it's where we have to work together really, really closely as industry, but also with the civil society sector, NGOs, experts in this space, so we don't stand still.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you that, and while I ask you, I'm going to get you both to think of my last question so I can finish early, not on time and get told off, all right? So I'm going to ask you that same question, and then I want you to think about what hope, for both of you, what hope do you have that the private sector can be a strong and lasting ally in this movement?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, absolutely agree with Tara, the importance of working across the industry and with all range of partners is very, very important and critical to overcome the increasingly changing and sophisticated way that what we call bad actors are using in order to operate their crime. Some of the things we do cross-industry together with Meta and many others is intelligence briefings, data sharing, making sure that when we identify a crime group, we're able to share this across the board with telecoms, with banks, with a lot of different actors that have and need the knowledge to help counter that. So that's one part, which is just basically making sure we have shared goals to prevent and stop crime of all kinds, but particularly gender-based violence crime and organized crime against women. And then there is also what we can do together with policymakers, and we're here in Europe, in the UK, but also in Europe, working across very different markets and needing, frankly, the entire sector and industry and policymakers to wake up also to the need for safety innovation, for enabling smart regulation to happen. I'm just going to give an example of a feature we've recently launched in the US that's called Face Check. That's making sure that the person who creates the account is one and only one person. The biggest risk and threat for us on dating apps are what we call repeated offenders. So someone who will create multiple accounts to go after their victims. And with this kind of innovation, we are preventing that from happening. But that's that's using biometric technology for selfie video, and it's basically it's privacy designed, like it doesn't register your face, but it's currently completely impossible to explore these things in Europe because of the restraints of regulations that we have. So that's a very important topic that we want to bring on the table and make sure that working all together is also about designing these features and making sure people can use those products safely, and that means allowing for innovation.
Okay, so very succinctly from both of you, what gives you hope?
I do feel really hopeful. The reason I say I've got a 13-year-old son and a 16-year-old daughter, and we are talking about these issues now more than we've ever done before. So my 13-year-old son is growing up in a very, very different world to the world that I grew up in, and really does know and understand what gender-based violence is, and they understand what domestic violence is, and they know that it's not okay. Irish, you can hear from my accent, and I was growing up in Ireland. This was absolutely swept under the carpet. So I do feel very, very hopeful. I think that we are in a very different place, sitting kind of within Instagram. And we were just talking about this in the green room. There are extraordinary communities on Instagram and more broadly on Facebook and other platforms of Meta and across the industry that are using our platforms to draw attention to these issues. And we have 3 billion people now, monthly active users on Instagram, which would blow your mind. But that is connecting people across the globe. And if you are someone who's sitting in rural Ireland or rural Australia or rural Nepal, you feel like you have a community out there. And I think I feel very hopeful about that.
Yeah, that's very well said. Hope is also about being here together with a wide, diverse group of people and sharing the same goal of ending this. And yeah, I think the flip side, positive side of our type of businesses and platforms is that we can reach a lot more people and we can raise awareness on these things at a global and large scale. So hopefully we'll get there.
Well, thank you both. Thank you, Tara. Thank you, Buddy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Expertly stepping in last minute. David, thank you so much. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another musical performance. You saw him here earlier supporting his mother when she so bravely shared her story. Please welcome the incredible, the wonderful Jermaine Douglas. He's coming. He's a few seconds away. And here he is with his wonderful mother. Mandy, please come out. Bravo, wonderful. Yes, of course you can. Of course you can.
Hello. The song I'm going to sing was my audition song almost 14 years ago now. Getting old. But this song, usually you would see it as a love song, At Last, by Etta James. But for me, this was a moment of being free. Like I wasn't allowed to sing. They told me, we can't do X Factor, you can't have social media, you can't do anything that makes you a singer. So I thought, nah, let's go and audition. So I auditioned and I sung this song, At Last. Can we turn it up, please? At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over. At last skies above, they're blue. My heart was wrapped in clover. The night I looked at you, we turn the music up, please. I found a dream I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill that I can press my cheek to, a thrill that I have never known. When you smile, when you smile, when you smile, see then the spell, it was cast, yes it was now. And here we are in heaven. 'Cause freedom's ours at last. At last, say to you, you are mine at last. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's all, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Douglas, everyone. Fantastic. Amazing. Amazing.
Can I just say, still on? Still on?
Yes.
Was it on that whole time?
Yes, promise you.
Okay, just singing to myself. I just wanted to say happy birthday to my mom.
Oh!
She is 60. 60 years, and we're thankful to God that He has brought us this far. Yes. You're here. Amen. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you for
much.
having me.
Jermaine Douglas, thank you so much. You're just amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you. And happy birthday, Mandy. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to Mandy, everyone, I think. Yes! That was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Karen Bevan, the CEO of Full Stop Australia. In Australia, gender-based violence has been acknowledged as a national crisis, requiring a national crisis-level response. Full Stop Australia is one of the country's leading sexual violence and domestic violence response services. We have provided 24/7 trauma counselling for more than 50 years. We also deliver advocacy to improve laws, policies and resource allocations to help end gender-based violence, and our training work helps transform attitudes and responses to domestic violence and sexual violence in government, organisations, universities and social institutions. We believe we really can put a full stop to gender-based violence, but it will take all of us. To victim survivors of sexual violence and domestic and family violence, we believe you. You are not alone, and help is available.
En la Fundación Cheese trabajamos arduamente por reivindicar los derechos de las mujeres y de las niñas. Queremos eliminar todo tipo de violencias contra ellas. Queremos que se sientan seguras, que puedan alzar su voz con toda confianza, que cada palabra, cada sueño pueda ser representado a través de sus propios deseos, de sus propios derechos, que dejemos de normalizar la violencia y que construyamos esos conceptos que durante años se han venido consolidando a través de décadas por una cultura machista. Estamos para construir en equidad y que por supuesto todas estas mujeres y estas niñas sean la representación de futuras generaciones, que se sientan cómodas de poder opinar y que sobre todo entiendan que sus derechos deben ser reconocidos. Queremos que ellas vivan en un lugar justo y digno y que ninguna de ellas sienta miedo de alzar su voz y de que sus derechos puedan ser reconocidos.
My name is Nobuhle and I represent Survivor Eswatini Support Group here in the Kingdom of Eswatini. We're dedicated to providing a social counseling and a pathway to healing for survivors of sexual violence across our nation. Why is eliminating violence against women and girls vital to our work? Because we witness the horrific consequences of that violence every single day. It is not an abstract social problem, it is a raw trauma that walks through our doors. Violence against women and girls destroy individuals' lives, shatters families, and cripple our communities' ability to strive. We are calling for radical collective action. We demand a nation where safety is a guaranteed right, not a privilege. To all survivors, we are offering this unwavering message of solidarity and hope. Your story is valid, healing is possible, and you are not alone. To our community, let us stand together. Challenge harmful norms and actively build a future where every woman and girl in Eswatini is free to live without fear, trauma, or violence. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. In this next conversation, we'll be exploring how faith-based and community-based organizations can play a powerful role in ending violence against women. I'm honored to be joined by Christina Jones, the founder of Command Join Company. Christina, can you briefly introduce yourself and tell me about the work you lead?
Yeah, so as someone who has seen the criminal justice system firsthand fail survivors of abuse, I spent the first 15 years of my career focused on change inside and outside of the courtroom. So when I was 9 years old, I was in the criminal justice system as a victim of sexual abuse. And I remember thinking at 9 years old, this system is not working for me. It's because after the abuse was disclosed, I had amazing parents who immediately advocated for me. And when I went to the police station, the person who interviewed me was a white man. When I went to the hospital to have the examination, the person who examined me was a white man. When I went into the courtroom and had to sit there, the prosecutor who was in charge of the case was a white man. The judge was a white man. And it isn't that white men cannot successfully help young Black girls through the system. It's just these four failed me. And they failed me because they didn't have the tools to actually relate to and help guide me through the system in a way that a 9-year-old should be guided. So when that happened, I remember sitting in the courtroom and just thinking, this isn't right. It shouldn't be like this. And I decided that, I wanted to be the change that I needed as a 9-year-old girl. And it's no coincidence that this was 1994, the same year that the Violence Against Women's Act was passed. Because then 15 years later, I walked into the same courthouse where I was victim number 4 as an assistant state's attorney.
Yes.
And for me, it was all about being true to that 9-year-old girl and being that change that I wanted to see in the system. And I dedicated my career to making sure that women and children were safe. And not just safe in their homes, but also safe within the systems. Because the paternalistic nature of abusers can be replicated within court systems. I saw it firsthand. So that's why I decided to become a prosecutor. Then after that, I decided that, the prosecution system, even though it has its flaws, it does have some really good prosecutors working within the system, but prosecutors cannot do it all. So I decided to go into policy to see if there were systemic ways that we can help change systems. And that's where I fell in love with the nonprofit world. So I became an executive for a national nonprofit that was focused on domestic violence and the law. And one thing that the government can't do is it all. Right. Nonprofits are such a vital part of making sure that survivors feel safe, feel seen, and are advocated for. And a part of that work, not just national nonprofits, but also faith-based communities. Because for Black people, especially Black people like me, church is also a system.
Absolutely.
It is a system that we integrate ourselves within. It is a system that is oftentimes patriarchal, and that same power and abuse, that same cycle of control can be replicated within the church. So what happens when you're a survivor and you enter into the faith system? Do churches know, do faith-based communities know how to talk to survivors, how to not blame survivors? And what happens when the abuser is also a part of the church community?
Right.
So my role now is to make sure that not only are survivors safe within criminal legal systems, civil legal systems, and churches, but also that nonprofits have the tools that they need for the infrastructure, for their sustainability, where they can actually help and do good work for survivors.
Yes. Thank you so much. One, thank you for sharing your story and being vulnerable, but also thank you for that perspective, because I really appreciated that you said from the beginning, it wasn't who these people were. It was that they did not have the tools. They were not equipped to support you. It's not who the church is or the role that they play. It's they don't have the tools. It's not the community-based organization, but it's the lack of tools, resources, and knowledge that prevent them from actually, doing the work that they need to do and preventing more harm. And I'm also blown away by your ability at 9 years old to recognize that something was wrong, that you were not being properly taken care of, that the system was not working for you and with you to help you through your situation. So, shout out to you for knowing at 9 years old that you're going to come in and be an attorney. But also shout out to you for taking that pain and channeling it to something else, because as you said, 15 years later, you walked in as the prosecutor, which is amazing. So thank you so much for that. And on that point, you've built your career around helping mission-driven organizations grow stronger and more sustainable. And you also bring your perspective as a survivor. What led you to connect this work with advancing the elimination of violence against women? I know you talked about it a little bit, but tell me more about how do you draw the dot between becoming the survivor to now becoming the advocate and the voice for the survivor?
For me, I just wanted to be what I didn't see. And the really cool thing about being a prosecutor in a system in which you were a victim at one point is I got to see women and children and girls through a lens that I saw myself through. And I'm not saying that every prosecutor needs to be a survivor, but what I am saying, it is really special when we take our pain and we turn it into purpose. I never told victim survivors my story because it's not about me, it's about them. Right. But oftentimes, every once in a while, one of them would stop me and say, Miss Jones, were you sexually assaulted? And it would kind of pause me a little bit because I would have to decide, do I want to disclose? Do I want to keep it about them? But for me, it was about being real with survivors. And I would, when they asked me straight up, I would say, yes, I was. And I remember one young woman said to me right outside of a courtroom in the middle of a trial, she said, I knew that because of the way that you treated me. Wow. And that is exactly how I wanted to feel at 9 years old. And at that point, I knew that not only was I walking in my purpose, but I was making a difference in every single person's life that I was affecting as a prosecutor, which is why I decided after a while, let me go into policy work because I want to see how can we make this happen on a systemic level where people can get the training that they need to make people feel seen. And really, as a survivor, that is the best thing you can do for them because I can't control the outcome of the case. Right. Prosecutors can't control the outcome. Advocates can't control the outcome. But what I can control is, do you have a voice and do you feel seen within the process? And that's how I was able to connect those dots.
Right. And that's been such a reoccurring theme. We've heard that all day, just elevating and escalating the voice of the survivors, making sure that their voice is the center of the work that we do. It's the center of the strategy that we create. It's the center of the operationalization of those policies and practices. And so digging into that, like with your experience in working with churches and nonprofits, what strategies do you see as most critical for building that infrastructure in communities to making sure that survivors feel seen, they feel heard, they feel loved and known in those spaces?
Well, first we have to actually talk about it. Because one of the things that shows up a lot, and this is not just the Black community, this is many communities, the good old saying, what goes on in this house
stays in this house. That's
yes. Right. And for our community specifically as Black women, that used to help save us, because really we have to take it back to times of enslavement. And back then, if we were assaulted as Black women who were enslaved, if we were assaulted by someone who was connected to our enslaver, our grandmothers, our aunties, our mothers would say, don't say anything because that can get you into more trouble. So what happens, what goes on in this house stays in this house. And that was used as a protective measure because you never knew who was going to sell you off, who was going to mistreat you because of the rape that we endured as Black women. The problem is we took that same protective measure that may have worked in 1820 that does not work in 2025.
Correct.
So a part of the problem is we're not actually talking about it. We're not actually calling it out. We're not actually saying that abusers live in the same homes, in the same communities, attend the same churches as we do. And a lot of times abusers have often been abused. So if we're not going to talk about it to the young people who are being abused, of course, that's why it's so pervasive within our communities, because we're not having those conversations. And then making sure that we actually have policies that are written down, that are created before something happens so that a survivor doesn't get inconsistent advice. That happens in churches and that happens in nonprofits, where they'll go from person to person and get told completely different things. And how do you think that makes survivors feel? Confused.
Right.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Why should I trust you? Because now you're not telling, this is the perspective. Now you're not telling me the truth.
Right.
So whenever there is no truth, there is no trust.
Right.
So a part of the importance of making sure that we have written down and consistent policies is to make sure that survivors trust us. And then the last thing is really about collaboration. How are we collaborating with other nonprofits? How are we collaborating with other faith communities? How are we connecting faith communities and nonprofits to make sure that survivors are actually served? Churches cannot do it all. The government cannot do it all, and nonprofits cannot do it all. But when we collaborate, that's when the magic happens.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Christina, I could sit here and talk to you all day about this. Unfortunately, we don't have the time. But I just want to leave you 60 seconds. If you could inspire the next prosecutor that is standing in that gap and saying, okay, this might be something I want to pursue, or I'm here pursuing this work, what would you say?
I would say keep your focus, because a lot of times as a survivor, you have something sitting on your shoulder called imposter syndrome. A lot of times people, you have something sitting on your shoulder that's called imposter syndrome. And one of the things that I've experienced is that little voice saying, you can't do this. You can't show up in the way that you want to because you're damaged, because you're broken. And what I say, because actually I had a law student tell me this recently, that she was also a survivor and wanted to become a prosecutor, is you have to remain focused on what your goal is and who your person is that you are doing this for. Mm-hmm. My person was 9-year-old Christina. And once you find that person is oftentimes your inner child, you keep your focus and you keep it moving.
Nice. Well, thank you so much, Christina. I appreciate you sharing your story. I appreciate you sharing just the information about strategy, educating the community, educating churches and nonprofits, and the idea that it cannot be done alone. Government cannot do this alone. Church cannot do this alone, but it must be done in community. So thank you so much for your time to join us today. And thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you all for coming. I'm Dr. Mildred Muhammad, and it is with my whole heart that I join no more in the Center for the Prevention of Abuse for this global live stream, commemorating the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. My presence here is rooted in a survival story I share with far too many, yet mine took a uniquely tragic turn. I am a survivor of domestic abuse. The man who abused me, my ex-husband, John Allen Muhammad, escalated his violence by orchestrating the DC sniper attacks as a calculated plot to end my life. I lived through those attacks, gripped by the same fear as my community, never imagining I was the hidden target. The day law enforcement revealed the truth, my world shattered. The random violence that stunned the nation was, in fact, a domestic violence homicidal plot using our community's terror as its cover. This understanding connects me deeply to the importance of seeing the hidden pain behind public facades. While my story is an extreme example, the patterns of control, escalation, and hidden violence is tragically common. This is why our community is vital. When we come together, we bring these hidden truths into the light. We show the world that violence against women is not a private matter, but a global crisis that demands our collective compassion and action. By saying no more together, we break the silence that allows abusers to operate. We create a world where no woman has to suffer in the shadows. This work of supporting survivors and preventing future violence is critical. At this very moment, the organizations that provide life-saving services like emergency housing, legal support, and trauma care are facing severe cuts. This is why I'm asking you to extend your compassion by supporting the Elimination of Violence Against Women's Day Relief Fund. Your donation, even just $1, is a direct lifeline to these charities and the survivors they serve. Please visit nomore.org to contribute. Thank you for your compassion, for listening, and for adding your voice to this crucial cause. Together, we can create a world where every woman can live in safety and in peace. Thank you.
Today, I'm so pleased to introduce Cecile Mazzucarati, a leading voice in global efforts to end gender-based violence. You bring a deep expertise through your work experience through the United Nations FPA as a gender advisor, forwarding strategies that tackle both immediate needs and long-term systemic change. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. And how was your commute here? I know it's so much going on in the world today.
A little crazy right now in New York City with the General Assembly.
Nice. Awesome. So we're so happy to have you. And I just want to jump right in. Is that okay with you?
That's great.
Awesome. So much of your work has centered on reducing gender-based violence and harmful practices around West and Central Africa. What drew you to this work, and how do you see your role today contributing to a broader effort to end gender-based violence?
So I work with the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, and I'm just returning from 3 years in Senegal, where we have a regional office that covers 23 countries of the West and Central Africa region. And it's a region where gender norms, unequal gender norms, gender-based violence, lack of access to education, sexual and reproductive health care really impacts the populations and really impacts adolescents and young people specifically. And it's a very young region. 66% of the population, 66% of 471 million people in this region are under the age of 25. And I had done a lot of work supporting youth activism and engagement in peace and security earlier on, including the leadership of adolescent girls and young women. But it's actually really difficult in that part of the world and elsewhere because of the violence and the threats that adolescent girls and young women face. If you're married at age 14, if you're not in school, it's very hard to engage in public life. And everywhere for women, engaging in public life, even simply public discussions, can be very dangerous. So that was really the reason why I wanted to work on GBV specifically in that part of the world.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Wow, that 14. Wow, that is crazy. And so in your report, I want to shift to your report toward zero gender-based violence, harmful practices in West and Central Africa. You mentioned new forms of gender-based violence, including the tech-facilitated gender-based violence. Could you unpack what kinds are already manifesting and which ones you see as like rising threats?
So in that region of the world, as elsewhere, but in that region specifically, you really see a continuum of and a diversity of forms of gender-based violence. So you have what we call traditional harmful practices like female genital mutilation, 17 countries in the region have female genital mutilation as a practice. In some countries like Guinea, Sierra Leone, Mali, it's 80% of the girls who are cut. In this region of the world, you also have 7 out of the 10 countries that have the highest prevalence of child marriage. So it's girls being married when they're still children. And then, of course, you have intimate partner violence, sexual violence, including in conflict crisis, etc. And in addition to these traditional forms and well-known forms of violence, you have new forms of violence emerging, including facilitated by technology. Now, the extent of the phenomenon in the region is not well known. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence, but there's not a lot of research yet that would really show the extent of the phenomenon. But I want to share an anecdote to illustrate. So I was meeting with activists who are working on ending female genital mutilation. They're from the Central Sahel, Francophone countries. And so their whole day, they're going and they talk to their community members. They talk to religious leaders to explain how harmful it is for girls to be submitted to female genital mutilation. They go to radio talk shows, etc. So that's their daily work. Then at the end of the day, they come home, they turn on their computer, and here they find hate mail. They find that their address has been put out on Facebook. So you see you see the situation. They're fighting violence in different ways and at every step, and they're themselves victim of these forms of violence that are, again, really threatening women's rights organizations, women's rights activists, but again, to extent and forms that are not well known and understood in that part of the world.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, not awesome that it's happening, but that information is just, because you think about it, the question when I framed it, I was thinking about, the people that are living there, not even thinking about the people that are there to do the work, that are there to educate and inform those who are impacted by this violence. They are now becoming victims of that same violence in different forms because of their activism, because of their desire to educate and inform the community. So that is exceptional here. That also too, that you're being made aware of it, but also like you said, it's still too fresh to have the numbers, but people are being made aware of it and people are looking to figure out how do we make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what is one takeaway you have for viewers of this broadcast?
Ending gender-based violence is possible, and everyone has a role to play. You can be just a parent, maybe you're an educator, maybe you're a broadcaster, or maybe you're a religious leader, maybe you're working in the private sector in tech. Everyone can play a role. You can call out inequalities. You can call out gender discrimination, because gender-based violence blossoms and develops on a bedrock of thinking that women and men are not equal, thinking that gender is an ideology and that it's not just about the equal rights of all people. So I think everyone can just do their part every day by just calling it out when they see it, by reminding everyone that everyone has the same rights, and it can be to your kids, to your community members, to your political leaders.
Thank you so much. I love the simplicity of that statement, that everyone has a part and that this can end. I think when we ask those questions, we look for the big, profound, long messages about all of the, list of laundry list of things that you could be doing. But the simple statement is that it can end and everyone has a part is so simple, but so profound. So thank you so much for your time today, Cecile. I really enjoyed this conversation, and thanks for being here with us.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
For years, I thought I had escaped the horrors of my childhood. My father's overt abuse was a storm, loud, angry, impossible to ignore. So when I met him, the man who seemed so different, I thought I had finally found safety. He wasn't my father. He didn't yell or scream or raise a hand every other day. At first he was kind, charming even. I thought everything was great. But over time the cracks started to show. The cold distance. The days where I felt like an inconvenience. subtle digs, the underhand comments, which weren't enough to be called mistreatment, but were just enough to make me doubt myself. I'd lie awake at night crying, unable to understand why I felt anxious or stressed. I told myself it wasn't that bad. I mean, he wasn't my father. But deep down I knew. I knew that he could hurt me if I pushed too far, and that fear controlled me. As the years passed, the emotional manipulation evolved into something much darker. What started as control turned into sexual abuse. At first I couldn't see it for what it was. Maybe I didn't want to see it. I clung on to the idea that everything would get better, that I could fix it, that it wasn't as bad as it felt. But the progression was undeniable, and I couldn't look away anymore. By the time it ended, I found myself in a police station, looking for justice, hoping someone would stand up for me. But nothing was done. Nothing. I left that station without any real resolution. But I did leave, because that was the day I decided to start over. Healing isn't immediate, still day by day. But now I get to choose what my days look like. I am no longer silent. I am no longer hiding. The mask I wore for all those years has gone, and I speak openly about what I endured. Not because it's easy, but because someone needs to hear it. I know it's difficult to write, but I also know it's possible. Healing isn't easy, but it is worth it. And every day, you have the power to choose a better life, because still I rise. And so can you.
你知道11月25号是全球终止妇女受暴日吗？
当然知道，这天也是16天反性别暴力行动的开始。今年主题是联合起来终止对妇女和女孩的数位暴力，正好呼应妇女救援基金会一直在努力的方向。这16天，我们在脸书上也有响应活动哦。
那你知道我们妇女救援基金会为什么那么重视吗？
哦，因为暴力不是个人问题，而是社会文化的问题。性别刻板印象、性别歧视、权利不平等，都会让暴力一再发生。要改变，就需要每个人、团体、家庭、政府一起行动，反对性别暴力，支持性别平等。
那我们要如何实现这个目标呢？
可以从自己开始哦。例如，我们勇于求助专业机构，或者是用安全的方式介入阻止暴力。当然，也可以捐款支持跟妇援会一样在反对性别暴力的组织，以及督促政府要编列预算、要制定政策，以及要通过法案，这样子才可以让性别平等真正落实。
My name is Morgan Price, and I'm the Education and Outreach Coordinator at the Saskatoon Sexual Assault and Information Centre in Saskatchewan, Canada. Eliminating violence against women and girls is deeply important to the Saskatoon Sexual Assault and Information Centre, as 1 in 3 girls will experience sexual abuse before they turn 18 in Canada. 1/3 of our female population should not be at risk of experiencing sexual violence here in Canada, and that's why we put so many of our efforts and resources into prevention work in an attempt to create a safer community for women and girls. For any survivors of sexualized violence that may be listening to this, we see you, we believe you, and you are not damaged goods. You are valued, you are important, and you are loved.
Hi, my name is Lindila Masibugo and I represent the Survivor Eswatini Support Group in the Kingdom of Eswatini. We are dedicated to providing essential counseling and a pathway to healing for survivors of sexual violence across the nation of Eswatini. Eliminating violence against women and girls is vital to our work because we witness the horrific consequences of that violence every single day. It is not an abstract social problem. It is the raw trauma that walks through our doors. Violence against women and girls destroys individual life. It shatters families and cripples our community's ability to thrive. We are calling for radical collective action. We demand a nation where safety is a guaranteed right, not a privilege. To all survivors, we offer this unwavering message of hope. Your story is valid, your healing is possible, and you are not alone. And to our community, let's stand together to dismantle the silence.
Well, our next panel focuses on ending violence against LGBTQ+ communities. Please welcome our moderator for this panel. It's Lindsay Dearlove, Director of Operations for the No More Foundation. And joining her, please welcome Simon Blake, OBE, CEO of Stonewall, and Lena Cumberbatch, also Chair of Gallup. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We're here today with organisations working across the lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, intersex and asexual communities to explore how inclusion, safety and dignity must remain at the heart of efforts to end gender-based violence. As harmful rhetoric rises and many communities face increasing risks, this conversation is both urgent and necessary. Together we'll reflect on the intersections of the LGBTQI+ rights and anti-violence work and discuss what true inclusion means for every victim survivor. Thank you both for joining me. I have Simon Blake, the Chief Executive of Stonewall, and Lena Cumberbatch, who is the current chair of Gallup, doing the beautiful job of chairing the trustees. Thank you both for joining us. So my first question to you. We are seeing a growing climate of exclusion, where polarizing and vilifying narratives about the LGBTQI+ community and people, particularly trans folk, are shared in an online and offline spaces. How does this misinformation contribute to gender-based violence, and how can we challenge it?
That increase in violence is one of those key things that's been happening. That the concept and understanding of misinformation is one of the key points that you made there. And so we're looking at oppressive experiences of gender, oppressive experience and expectations around sexual orientation that are creating spaces that are unsafe for LGBTQI+ communities. And so what that can mean sometimes is, for example, you make the effort to reach out and ask for help, but you're ignored because of who you are and your identity. You don't feel like you're safe in the places that are supposed to provide you access and support, or you don't even feel like you're able to tell people what your true identity is, because or on circumstances where you do go and ask for help, you don't get it. So how can we be in places where we're providing support and safety and guidance for people, but they don't feel safe being out? We know that in the frontline services that Gallup provides, we're finding that too many of our participants just don't go and ask for help. So when we're creating misinformation, we're setting oppressive expectations around gender and sexual orientation. We're creating a space that's unsafe, not just for LGBTQI, but for the broader environment. One of the previous speakers spoke about social norms and understanding what that means, and that also impacts LGBTQI+ communities.
It's really important because we know that that first step of reaching out and asking for help, as many victim survivors will attest to, is one of the most challenging. And how the people are met in that moment is the difference between moving forward and not. If you have any thoughts on that question?
Well, just to add, I guess, that in an environment where we're trying to create cultures of non-violence, if we accept violence towards any one group, then we accept violence towards all groups. And that any environment, and one which is increasingly hostile for LGBTQIA+ people, but also for women and for people feeling safe, across the streets, on social media, sometimes I think we think of them as either or, but actually this is about how gender norms are policed around sexual and gender identity. And so, any environment that makes it difficult for anybody to access help, as Lana said, or acts of violence are accepted creates an environment where it can for anyone.
That's really important. Thank you. I'm going to follow up on that question with you, Simon. How does the LGBTQI movement, with regards to inclusion, fit within the wider gender-based violence movement? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah,
Big
I think
question.
this is. Yeah, how long have we got? I think this is one of the really important questions that sometimes it can feel as though. When we're talking about violence on women and girls, it can be through a heteronormative lens. When we know that violence affects all women, non-binary people, and that would include trans, lesbian, bi, queer, asexual women as well. And I think that it's really, really important that we recognise that when we are talking about violence against women, we are talking about that wide spectrum of women. And sometimes, in recent years, it's positioned as you either support women's rights or you support LGBT rights. And clearly, that is absolutely not the position that we want to be in, that we need to be really clear that we are anti-violence, that we're against violence for everybody, and that it isn't one or the other. And that false narrative, if we allow that to hijack the agenda and really detract from the fact that violence is mostly committed by men, by straight men, and that then we don't put the resources and the energy in the right place. So I think we have to see this. Yes, there are differences, and there are some issues of how prevention and support and resources are allocated, and there will always be individual experiences. But overall, this is one approach which is about creating a world in which people do not experience violence, and it's not one or the other.
Yeah, and if I might add, I mean, Gallup takes a truly trauma-focused, trauma-informed, victim and survivor-focused approach to services. We're in a space where if we're not creating spaces that are inclusive, then we are turning away victims and survivors. How can we be in that space when this is the work that we do? So understanding that each person's provision may be different. What an individual needs is defined by that individual. Being able to be informed by their learning, by their knowledge, by their experiences as to what they want in the provision of their services is really key and really important. And so if we're creating spaces where we exclude groups of people, then we are creating spaces where victims and survivors are no longer safe, and we're sending them back to their perpetrators.
Absolutely. I think you've hit on something really, really strong points there. And I suppose it also comes back to where the movement itself originated from. We were all working together back in the beautiful 1970s. It was a nice space. Okay, a bit of a different question, but what does true inclusion look like? You've touched on it just slightly, but really in services against violence against women, in women's shelters, in refuges across the country, what does it really look like? And what do we need to change to get us there?
So we heard earlier, didn't we, from Mandy about empathy and compassion. And we know that in order to have empathy and compassion, we have to start with education. That is where it starts. But we also have to have enough resource, and resource has also been spoken about a lot today. And so that starting principle of inclusion, which Len talks about, is obviously absolutely critical. But a starting principle of inclusion doesn't mean everybody gets the same. And people that are working in this work will know that they're doing risk assessments all of the time on a whole raft of different factors. But that takes a really strong value set. It takes a really strong framework of excellence, and it takes a really strong amount of resource. That's a sentence you can use. It takes enough resource. And we know that people are not always working within a values framework, which would be one which I believe that we need. We know that people are not always trained and have the skills to be doing some of this work. And we also know that there often isn't enough resource. So really, I guess, without... at a principle level, it's about the empathy, the compassion, the individual focus, about having the expertise and the resources. And we know that on the ground, people are working through this on a day-to-day basis. And organisations like Gallup develop that expertise around the LGBTQIA+ community specifically. So over to you, the segue.
Of course, I mean, just to add really in terms of what you've just said, exactly in terms of inclusion not being a mold that fits everybody. I think often what we don't think about when it comes to inclusion is what I don't have to think about. Do I have to police my gender presentation? Do I have to pretend hide my partners and who they are? Do I have to hide my identity? Ultimately, what we want to see with inclusion is, do I feel safe here to be myself? And that's what's key. Because if you can't be safe to be yourself, then how can you ask for the help that you actually need? And that's one of those key things. But also inclusion is intersectional, right? And understanding that there are different identities that overlap with all of our identities. And so whether that's racialized minority identities, whether that's your age, whether that's disability, in addition to your sexual orientation and all the other aspects of your identity that come into how you present in a space, are all of those identities accepted in the space where you need to get help? And so when we think about inclusion and we think about the spaces that we're creating, is your organisation doing the training and the learning? Is it bringing in specialised services? Gallup, we offer a range of services that are tailored by LGBT people for training and experience on LGBT people's experiences. And so being able to bring in that specialised support and training, but also setting the responsibility for everybody in your organisation. This is not your EDI person's job. This is not the health and safety person's job. This is everybody's responsibility to see and spot how we make sure that each person in our organisation feels included.
And I think this is a really important point. Is what does the culture tell you about whether you expect to belong? So often that backdrop is that you may expect that you don't belong. So what are we doing to change the culture? Then what are we saying to people before they get to the service that they're welcome? What are they doing when they get to the service, say, you're welcome and you belong? And what are we doing when people say, actually, we don't feel like we belong, by either looking at the data, because they're not accessing the services, or from the feedback, which is there. And by doing all of those things, we can find ways to create the care that is needed for everybody.
If I can just add on top of that, I think that telegraphing is really important. Like, we are here for you in all these services. That's really key and really cute, really a key to what we're doing. So understanding that inclusion is an active process. Don't assume it's not passive. You have to do something to ensure that people are included. And so sending out those messages in advance and being public about your statements. I wear a pin for a very specific reason, to be visible, right? And so understanding, what are you telegraphing? Individually, as an organisation, as a group, what is it? What message are you sending out there?
I think that's really key, because we do invest so much of our time now in our organisational comms and the way in which we put messages out, and we shape and form them, but are we thinking fully in that way? Are we considering what that first step is, what the doorway into our services are? And once somebody arrives, how are we meeting them at the door and seeing their whole person? But there is also a really important point you mentioned, which was about resources. And how do we make sure that those resources are working for the people that need it most? I mean, and you have a great chat function on your website, which is really important for younger people. And phoning people can be really sort of daunting and too much. So I suppose, how are you seeing that come through on some of those services that you offer?
Yeah, we're getting mixed pictures and good and bad. Gallup services 10,000 people, LGBT plus people, over the course of a year. That's a tiny fraction of the people, LGBTQI people, who are experiencing violence. 65% of LGBT people who experience abuse from family members, from partners in domestic environments, don't report their experiences at all. That's really interesting. So there are opportunities that are not being met at the moment, that we're hoping to be able to do so. But as you say, it's a challenging funding environment for everybody, and being able to get the support and the inclusion in spaces like No More, and saying no more to exclusion in terms of that spaces, and being able to be included in conversations and discussions around broader gender-based violence, as you mentioned earlier, is really important, really key to this message. Understanding that different people's needs sometimes have different provision requirements, so let them define what they need and what they're experiencing. And so the funding is a requirement for that, and it's unfortunately not forthcoming as well. But we are seeing much more positive signs in this. Some of the work around parity and LGBT hate crime law means that the visibility of what the needs of the LGBT plus community are getting more visibility, which is brilliant.
But I think the one thing I would say is that right now what we're hearing people say is, actually, do you know what, I feel less welcome and less safe than I did 10 years ago. So there is also that bit about in an environment which becomes more polarised. It goes right back to the first question where there is a narrative about trans people in particular, people maybe not even getting to the door. So what are the signals that we need to send? And those signals don't always need to be ones which cost a lot of money. That as we know, if you're looking for a signal, like lots of people won't know what this badge means. Lots of people now will know what this badge means who didn't perhaps before, and so we'll see each other on the tube and we'll look and know, these are people who together want to end violence against women and girls. I remember as a young lad looking, and you would see a flag, and at the time flags were not sweet. And if it was a choice between that shop and that shop, I would go to the one with the flag. If you saw someone with a lanyard on, you would want to talk to that receptionist, not to the other at the doctor. So there are all sorts of ways that we send out those signals to people, and how you reassure somebody at the beginning. And so all of these principles, which we all know from working with everybody, and then what do we need to understand about LGBTQIA plus people in order to understand what you might need to do to be able to do that.
It's really important. Thank you for sharing that. I think there's also that piece about how we develop, going forward, services that meet the needs of individual people differently and better, and how we come together as organisations with our commissioners, those that have access to the small pots of money, big pots of money, debatable, and how we build services that are fit for the people in which we work with and serve now. So that's really key.
Well, we know that gender-based violence is massively underfunded across the board. And so improvements and additional funding for across that board sector is really, really key and important.
So it's in a way leads us to why we're doing the Relief Fund and the call for action around that. Thank you so much for that. Our final question, quite an interesting one. What gives you hope that we are moving towards a future where every survivor can access safety, justice and dignity?
Like I said, Gallup's supported 10,000 people last year, and on average supports them. That's 10,000 people who got the support that they needed, whose lives are changed by access to the resources. So I've hoped for that. As an organisation, we're working with organisations like Stonewall, no more, and across the sector to make change in these spaces. And these conversations are becoming more visible and getting more visibility, and that's important and key. And so our hope is for the people who do this work, all of you out there, my colleagues at Gallup and across the sector generally, who are doing amazing work in supporting the people who need our services today and who can continue to do so.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
I would echo all of that, and I think there's a song which a folk singer, Maddie Morris, says, which is hard to be optimistic when you keep being let down. And I think that lots of people feel that about lots of things at the moment. But I also listened to Jacinda Ardern at a conference recently, and she said that sometimes optimism is seen as naivety, but she's reframed it to optimism requires moral courage, because if we do not take optimism, then we say that what is now is good enough, and we accept what is now, and we're not going to work to make it better, and we don't expect you to work to make it better. And I see, around this room, in lots and lots of different places and spaces, people say, this isn't good enough. There may not be enough resources. We may not have enough, but we are going to do our best to make sure we change that. And when you see people with that fire in their belly who are determined and joining forces across the aisle, across different issues in standing solidarity, then you have to be optimistic, because otherwise in jobs like we do, we shouldn't be there if we can't hold that optimism, because we've got to all do it. And I think that's all of our responsibility. So you all give me hope and optimism for the future.
But also it's opportunity, right?
Yeah.
We talked to somebody, one of the previous panels, talked about the guy who said, I didn't know that there was period poverty, and had everybody watch their video. These are opportunities. Take your chances, take your opportunities, take the moments. Tell somebody about what's going on. Share the knowledge. This is going to be going out wide tomorrow. Tell everybody you know, right? Pass on the knowledge, because they are the opportunity for us to make a change and make a difference, and we need that.
Brilliant. Thank you both. What gives me hope is that we're here having this conversation and that we've been able to chat today. So thank you so much. With what we've been shared, it just makes one thing explicitly clear, that safety and justice for survivors cannot exist without inclusion, solidarity, and a commitment to truth over fear. And I think it's really search for that truth. You know, our social media does terrible things to us, but search for that truth. And despite the challenges, our communities continue to show resilience, courage, and hope. But by working together across movements, sectors, and experiences, we move closer to a world where every survivor is believed, supported, and able to live in dignity. Thank you both so much for joining us and sharing so much about the work you do. Thank you.
All of you for this crucial and timely discussion. Thank you so much. Well, our next panel, ladies and gentlemen, confronts one of the movement's most deeply rooted challenges: rape culture and misogyny. Please welcome your moderator for this panel, Penny East, CEO of the Fawcett Society, with her panelists. Thank you so much, Penny.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. Thank you very much, my panel. Hi. Wow, these lights are bright. They were not lying about that. Thanks so much for having us today. It's wonderful to see so many colleagues and old colleagues in this beautiful venue. So today we are going to have a panel about strategies to end rape culture and misogyny. So I think it's fair enough to say that violence against women and girls certainly does not start with physical harm. It begins with attitudes, with language, and with everyday behaviours that are increasingly being normalised. And in recent years, we may have been seeing remarkable progress in some quarters, but unfortunately, we've also seen a real rolling back of women's rights and a worrying resurgence of misogyny, both online and offline. From the rise of online hate movements and to the mainstreaming of hateful influencers. I'm sure I don't need to mention any of them by name. I think we should have a rule to not name them. At the same time, there is hope, and there is definitely really amazing examples of powerful activism, survivors coming to the fore, and new forms of education that are truly shifting the narrative and challenging systems. So today's discussion, we're going to bring through 3 experts who can talk to us today about how we tackle misogyny and really put a spotlight on rape culture that is normalising some of these truly problematic behaviours. So I'm going to introduce my panel, and I am going to start with Eliza. So Eliza is a photographer, a speaker, and a curator. And they founded Cheer Up Love 8 years ago, which is a photo series of women and gender diverse people and their experience of public harassment. And then secondly, we're going to talk to Ellie. And Ellie is the chief of staff for Everyone's Invited, when she's a founding member of the movement. And since its inception, she's played a central role in shaping the organisation's mission to expose and to eradicate rape culture. And then finally, Charlie. Charlie works for Our Streets Now, which is a brilliant advocacy organisation which really puts the spotlight on gender justice and public sexual harassment. And I was just saying to Charlie earlier how much I admire Charlie's social media output. Always give her a watch. Right, intro's done, and we will start with a few questions. Right, so the first one is quite a general question, really kind of introducing your organisation and your approach. So each of your organisations have an approach to tackling misogyny and rape culture. Can you talk about your role in the organisation's activism in challenging the cultural norms that sustain violence? And if we start with Eliza, please.
Yeah, sure. So I founded, as you said, my introduction, I founded Cheer Up Love 8 years ago. It started as a photo series recounting and retelling stories of sexual harassment through photographing survivors standing in the place that they were assaulted, harassed, and kind of using those locations as a stage to reclaim, to speak out, and to kind of take back control of those experiences in order to raise awareness about the issue, but also kind of change the culture around it and change the kind of conversation. This was a time where it was like kind of pre-Me Too. It was early 2017 really. And that was kind of place where it began. And then since then has evolved into a multimedia platform educating around everyday misogyny and kind of like how to break taboos and myth bust by creating like educational content, curating exhibitions, using art for activism, doing workshops, talks, and all sorts of things like that.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And the same question to you, Ellie.
Firstly, thanks for having me. It's so exciting to be with these wonderful people.
I'm Ellie, and I'm the Chief of Staff and one of the founding members of Everyone's Invited. So Everyone's Invited started 5 years ago as an online movement after our CEO and founder, Soma Sara, shared her experience of rape culture and sexual violence on her Instagram account. She put up her story and she started getting all of her friends and friends of friends and friends of friends of friends sending messages in saying, actually, this exact same thing has happened to me and I've never really picked up on it. I've never really realized before. And at the end of that week, it was hundreds of stories. And at the end of that month, it was thousands. So she went on to set up an anonymous website called Everyone's Invited. And on that website, you could share your experience of sexual abuse during your time at school, but you could also name the institution that you were at when it happened. In March of 2021, it absolutely exploded. We had over 50,000 testimonies on our website, over 6,000 schools named. It was spoken about on the back of buses, in classrooms, and even in government. And it prompted this kind of mass media storm and conversation. Students were walking out of their schools in protests. They were creating their own mini Everyone's Invited movements in their own schools. And Ofsted then launched a report into sexual abuse in school in June of 2021. And essentially, they said, look, if you're a school in the UK, you should assume that abuse is happening in your school. That's how widespread this issue is. So we then turned into a charity with a mission to expose and eradicate rape culture, and we have 4 pillars that we work around. So we run an education program. We've worked with 67,000 students in 3 years. We do a lot of advocacy work, so using the information from those testimonies, but also research work. So we have one of the largest data sets on sexual violence in the UK, and it's completely untouched. So we know that in those testimonies and in that data, there are some answers, and there are also potentially some new trends as well. And then we also maintain that safe space. So we still have testimonies coming in all the time. We're completely youth and survivor-led. Our education program is co-designed by young people. And the next 5 years, we're looking at mining that data, finding out some answers, and delivering our education to 10% of all state secondary schools across the UK.
Fantastic. That's great. And that's great to hear that there is an effort to mine that data. Because when you said it was untouched, I thought we need to get some funding so that you guys can analyse it.
Exactly. We need the money.
Need the money. We were just talking about that. We need the money. And finally to you, Charlie.
Amazing. Hi, everyone. I'm Charlie. I'm from Our Streets Now. Our Streets Now is a youth-centred organisation that focuses specifically on public sexual harassment. We are 6 years old now, which is really exciting. And we started when 2 sisters were essentially having a conversation about their own experiences of public sexual harassment and realised actually the scale of public sexual harassment in their lives and their friends' lives was so huge that they wanted to do something that was going to make a change on that issue. When they went to go and look at what was actually happening when it came to public sexual harassment in the UK, they realised that it wasn't a crime, it wasn't a standalone offence in the UK. So they started a petition to change the law. In less than 6 months, they got over 100,000 signatures, which is massive and very, very exciting. And in 2023, that law changed with the sex-based harassment bill, which is huge, but still hasn't come into effect. It hasn't commenced yet, so that law doesn't actually exist in the same way. Alongside that piece of kind of legislative work, lots of amazing activists joined Our Streets Now and started thinking about what are the alternatives to just thinking about this through a kind of like policy and legislative lens. And they thought, actually, there's some really important preventative education work that needs to happen too. So our schools kind of work and also our universities' work came together and started running workshops in schools, running kind of teacher panels, student panels, to really understand what was happening when it came to public sexual harassment in schools and universities. And we continue to do that work now. We've also recently branched out into doing specific work in sports with some incredible ambassadors across the UK because we've realised that there is a massive, massive problem in sports around public sexual harassment and harassment more widely as well. So looking at kind of like what that kind of looks like, and we've done some amazing training with some amazing kind of national governing bodies recently too. So yeah, looking at that kind of preventative education and preventative legislative lens.
Thank you so much. And I think what's striking about all your answers is how, when you built these platforms, how prevalent, how many people came to you, how much they needed that space to be able to share their experiences, and how common it is. I mean, I work for Fawcett Society. We've been campaigning for misogyny to be a hate crime for many years. I was talking to some police officers who are very, very much against it. Their main argument being the court system couldn't cope, which seems like a bit of a, off reason to not do something, because it's such a problem that we possibly couldn't cope with the outcomes. Okay, so moving on to our second question, and we're really looking about rebuilding our culture brick by brick. So this is quite an ambitious question to answer in a very short space of time, but I wonder if you could talk a little bit about one belief or behaviour that you'd love to dismantle within our society that you think would be really impactful, and if you dismantled it, what would you replace it with? And I am going to start with Ellie, if that's okay.
Yeah. So the thing that always sticks out for me, and it's what I think is kind of one of the most important things that we teach when we go into schools, is our perceptions of sexual violence and our perceptions of rape. When we work with young people, the ideas and the narrative that they are being fed around what rape and sexual abuse looks like is an incredibly sensationalized, overtly violent act. And they're constantly being told, don't talk to strangers, don't walk down dark alleyways, don't get the bus late home at night. And the only time that they're seeing it in the media is kind of those sort of stranger danger events, things that are actually do happen, but are quite rare. 97% of victims are known to their perpetrators. And so when we go in and we say, unfortunately, this is a lot closer to home than you've been told your whole life, it's a massive shock. And I think that changing those perceptions and being like, look, this is likely to happen around you. It's likely to happen from a friend, a family member, a colleague, a partner, in those kind of first formative sexual experiences. And the problem is when we have that perception that it's just that stranger down a dark alleyway, we're not being realistic about what the issue is, and we're not giving young people and survivors the space to recognize that what's happened to them is wrong. It's more than just an off feeling or a weird feeling, or them saying, well, this is what I thought sex was meant to be or look like. This is actually illegal. And this is rape, it is sexual abuse. And so I think that's one of the most important things is to challenge those narratives. And I think I would replace it with, we all have the ability to be good people and bad people, right? But it's about how we raise people. And so I think, the key is making sure that education is happening sooner, earlier. A lot of the time I feel like we're doing intervention work, not genuine prevention work. And it's the one thing we always hear from students is like, you're getting here too late. And the next is that, just believing survivor voices, which is like a simple thing. It should, we should be able to have that, right? That's the least that we should be able to provide. But still, we've got 52,000 testimonies on our website, and we still get people coming to us saying, but how do you know they haven't made it up? So that's my take on that.
Yeah. I mean, that's shocking. How do you know that they haven't made it up? All 52,000 of them. Okay. Right, moving on to Charlie.
Yeah, I think actually it's really interesting. I think we've got very connected ideas of what we would like to dismantle. And for me, it's this really binary perception around what it means to be a victim or a perpetrator. So to be a victim or survivor means that you are a victim or survivor, and to be a perpetrator means that you are a perpetrator. And I would replace that with this idea that actually all of us have the ability to cause harm, and all of us have the ability to have harm caused to us. And I think that that's really, really important, especially when we're thinking about this from a very intersectional perspective, and thinking actually there are so many different experiences of gender-based violence that exist in that way. And there are some things that will be completely unknown to one person and very known to another. And that will massively impact the way that they go to services or talk about their experiences, who they talk about their experiences to, etc. And I think that that's really, really important as well, of being actually we're all causing harm at some point, and we're all going to receive harm at some point. And how can we shift that mentality to really understand that we need to have slightly more transformative approaches to solutions to gender-based violence, which really, again, comes back to that education perspective too.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And lastly, on to Eliza.
Yeah, so I think mine would be a going back to basics a little bit, because when I started this work 8 years ago, the conversation, like there maybe was some conversation happening like online and in like specific kind of feminist spaces and communities, but it wasn't kind of part of the wider discourse. So part of what I was trying to challenge was this idea that, you know, the kind of small stuff in quotation marks like didn't matter so much, the like micro forms of everyday harassment, everyday sexism. And then, you know, over the years, I feel like society's perception of that like really changed. But at the moment, I feel like we're in a bit of a swing back and there's a bit of a backlash towards like all things feminist, and I guess this general conversation that we're having around, you know, like preventing and tackling violence against women and girls. So I kind of want to bring it, like, I don't know, just go back to square one and challenge that, you know, these kind of everyday normalised forms of like, you know, micro and quotation marks like harassment, that they are, you know, not that bad. They are the kind of bedrock and foundation of like all forms of, you know, violence. And I think if we ignore that stuff, then how are we going to tackle the rest of it? Because it's all linked.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kind of cultural point, every time I talk to women's organisations, they talk about this kind of fear that things are rolling back, that kind of there is an increasingly loud narrative to disbelieve women and to start to push back against some of these feelings. I mean, the first question I got asked when I started this job was, do you really need organisations like this anymore? Feminism's done what it needs to do. And you just said, yeah. And that was a BBC journalist that asked me that as well. It wasn't some kind of, I mean, it was really mainstream question. You just think the kind of disconnect between a question like that and the reality that women and girls are going through every day is just, it's crazy. Okay, I'm going to start with our last question, actually, because I can see, I'm on the time. So on our last question, and just on that point about the kind of rolling back of our rights, I think it's really important to try and find hope where we can. So this is going to be our last question, is around hope. So after all you've witnessed in your work with your organisations, what gives you hope that one day we can truly live in a culture that is respectful and consent-based? And I'm going to start with you, Charlie, if that's okay.
Beautiful. I actually have two things, but I'm going to be really quick.
Okay.
One of them is the incredible pool of like volunteers that we've had at Our Streets Now. We started off as a volunteer-led organisation, and there are so many incredible people who really want to just like muck in, get involved, do something to change these cultures. And the more you speak to these incredible volunteers, these incredible survivors often of like different forms of gender-based violence, you're actually learning so much from them, and there's so much beauty in what they want to create better spaces, especially our young activist pool. They are incredible and constantly thinking of things that I would never think of, and I'm obsessed with every single one of them. And the second thing is actually we run a lot of mixed gender workshops in schools, and some of the things that the boys are coming out with are really nuanced and absolutely brilliant. And there are some conversations that I've had, especially in the last like 6 months, where people are quite scared of a rise of the far right, or like what transphobia looks like in the UK right now and like the rise of that. They want to have these conversations and they want to engage in them and they want to engage critically. And it's really, really exciting to have a space where you can open up that conversation and let them have that space without them feeling scared to have it with you. So that feels great.
That does feel great. Thank you for sharing that. And Eliza, we'll come to you.
Yeah, so I would say it's, you know, for every like bad or scary or like horrible comment that you see online from, you know, whoever it might be around, you know, whether it's like trolling around, you know, this issue and stuff. And whenever you say something, there's always like a little bit of a backlash. For any of those like bad comments, I'm seeing so many more like supportive comments from, you know, not just like women and people in my community, but from men as well, in a way that I haven't really seen before. And I'll get sent things by my community, and like more and more men seem to be like engaging in like a positive way with the work online, and like actually kind of being bystanders, standing up, calling things out in a way that I think people just feel a little bit more confident doing nowadays. So there is that side of things. And there's also just for, you know, however much like kind of bad, horrible like headlines and stuff you see in the news, that's just like a fraction of, you know, the picture of what's happening. But what you don't see is all of the good work, and that's never spoken about in the news, and that never really makes the headlines in the same way. And just working with like both of these amazing people here, we've like worked together in different ways over the past few years, I'm constantly inspired by the work that is happening, that no one really doesn't get the same amount of like attention and media spotlight, and it's happening, and there's a lot of incredible people working like so hard to make things better. So that gives me a lot of hope.
Thank you so much. And Ellie, if you could give our closing words.
Yeah, I'm going to do two really quick as well. But on the same kind of narrative, I think the engagement that we've had from young men and women, but specifically I think men who are saying, this is the first time, now that I've had this education program that's taught, this is the first time I feel like I actually have the skills to be invited into the conversation and talk about it, and I feel empowered. Like, we had a student the other day, 15-year-old boy, came to one of my facilitators after the session and said, I've only ever seen abuse in my family. Like, everybody I know in my family lives with domestic abuse, sexual abuse, and today that stops with me. So, seeing that from the students, we have amazing student advisory board members, we have got incredible community champion members, like, so much of our work is powered by young people. And the second thing is, I say those 52,000 stories. I mean, Soma, our CEO, she always says, 5 years ago, she was alone in her bedroom with a story that she could not bear to keep to herself anymore. And 5 years later, she's now one story in a sea of 52,000. And I think that survivor voice is so special, and a lot of the time it's really underrated, but it can make change.
Thank you so much. And we've heard so much from previous panels about how important preventative work is. And it's fair to say that all three of you seem to really be engaging young people. And it's so brilliant to hear that you're engaging with young boys and men as well, and that giving them the right support really early on really kind of roots out some of those problematic attitudes. So thank you all for that you do. And thanks so much for having us today. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Penny. Thank you so much for that very enlightening panel. And now we have the final part of our programme. The wonderful poet, G. Denoa, sadly couldn't be with us here today. She suffered a personal tragedy, so unfortunately couldn't come to speak. However, to speak on her behalf and her powerful words, we have the wonderful Madeleine McQueen, one of our delegates, who will be reading G's words. Thank you so much to Madeleine.
Masquerade Ball. I appear in my disguise to share an evening with you all, to indulge in laughter and joy and create new memories of happiness. As I dance the night away, high on my newfound life, I suddenly feel a familiar hold. One of control and aggression, whispers of promises, of broken bones, when we return home. Thank you. I have another. Flashbacks. If I take myself there, which is not often, I close my eyes and I see you. Outraged monster consumed by anger and violence. I see you on that final day to what was considered home, reached for your weapon to attempt your final blow. Thank you.
Oh, wait, Madeleine. Madeleine, thank you so much. That was so beautifully read. Madeleine McQueen, everyone. Thank you so much. And thank you to G for sending that. We're sorry that she can't be here.
The Retreat, United States. As Joe March once said, women, they have minds and they have souls as well as just hearts. And they've got ambition and they've got talent as well as just beauty. I'm so sick of people saying that love is just all a woman is fit for. I'm so sick of it. Channeling this ambition with initiative, our youth gives others a voice through educational programs like the Retreat's Teen Leadership Council. Find an organization near you. Use your powerful voice to represent your generation well. Women ages 18 to 24 generally experience the highest rates of intimate partner violence. Together, let's lower this statistic. Women, stay aware. Women, uplift others. Women empower all. And remember, to have a healthy relationship, encourage and associate equality first.
Sziasztok! Emese vagyok, a Háttértársaság képzési munkatársa.
Én pedig Hella, a Háttértársaság operatív vezetője, illetve ügyvivője. A Háttértársaság Magyarország legnagyobb és legrégebben működő LMBTQ szervezeteként 1995 óta dolgozunk a szexuális és nemi kisebbségek számára befogadóbb társadalomért.
Szervezetünk számára kiemelten fontos, hogy tevékenységünket interszekcionális szemléletben folytassuk, és hogy az LMBTQI közösség minden egyes tagjának biztonságáért és méltóságáért érdemben dolgozzunk.
Ez azonban elengedhetetlen, hogy kimondjuk, ma a nők legyenek leszbikusok, biszexuálisok, heteroszexuálisok, transzneműek vagy ciszneműek, rendszer szintű erőszaknak és elnyomásnak vannak kitéve.
A Háttértársaságnál hiszünk a szolidaritás erejében, hiszen az LMBTQI közösség tagjaként mi is megtapasztaltuk már, milyen sokat jelent, ha mások kiállnak mellettünk. Közösségünk legfontosabb szövetségesei olyan többségében cisznemű és heteroszexuális nők, akiknek a hangját a társadalom ritkán hallja meg. Itt az ideje, hogy visszanozzuk ezt a szolidaritást, és kiálljunk a nők elleni erőszak ellen. Mert együtt erősebbek vagyunk.
Greetings from Budapest, Hungary, from Non Women's Rights Association. We've been fighting violence against women since 1994 in Hungary, and we believe that violence against women is a violation of women's human rights, and every woman who is affected matters and deserves peace and a violence-free life.
Hi, my name is Ana Lorena Sanchez, and I am here to raise my voice and join the movement to end violence against women. I'm sending this message as an ally and as a survivor of domestic violence. I believe that a huge part of my survival, empowerment, and healing process came from being witnessed first, being believed second, and then being blessed with the resources and help needed to lay the bricks to a path forward. So my first call to action would be to become better listeners and better witnesses. This is the only way that we can create a safe space for anybody being subjected to any kind of violence to come forward and speak up. Secondly, we all know the statistics, and to be honest, one victim is one too many. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that awareness is beautiful, but adding action to that awareness is what actually creates change. So if it's in your heart and you feel inclined to do so, please donate to organizations such as No More and their Relief Fund that increase the resources for victims to become survivors. Lastly, thank you so much for showing up. It means more than you know.
So welcome back. I am so excited for this next conversation. It's both powerfully and deeply important. We're talking about the case of Brisa D'Angelo, a Bolivian activist and survivor who has been at the forefront of challenging how societies respond to sexual violence. Brisa courageously brought her own case forward after experiencing abuse as a teenager. And when the national justice system failed to protect her, she pursued accountability at the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Her fight was not only about seeking justice, but also about changing laws and systems so survivors everywhere are believed, protected, and supported. I'm honored to be here with Brisa, Rosie, and Rosa today. Can you both briefly introduce yourselves?
Well, thank you so much. It's such an honor and privilege to be with you all today, and also to have this opportunity to lift up the tremendous leadership and courage of survivors who, like Brisa, have made such a huge impact in this work to prevent and end gender-based violence. And I've had an opportunity over the last 3 decades to be involved in this work in many different ways. First, as a direct legal service provider working with survivors, but then having an opportunity to work in national policy advocacy, legislative advocacy, and in government, Most recently, I had the opportunity to serve at the White House as a senior advisor on gender-based violence during the Biden-Harris administration, and then to serve as the director of the Office on Violence Against Women at the U.S. Department of Justice. And presently, I work as co-director of the Mosaic Initiative at the Battered Women's Justice Project, also known as BWJP. So it's an opportunity to really work with local communities and states in implementing so much of this groundbreaking work, and also have the opportunity to support this work globally. At BWJP, we have the Center on Global Rights for Women, and also presently as a visiting senior research scholar at the University of Miami's Human Rights Program at their law school. So this dialogue today about how we're doing this work domestically and globally is so important. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. And I just want to recognize the opening of this space, to discuss not only Brisa's wonderful work, but also her life, and also her case before the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And I've actually been quite lucky because I've been able to work with Brisa since she actually first brought the case before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights and until it became a judgment of the Inter-American Court. And now I'm actually in academia. I actually work as a full-time dean and a full-time professor in the area of international law and human rights and women's rights. And I've continued working with Brisa on that journey. So thank you so much. And I salute your work as well in this area.
Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to learn more about how Brisa's story has impacted your journey as a professional in this space also. So to begin, we'll hear directly from Brisa. Although she couldn't join us live today, she shared a message on her journey.
My name is Brisa de Angulo, and I am the CEO and founder of A Bruise of Hope. But I am more known for my case at the Inter-American Court. When I was a child, I was repeatedly raped and tortured by an adult family member. And in that process, I, just like most of victims of sexual violence, I developed bulimia, anorexia, self-mutilation, suicide attempts. And in that process, I realized that I wasn't alone, but that there were thousands of children that were going through what I was going through. I tried to look for justice in my country, and everywhere that I went, I was ostracized, blamed, told that it was my fault. And that's when I made a decision that I was going to use my voice to make a difference. So even though I was still a child then, I funded the first and only program in the country for child victims of sexual violence. And then I decided that I needed to get educated so that I had the skills to support other children. So I went into doing my degree in psychology, and then I did my degree in neuropsychology because I wanted to understand how trauma affects the brain and how, as people who accompany children who've been through this type of trauma, can see the impact and then support them. So after I went through my master's in neuropsychology, I continued working with children, and I realized that the law cannot be, that healing cannot be, I realized that healing cannot be at the margin of the law. And that part of starting your journey of healing had to be with the access to justice. And so I decided that I was going to take my own case to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and sue the whole government. So I decided to go to law school. I went to law school and became my own lawyer. It took 20 years, but I finally went to the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And then I was able to sue the government of Bolivia, and the Inter-American Court found in my favor. What is important about this case is that even though they wanted to have like an amicus agreement where they would give me money and all this stuff, I denied every penny from this government because what I wanted was to create legal standards to protect child victims of sexual violence. So when the case came out, the court was able to create new international human rights standards for child victims of sexual violence in 23 countries. So that is what I'm dedicating my life. So even though it's taken me 22 years to get to this point where now we have a case that gives the standards, I feel my job is just starting, because now it's like, how do we apply these standards in these 23 countries? Something that I have seen after the case is that there is more openness to listening to the voices of survivors. And one thing that I have been saying for a really long time, many, many decades, is that nothing about us without us. We can't continue having academics, legislators, people from the government making laws and deciding things that are going to affect victims of sexual violence without having the voices of victims in the process to say, this is what we need, this is what we needed, this is what we want, and this is how you can help us. And so what I am seeing now is the emboldened of survivors and how they are recognizing how important their voice is. And that even though we continue to get the door shut on our face, we don't stay quiet. So we have been able to create this regional coalition of survivors who support each other, who have a strategy for the region, and we work to make sure that all these standards are changed in all these 23 countries. So I think one of the most important things in this process is to recognize that even though my aggressor tried to take my childhood away, tried to take my dreams away, there's something that he didn't take. And that was my voice. And through my voice, I have reconstructed myself. Yes, maybe I am not who I would have been, but I get to decide who I want to be. And I get to decide every single day where I want to go, what I want to do with who I am. So any survivors that are listening out there, just to let you know that you are not alone. That yes, it is hard. Yes, it is painful. And yes, it feels like there is no way out. And many times the only way out seems to be taking your life away. I want to let you know that there is a way out. I have been working for 22 years with thousands of child victims of sexual violence. And it is beautiful to see how they can regain the wonder and the beautifulness of being alive. And so I don't like the word survivors that much, because I don't just want to survive. I want to super live. I want to fully live. And so to see that we can enjoy every single day of our lives and get to enjoy the sunlight and the flowers, things that our aggressor made us not want to feel or think or enjoy, and to feel that that's possible, it's a big hope. I know it's not easy, but it's a fun journey when you learn to become your best friend. That your best friend is yourself, and you and your best friend are going to make it happen. So I think that it is important that we all work together to end child sexual violence. And there's a lot of amazing organizations that are working out there to bring the voices of survivors, to make sure that they are guiding the path of how to make a difference in this world. So I encourage you to join and to see how you can support.
Thank you, Brisa, for sharing your powerful story. So this question is for Rosa. From a human rights perspective, what does Brisa's case reveal about the barriers survivors face in accessing justice, both in Bolivia and globally?
Well, first of all, for me, it's a very emblematic case, of the magnitude and prevalence of the problem of sexual violence against girls and also incest, not only in the region, but globally. Mm-hmm. And when you look at the judgment of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, I would say there's 4 aspects in particular that really illustrate, why we keep on paying so much attention, right, to the situation of girls, and why they need this special lens, when it comes to their cases before administration of justice systems, but also when it comes to the legislative framework and the implementation aspect. One of the most important aspects of the judgment is that the court recognizes that cases of girls, when they're being seen by the administration of justice, and that means when they're investigated and when they're prosecuted, there are massive delays, right? And also very, very comprehensive irregularities, which prove to be insurmountable in many cases, leaving all these aggressors in impunity. In the case of Brees in particular, the court basically confirmed there's a higher standard for administration of justice systems in order to process these cases, which means that there shouldn't be delays. And also they should have what we call this gender perspective, but also this children's rights perspective.
Right.
When they're being investigated, which means they should be free from gender-based stereotypes. They should be free from intersectional discrimination. Brisa, for example, suffered a lot of re-victimization, when this case was seen in Bolivia. And I think what's amazing in her case is that she's actually one of the few survivors that actually reported this incident before the authorities. But then she basically went through an incredible amount of degrading treatment, not only her, but her family members when she was trying to pursue justice. Other two aspects that I think are big on this case, one of them is the question of legislation. The reality is that all the legislative framework in Bolivia needs reform, especially when it comes to, the criminal prosecution of cases related to sexual violence, the element of consent, which is a very important element now recognized at the international level, is not recognized in that legislation. The Inter-American Court basically ordered the state to reform 3 sets of legislation, which is pretty historic for the court. And lastly, I would say, for me, one of the most important legacies of the judgment is the area of reparations. You have a court that is very substantive in ordering the state of Bolivia to reform their entire legislative, institutional, programmatic, and services framework, on behalf of survivors of sexual violence who are girls, and it's really interesting for me. The message to states is that you have to be ready to prevent these cases, to make sure these cases can be reported. Their job is not just prosecuting them when they have already occurred, right? Which is pretty major, in a region like the Americas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really appreciate that perspective about the messaging of preventative measures, right? It's what has happened and what has been before seemed very reactionary. So I really appreciated that perspective and that call out from the courts to say, okay, here's what you need to do, but here's how you need to prepare for it in the future. So that is amazing. And it is unprecedented that you see things like this happening. But it brings hope, right? It brings hope for the future that these things can happen and we can move forward in this direction. And I could dig into everything that you said and we could have a 2-hour conversation just about like the court's order in general. So thank you so much for that answer. And Rosie, like you have decades of experience. I remember hearing about your work when I was coming out of college. I'm not going to age myself, many, many years ago. So I know that this is, this means so much to me. And you've worked at the intersection of policy and practice on so many levels, both federal and state level, right? So how can governments and institutions move beyond symbolic commitments and deliver real protections for survivors?
Yeah, thank you, Candace, for that question and for all your work and leadership in this space as well. And, just this past year, we were commemorating the 30th anniversary of the Violence Against Women Act, first passed in the U.S. in 1994.
Beautiful celebration. Yes.
And I think what was so powerful about that celebration, it was a reminder that it was actually the voices and leadership of survivors, their stories, which are so hard to share, but they do that with great courage and as leaders to bring about the kinds of legislative reform you're talking about, because that's how VAWA came about. And each reauthorization, VAWA usually has to be reauthorized by Congress. No one ever says this law is great, we have solved the problem. Not at all. It's an opportunity with great humility to go back and listen to the voices of survivors, advocates, people on the front lines. What's working well that can be scaled up? How are we highlighting promising practices, supporting good work, but also where there are a lot of gaps and barriers and challenges. So every time we're working on reforming the laws further, but hearing about the lived realities on the ground. And so that's why I think the progress is so important for all countries. And as you said, in the US, we have not only the national federal law, but all the 50 states, 6 territories, all those laws that are so essential and are different across states. So it's learning on what's working, passing and reforming laws, but the laws are only as good as the paper they're written on if we are not implementing them well. And that's another huge barrier and challenge. And so a lot of that, as you've pointed out, and what's so important about Brisa's case and the ruling of the Inter-American Court, how are we training judges and prosecutors, law enforcement, but also the health professionals, public health, all across all these different systems that survivors interact with? They can either have a pathway to safety and justice and healing, or they can be re-traumatized, re-victimized, shaming, and we still see that. And so there's just a lot to be done. An example, even training on the neurobiology of trauma and how that impacts survivors. When we've done those trainings with judges and law enforcement, they're like, I wish I would have known this 20 years ago. They're not aware. I had law enforcement officers say, you don't know what you don't know. I didn't realize all the ways at times we re-traumatize, shame, don't believe, and don't support survivors. But in addition to the laws, the training of the professionals, it's also the critical victim advocates, resources in community, faith-based, in community-based organizations. All of those are crucial because it's not just prosecuting a case. How are we really creating those pathways, multiple pathways? Some survivors will engage with the criminal justice system, others won't.
Right.
Some will go the civil way, others are looking for response around economic security and housing and well-being in their communities. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. We need comprehensive approaches. We need to call in everyone to be a part of the solution, to your point, to move beyond just the rhetoric and really make sure that survivors are seen, believed, supported, and have that pathway to justice and healing and well-being.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that answer. And I love what you said, that the laws are only as good as the pen and paper that they were written on, right? Unless we get to the space of like operationalizing them and looking at it from a communal perspective and looking at it as that, there's no one way to solve this. And I love that as well that you said, every time they've gone to reauthorize this, no one has been able to say, okay, we've figured it out. It's over with. It's always something new, something different, a new way that gender-based violence is impacting people. So I really appreciate that perspective of like learning, growing, and seeing how we move forward in this space, but also thinking about it from the different perspective of how people live life differently throughout, like you said, all 50 states, all 6 territories. Within the 50 states, there's 1,000 different communities. I live in the DMV and I think about it all the time. You can go 20 minutes and be in another country. I mean, technically you're only in another state, but sometimes it feels like a different country. And I think that perspective is so valuable. So thank you so much for that response. And this is for both of you and whoever would like to answer. And I think this, I'm curious because both of you have decades and have worked in different specters. Like you've worked in legal, you've worked in academia. And I want to know, where are you seeing progress and what can other countries learn from a case like Brisa's case?
I think we have legislation now. We have legislation, we have policies, we have plans, we have programs, at least we have structures. I think probably where you see the most progress is in the formality, right? The recognition, at least the formal recognition, right? That gender-based violence against girls, that gender-based violence against women, are dire problems. At the international level, also something that I do think is pretty significant is that 3 regions in the world have their own violence against women conventions, right? And they do have coverage, when it comes to girls, and women, that have or what I would say intersecting identities, that's major progress. But I think where we really, really have a major gap, and Rosie mentioned, this is an implementation. We have the fact that we have a framework doesn't mean, that the rates of violence are going down. It doesn't mean that we're not seeing the prevalence. To the contrary, every day we're discovering new forms of violence. The problem is so complex that just formal steps are not enough, and I think Brisa's case really illustrates that in a very painful way, how hidden violence can be, and how difficult it can be for survivors, when they come forward and they try to seek justice.
Rosie?
Yeah, and I think, we're seeing progress on a number of fronts. In the U.S., for example, we learned about the fact that many countries around the world have developed national action plans to end gender-based violence. And again, while that might be at the level of rhetoric, we have to move towards really finding out what those core principles are, a framework and a strategy for moving forward, and then really working to advance that. And globally, learning from one another. I mean, right now, here in New York, they just had Beijing Plus 30.
Right.
And noting the progress we've made, but nowhere near enough progress, right? But we had an opportunity most recently in the administration to do our first ever U.S. national plan to end gender-based violence. And we had consultations with South Africa, with Australia, who's on their 4th version, with Argentina. Just again, we all need to continue to learn from one another domestically and globally. And what that helped us do in the U.S., because we have a myriad of different pieces of legislation, but a lot of this work happens in silos, and we got to break out of those silos. And recently I had a colleague say, well, the word silos doesn't always resonate. I call them cylinders of excellence. We're all in our cylinders of excellence doing our work. But we know survivors' lives don't exist in silos. So in developing our national plan, we had more than 2,000 stakeholders. Many, of course, were survivors and advocates shaping 7 key, well, you now call them keystones or pillars of this work. But the first one we heard was prevention. We need to do so much more on prevention. And secondly, of course, it's looking at all the ways as survivors, we mentioned, could come in touch with different systems, different entities and communities, get out of those silos and reimagine what a coordinated community approach and response looks like. And the national plan that we developed looked at both from a public health and public safety perspective and across a life course. Sometimes people treat childhood sexual assault and sexual violence as something on the periphery, different than the larger work on GBV. We can't do that. We have to look how it's all interconnected and across a life course. One of the things we see of adult survivors who seek support and go to rape crisis centers and sexual assault service programs, many of them actually experience childhood sexual assault. Absolutely. And don't even come forward till they're 30 or 40 and have had a lot of implications, health and mental health and relationships, but didn't know where and how and when they were ready to seek help. So again, we have to look at the critical issues, and we have to realize that boys are also impacted by childhood sexual abuse and sexual violence. Even though this legislation often talks about and focuses on the ways that girls and women are disproportionately impacted, we need to recognize also that boys impacted by sexual abuse as children, as adolescents, experience a lot of shame and stigma, aren't getting the help they need, and that has lifelong repercussions as well. So I think there's progress being done in trying to get out of those silos, work more holistically. I know with the Mosaic Initiative, we're now really working with cities and states to call in others to be part of the solution across all the different systems and the different approaches in community to develop a better coordinated approach. So I'm seeing hope, and we're going to be doing a human rights symposium coming up at the University of Miami Law School in November. Brisa is going to be there. We're going to show her amazing documentary, which is very powerful. I think documentaries can also get people to engage with this and have discussions to learn about what changes Bolivia is making, but how more can we all call for? Because it's all of us that need to continue to lift up and put pressure on governments, on service providers, that we care and that we need to see progress and change. And so it's not just Bolivia, it's across the Americas, and it's really globally. How are we all learning from each other with best practices and building that momentum and ongoing movement?
Yeah. So that's the next question I had, and I'm throwing this on you. So this wasn't on the list, right? But I've heard you talk about that from the Beijing 30, from the different regional conventions that happen worldwide. How do we take those learnings and make sure that people are not, duplicating mistakes, so that, what we're doing here in the United States can be something that can be implemented in the UK or in Southeast Asia or in, Central Africa? How do we make sure that we are sharing those learnings and helping others implement the things and the changes that we are learning to be successful?
For me, education is paramount. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I'm actually a full-time academic now.
Right.
I mean, the reality is that we do have a lot of very well set international law standards when it comes to gender-based violence, for example, but they're not necessarily known, that well absolutely. At the national level, at the community level, at the local levels, so I do think that, we need not only education at all levels of the education system, but also training. I work, for example, a lot with judges, for example, and a lot of judges, for example, in the US, they don't have this at the law school level. And we're always saying, it's very important, since you're training lawyers, even at the law school level, to start advancing all these principles and values, because this is the way they're going to be judging in the future.
Right.
Right. So I think there's a lot of also work that you have to do with culture in general, with society as a whole, with gender-based stereotypes. The reality is that you can have beautiful laws and you can have like all these legal standards, But if you don't work with culture to transform culture and those patterns of behavior, it's very difficult to see a reduction in gender-based violence. So we have a lot of work to do in this area. It's not just the formality,
Right,
right?
absolutely. So I'll throw another one at you, and then I got the last one. So I am so inspired by like the energy that you all still have for this. I think when we work in these spaces, it's so easy to get deflated. It's so easy to get demotivated when you just look around and see how, things are changing or things are evolving. And what people have even said, like, it feels like 10 steps back. But I would say I'm inspired to sit here with you all who have worked through so many different channels of this sector, but still have the fervor and the fire to talk about it the way that you do and have the excitement for what's to come. What would you say to the young professional? What would you say to the person who's like me, who's, just get my skin in the game? And how do I stay and maintain the inspiration that you all do?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, it's people like Brisa. Just even myself, when I first met Brisa a few years ago, just seeing the courage and the leadership and the hope still that survivors bring when they're willing to come forward and be a part of saying, not only seeking justice for themselves, but saying, we've got to reform the systems. They're like, we have to change it so no one experiences what I experienced. Like, it is like, it's how are we all bringing together that commitment to accompany and support and amplify the leadership of survivors in this space? They haven't given up and no one else should. And we all play an important role in this work. Recently, we had an opportunity to do a panel with a number of different survivors who just shared what their trajectory was like. There was a very powerful Native American woman from Alaska who said, I was literally in a ditch, addicted to drugs, from just accumulation of history of abuse, starting with childhood sexual abuse forward. And now she is thriving, a huge leader. I had an opportunity to travel with her globally. And again, I think, like, how can we say we're tired or burnt out when we see the tremendous courage, persevering, and even hope, not giving up hope of survivors? So again, just really grateful to Brisa that she is challenging all of us to say, when we did that panel recently and showed her film, someone said, well, how do you feel that your case is now finally over after 14 years in the Inter-American Commission and the Inter-American Court of Human Rights? She said, it's not over. It's just beginning. We now have to move to implementation and to setting up through Breezes of Hope Foundation, all these services. So again, and there was a colleague of mine who once said, this work is like a three-legged stool. Actually, it was someone when we were working in Dominican Republic to reform the laws. Working on laws is so hard, but when you pass a law, that's the first step of the stool. The second step is then, like, where's all the service and the training? That's a second leg of the stool that sometimes falls short. But the third leg of the three-legged stool is social norms change, what you were saying. At the end of the day, we're not trying to say we had 2,000 DV shelters and now we need 4,000. We want to work our way out of needing shelters for domestic violence or rape crisis centers. But it's that social norms change that's on all of us. And that's everyone who's listening to this broadcast. The role each person is playing wherever they're at is huge to bring about that social norms change. And we can't give up on that.
Just wanted to say, I do think that there's more success than we think. And that's another thing. We're very good at documenting failure, but we're not that great at documenting success. I have to say, in my years, especially when I was at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, I did see a lot of cases in which, survivors did eventually receive that justice at the international level, that they did receive, those apologies, that we did see prevention cases, we did see states changing entire normative structures, as part of a case. It's just that more often than not, we're not documenting that. And I think that aside from documenting failure, we have to document success because this is vital also for our work with states. Mm-hmm. If we want states to prevent, they have to know what is a positive step, what they're supposed to be doing. But we're not very good at documenting that, and I think that that's a big part of this as well. Aside from what Rosie said, when for me, for example, working with Brisa has always been a source of inspiration, a source of learning. The reality is that I've seen her grown up in many ways. I mean, right. I met her when she was really young, and for me, it's always been like, if she can continue moving forward, then I can continue moving forward. Right. So that's important. Also, what Rosie just said, to remember, and it is an important source of energy, but I think also we have to think of practical things that we can do to guide, responses that are really more appropriate to these issues. And I think in the area of documentation, we have a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to those successes. We were very good at documenting challenges, and we have to continue doing it.
Right.
But we are seeing good practices that could be replicated as well,
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate this conversation so much. And what I heard is keeping the survivor story at the center, right? And evolving both operations, process, policy, and law from that. But when we keep the survivor story at the center, we can't fail. So thank you so much,
and
Rosie
their
and
leadership,
Rosa.
right? If I could.
And their leadership, letting them drive the ship, right?
That's right.
So I appreciate you both so much. Thank you, Rosie and Rosa. Thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Take good care.
Përshëndetje, unë jam Besa dhe prej 2 vitesh jam e angazhuar vullnetarisht pra Qendrës Vatra. Gjatë këtij angazhimi kam mësuar shumë rreth realitetit të dhunës ndaj vajzave dhe grave, si dhe rëndësisë që ka mbështetja e tyre në shërbime rehabilituese dhe reintegruese. Qendra Vatra ofron shërbime psikosociale dhe ligjore falas për të gjitha vajzat dhe gratë që kanë përjetuar dhunë. Qendra siguron gjithashtu akomodim të sigurt për të mbijetuarat dhe fëmijët e tyre. Raportimi i dhunës është thelbësor për të siguruar mbrojtje dhe ndërhyrje të menjëhershme. Çdo vajzë apo grua që përballet me dhunë mund ta raportojë rastin pranë Qendrës Vatra dhe të marrë mbështetje të specializuar dhe konfidenciale. Nëpërmjet raportimit, Vatra mundëson vlerësimin e situatës, ofrimin e ndihmës, si dhe bashkërendimin me institucionet përkatëse për të garantuar sigurinë dhe të drejtat e të mbijetuarave. Dhunat e grave dhe vajzave nuk është një problem i largët. Ajo është një realitet që prek shumë jetë në çdo shtresë të shoqërisë. Së bashku mund të ndërtojmë një shoqëri ku çdo vajzë dhe grua të jetë e lirë, e sigurt dhe e vlerësuar.
A world where women and girls are safe from violence in the home, on the street, in their schools and workplaces is a world of prosperity and well-being, where more people can reach their full potential and participate fully in their communities. We need this kind of world to overcome the many different crises humanity is facing today. We cannot afford to become more divided. We are all connected. Boys and peaceful men are also affected when violent men turn against women. Aleg, in Romania, has just organized a march for women and girls' safety, and some of the messages of the participants were: there is no place for violence in love. I am here for my mother and my grandmother. Teach boys to respect women. Laws are useless unless they are applied equally. Violence steals away equal chances.
салом ба ҳама. ман исми гул намояндаи маркази занони гулрухсор аз тоҷикистон ҳастам. мо дар маркази худ ба занон ва духтароне ки аз зӯроварӣ ранҷиданд кӯмак мерасонем. зӯроварӣ мушкили як нафар нест, ин мушкили тамоми ҷомеа аст. ҳамаи мо бе модарон, хоҳарон ва духтаронтари сазовори зиндагии пур аз муҳаббат ва эҳтиром ҳастем. ҳар як зан бояд худро дар амният эҳсос кунад ва бо шарафу озодӣ зиндагӣ намояд. мо метавонем тағйирот биёварем харен бо меҳрубонӣ, ҳамдардӣ ва амалҳои хурди ҳаррӯзаи худ. биёед як ҷо ҷаҳонӣ созем ки дар он зӯроварӣ ҷой надорад ва овози ҳар як зан бо ифтихор шунида шавад. маркази занонаи гулрухсор аз шумо барои ҳамбастагӣ ва дастгирӣ изҳори сипос мекунад.
Hi, my name is Erica Sussman, and I'm the founder and the executive director of the Center for Survivor Agency and Justice. CSAJ is a US-based national organization that aims to advance economic equity for survivors of gender-based violence. Our work is grounded in one basic principle, which is there is no safety without economic security. Domestic violence leads to economic hardship, and economic hardship in turn depletes people of resources, limits their options, and exposes them to increased risk of violence. While anyone can experience domestic violence, not everyone has access to the resources that are needed to be safe. And as a result, CSAJ works to advance economic equity through systems and policy change. This International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, I encourage each of you to think about where you sit, whether you're an advocate or work within a corporation or a financial institution or a courthouse or work in any level of government. We can all think about where we have the power to change things and expand economic opportunity and safety for survivors. Thank you.
Hi, it's a pleasure for me to have here today June Sugiyama. She is the director of Vodafone Americas Foundation. June, it's always a pleasure to talk to you and to work with you and your team. You're so supportive of, not only us, but organizations that work on this space. And I would love to start there, actually. Why do you believe that it is important for corporations to engage and talk about ending violence against women?
Well, it's a pleasure to be here and speak to you always. Why is it important? Well, first of all, I think corporations, especially a corporation like ours, has the global access to both their clientele as well as their own employees. Mm-hmm. So it's really important for, first of all, their own employees to be safe and happy. And then second of all, if they can do something to make the world a better place by spreading the message about, taking care of our friends and family, should they be in a domestic violence situation, and we can do something about that, I think corporations should be involved.
I'm glad that you bring employees. I think a lot of the times that we talk about this, we think the role that companies have outside of their group. Can you talk us at least about one thing Vodafone has done for their employees?
Well, first of all, something very simple, to be able to talk about domestic violence. Domestic violence is often a taboo subject and people don't want to talk about it. Yet, for example, breast cancer is 1 in 5 women, and you hear people talking about it all the time. Their neighbor is going through chemo, or their friend has it, or some family member. But you don't hear about people talk about domestic violence when it's 1 in 4, going to 1 in 3, I believe. And so first of all, talking about it, doing employee training programs. And as you know, we've launched the domestic violence app called Bright Sky. And that's been the impetus for us to talk about domestic violence even more with our employees.
And I'll come back to that. But can you tell us, I know it's not only, Bright Sky, but a whole array of initiatives that Vodafone Foundation has. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
Well, first of all, when it comes to domestic violence, we've done a couple of researches on domestic violence. Also, we provide days off to our own employees who are experiencing family issues. Just the fact that this isn't just with our headquarters, but it's with as many of our companies worldwide as possible, that we talk about this, and also that we've launched this app.
And I think another thing that I have always admired from Vodafone in this space is brand presence.
Oh, yeah.
The brand is present when we're talking about, it's not uncommon to see you, your team, the global team also involved.
So it's really incredible what just the brand can do, and it brings in clout. And so I think people feel that if they see the brand, that it's trustworthy. And so, we're in several places all over Europe, and whether we have the brand or not in other countries like the US or even in Asia, people hear about that. And so when there is an app, or when there is some kind of program associated with our brand, people listen. And I think that's why it's really important to get the brand out there.
Now let's talk a little bit about Bright Sky.
Okay.
Let's get to the topic. Can you tell anybody who has never heard about Bright Sky what it is and, how can they access it?
So Bright Sky is an app that was created by Vodafone together with several other companies and nonprofits to tackle domestic violence. And so far, we've launched that app in 13 countries. And here in the United States, where I'm located, we're the 13th country. It's been translated in several languages, in local languages. And it's not an emergency app. It's an app to kind of evaluate where you are. It's for friends, families, colleagues, and the survivor themselves to be able to kind of, just to see where they're at, what kind of action should they take, or should they even take action? And so I think the ease of this app is that it's for everyone. And TBD to other countries that will probably launch that app and become more accessible to people.
Does it, maybe statistically it doesn't, but does it surprise you how many people go and download Bright Sky globally?
Yeah, it's very surprising. Here in the United States, I think it's like 167,000 people. We feel that it's been quite successful. But like I say, like I mentioned, it's 1 in 4 going to 1 in 3 people, especially women who suffer domestic violence. So we don't really know if the person who you work with or who you go out to dinner with is actually suffering from domestic violence. So in that sense, it's not surprising, but it is surprising that people are keeping quiet and then it's coming to surface and that many people have downloaded it.
It's also important to say that in terms of prevention, like there are so many ways that prevention can be executed, right? And I remember the early conversations around apps we're not going to be downloaded because people can go to web pages. But actually, people look for information in different ways or what they're getting used to.
Well, first of all, Vodafone is a global technology / telecommunications company. So we really believe in mobile.
Yeah.
And, it's incredible now what you can do through your phone. And so why not provide it through an app where people have it handy, where, anyone can access it. And so, yes, it is available on the web, but it's also available in another form, accessible form, what people use on a daily basis.
Yeah. No, absolutely amazing work. It's groundbreaking, the number of countries and your kind of global download. And we will put resources here for people to find Bright Sky and also what countries it is available, because people seeing us might be from countries where Bright Sky is also available.
Yeah. So in that sense, you would think that something like domestic violence is different from country to country. But unfortunately, the suffering is the same in any country. And to be able to, like you say, provide prevention is great. And it's very it's suitable for us, for Vodafone, because we're a global company and we have access to different countries, and to make it available for different people is kind of like a no-brainer for us.
It is, and it's very difficult for any NGO to be able to put a product like that in the hands of so many, and this is where I think private partnerships really can make a difference. And so we excite anybody who's seeing us to think bold if they're in a company who's thinking about doing this kind of things.
So if I can speak a little bit on that, you just talked about partnership. So I mentioned we're in 13 countries. So with every country, how we went about launching it is quite different. So in one country, it may be a partnership with like an NGO, like you mentioned, or with local nonprofits. In another country, it could be a partnership with the government. And in another country, it could be a partnership with all corporations. And here in the United States, I'm proud to say it's a coalition of nonprofits, companies, and the technical companies who help create it too. So I think it's really neat that it's very flexible in how it operates in different countries. And, myself, who's experienced here with how we launched it in the United States, I think it's a very unique format that we launched it, and we're very proud of it. Yeah.
Yes. It's this idea that we shouldn't have a blueprint that is executed the same way everywhere, right? Every place.
I think we can't launch it if it's a blueprint in a formal template. I think the fact that it's been working is that we've been flexible who our partners are.
And to kind of start wrapping it up, today we're obviously celebrating the Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women. So, in terms of taking action, anybody seeing us, what action can they take today to, be more aware or do something for this cause?
Well, several ways. First of all, if you are part of the leadership of a corporation or a company, take a look at us and see if you can partner with us and perhaps take on Bright Sky. And then if you're an individual, download the app and see what it is that you can do for your friend, colleague, or family member. So I think taking action, those are the two things. And then lastly, the third thing, very, very simple, is to familiarize yourself with domestic violence and then start talking about it.
I think that's crucial. June, thank you very much for your help, for your grace. It's a pleasure to have had you here today.
It's a pleasure. As always, thank you, Pam.
Nasilje na ženama nije privatna stvar, već je društveni problem. Ova tema nam je važna jer svaka žena ima pravo na život bez straha, boli i poniženja. S obzirom da naša organizacija pruža uslugu besplatnog SOS telefona na romskom i srpskom jeziku koji je dostupan 24 sata, 7 dana u nedelji, svakodnevno slušamo priče žena koje žele da se izbore za slobodu i dostojanstvo. I zbog toga znamo da promena počinje podrškom. Da bi se čulo glas Romkinja koje su višestruko marginalizovane, Osvit zagovara donošenje pozitivnih javnih politika koje su u skladu sa specifičnim uslovima njihovog života. Naša misija je da se svaka žena osjeća bezbedno i zbog toga naša poruka je za sve žene da nisu same.
Hi, my name is Ayla. I am from the retreat allagainstabuse.org, located in the United States, where we serve all of survivors across Long Island in our shelter, 24/7 bilingual hotline, legal advocacy, and prevention education services. At the retreat, we believe that love should always be safe and that every woman deserves to live free from fear and from violence. Violence is not just a women's issue, but it is a community issue that affects everybody. When one person suffers, we all do. But if we work collectively to create safety, healing, and respect, our community becomes stronger and thrives. I have a message to survivors. We see you, we hear you, and we believe you. And most importantly, we stand with you and we will continue to work tirelessly every day to end the cycle of abuse. Together, we will continue to use our voices to advocate, spread the word, and build safe love together for a brighter future.
Today, as war and violence continue to shape the lives of so many Palestinians, our women and girls carry an unbearable burden. They face the loss of homes, loved ones, safety, and too often, they also face violence within their own communities. Eliminating violence against Palestinian women and girls is not only about protection. It's about survival, dignity, and justice. Our women are the backbone of resilience, raising children, holding families together, and rebuilding even amid destruction. When we protect them, we protect the future of Palestine. At SAWA, we stand with every woman and girl in Palestine to say no more violence, no more silence. They deserve peace, safety, and the freedom to live and dream without fear. SAWA Organization, Palestine.
Hello and welcome back. I'm delighted to be joined by two incredible advocates and change makers from the New York Saves demonstration. They're working to make the systems that families rely on safer and more responsive to survivors of domestic violence. I'm joined here by Allison and Sarah. How are y'all today?
Hi, Candace. Thank you so much for having us.
I'm so excited. I'm personally excited because I get to I personally work with you both and know your excellence and know the amazing things that you're doing in New York. So I'm so excited to be able to just share on this broadcast. I know y'all, but I want everybody else to know y'all. So no formal introduction for me, but can you share with everyone your names, your titles, and what you're doing on the Saves Project in New York?
My name is Allison Bernard. I'm a child support specialist with the Division of Child Support Services with the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance in New York State.
And I'm Sarah Hirsch. I'm the project manager of the Saves demonstration site in New York, and I work for the New York State Office for the Prevention of Domestic Violence, which is the country's only cabinet-level agency dedicated to the issue of gender-based violence. And the Saves grant is a collaborative project between our two agencies.
Nice. So what motivated this project? I mean, it's urgent, it's needed, and it's something that I think, people have all decided that we need to do this right now. So can you tell me more about what motivated this project in New York and why did you all choose to become a part of the demonstration teams?
Sure. Survivors really accessing child support services can face barriers, re-traumatization, even physical harm. So we took a look at the family violence indicator in our automated child support system, which really indicates the presence or history of domestic violence for anyone in the child support program. So what we learned when we looked at that was that our indicator was only 3.39% in 2023, when, however, 30% of New Yorkers experienced domestic violence in their lifetime, studies have shown. So it really indicated us that survivors really are not disclosing that they have a safety concern, or they're just not applying for child support services so they can stay safe.
Wow, 30%. That's a lot of people. And how does this align with the broader mission of the Saves Project, which is, of course, a national initiative? How is the work in New York aligning to that?
Yeah, so I actually want to tie that into the question previously and add to a little bit of what Allison said. I mean, we're really lucky that Governor Hochul and her administration have directed agencies to transform systems to be more survivor-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive. So in our collaborative work with OTDA, we took a look at that data, which showed that we know how many people are experiencing domestic violence, and clearly we're not able to capture that in the existing screening. So one of the main missions of the Saves Project is to make sure that survivors were able to safely access child support. So looking in that data and seeing the main mission of the Saves grant, we decided that it was time to move forward and figure out how we can transform the system to be safer for survivors.
Awesome. And that's what people love to see, right? The government looking at something saying, okay, we see an issue, right? How do we mobilize this? How do we make something happen? So that's exactly what we like to see the government do, like respond to what they see are challenges in our community. And so tell me about your response. What are you all doing? Who is it impacting? How is it working?
Yeah, so the grant can really be broken down into two components. The first part is understanding the system. So we are looking at the child support system and related systems like public assistance and family court, because some folks do go to family court for child support. So we wanted to make sure that we could fully understand the system, because you have to understand something before you change it. So the first component is understanding the system. So we did systems mapping. We had lots of conversations with stakeholders. I know we'll talk more about this later, but we had impact expert advisory groups where we had survivors come and talk about their experience accessing child support. And then once we were able to understand the system and fully see the big picture and how survivors were being impacted, we were able to put an action plan in place to implement changes to make things safer and more accessible. And one of the things that we are working on right now is implementing a new screening form, a new comprehensive screening form. And I'll let Allison talk a little bit about that.
Thank you, Sarah. We have introduced a new family safety screening form in June of 2025, statewide implementation of a 7-question screening form, which has questions that are operational and behavioral. Operational being what could be a trigger in a child support process that may trigger survivors. Behavioral really relates to domestic violence, what it looks like on the abuser side, and how we can recognize that. And really the intent is to give survivors and all of our customers an opportunity to talk to child support staff privately about the safety options that are available that the program can offer. That's really what our mission is. And also offer referrals directly to domestic violence service providers immediately once we learn that there is a safety concern. So really, it's an overhaul of our entire screening system in the child support program.
Wow. It sounds like that was an immense ongoing. As I was privileged to hear more about that and working with you all about all of the lifts and loads that took to get you where you were. I would love to hear more about the survivor-based advisory panel and how the voices of survivors have helped to create and develop this tool.
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that. So as I said, our goal is to transform systems to be survivor-centered, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive. So the survivor voice really leads all of the work that we do at our agency, in our collaborative grant, and at New York State. So we heard from survivors in a few ways. We have an advisory council with members of government leaders, nonprofit leaders, and survivors that meets regularly so that we can get the experience of all sectors and different systems when doing this work and making these changes. But we also specifically had impact expert advisory groups where we asked survivors to come together and just share their stories, tell their experiences. We really appreciate the work of the local domestic and sexual violence service providers who we worked with to recruit survivors. But we really just wanted to give survivors an opportunity to tell us their story and their experience working within these systems, trying to get child support and the help they need so that we could identify what gaps and barriers existed, because we wanted to make sure that we weren't just creating a system that worked for us, but worked for the people who were going to be using it.
Right. That is amazing. And so what I'm hearing too is a lot of research, a lot of evidence-based practices, a lot of digging into not just what the community needs, what the system needs, how to operationalize that. So how has that research and evidence from SAVES played in guiding this kind of process that you all have done?
Yeah. You want me to talk about? Sure. Yeah. So before we implemented the new screening tool statewide, we did a pilot program in 12 counties. These are 12 child support districts who signed on to be our guinea pigs and work with us as we try to implement changes in the child support system. And when we decided we were going to do a new screening tool, we started by giving 2 different question sets, 2 different screening tools, which I think Allison alluded to earlier, and having half of the pilot districts use one and half use the other. We collected data and used the questions that survivors identified with the most to create the new combined screening form that we're now using statewide. Because like Allison said earlier, the FBI data is just one safety question that asks if people feel safe. And the response was low. It's less than 5%. What was it, 3.9?
3.39.
3.39 people affirmed, said yes, they felt unsafe. So this new, more comprehensive screening tool, which was created with survivor input, was tested at the pilot districts. We found that 40% of people using this tool screened in as survivors and were able to access resources. So to go from 3.9 to 40, obviously the data is not apples to apples, but it was a really, really enlightening what can happen when you screen survivors in a way that works for them.
Absolutely. Survivor-centered. I think that's been the theme, right, that I've been seeing in all the conversations that I've had today about doing work that's survivor-centered, that's people-centered, that's human-centered, however you want to name it. It's putting the human beings at the center of the work that we're doing. but also using those stories to then operationalize the work that we're doing. So that's so great to hear.
Exactly.
So I know that you all are, in the thick of this. It sounds like you just released this in July, which congratulations. I know the feat that took to get that on board, getting all the right parties to the table, all the right yeses, all the right, documents signed off to move there. But what does success look like in the short term and the long term for you all in this implementation of this new tool?
So I think really one of the goals for the New York State Saves demonstration is to increase the understanding of the safety options that we have available for people who are applying or accessing our services. So we also introduced an informational flyer, and we also have a Get Child Support Safely poster and brochure that we're making sure are being distributed to domestic violence service providers and other organizations. So I think getting the word out to our partners that normally would not promote child support in their system, I think that's part of our big picture moving forward.
Yeah. And to add to that, genuinely everyone cares about domestic violence, but it's not in a lot of people's purview, especially frontline staff who are working hard and at capacity, doing what they need to be doing. And now they're being told, okay, we want you to hone in on survivors and domestic violence and do things a little differently. So I think another short-term goal is to really shift the culture in the way that systems look at domestic violence, work with survivors from both the top down and the bottom up. A lot of buy-in comes from leadership directive, but we also really want frontline staff and people who are working with the public to shift their mindset about how this is a part of their work. This is a part of all of our work.
Oh, absolutely. And that was going to be my next question. What's the buy-in strategy? Like, how are you getting so many? I know New York has one of the largest amount of case managers that work in child support and family court systems. So how are you? What's the strategy? What is the secret sauce?
Yeah. Lots of secret sauces.
That's all Sarah.
Right.
We were really intentional. Well, we were intentional with everything that we were doing. But when it comes to stakeholder engagement and buy-in strategy, we used a lot of change management theory. We wanted to make sure that we were implementing these changes in a way that worked for the people who were going to be implementing them and in a way that was sustainable. So some of the strategies were a little more obvious, right? Leadership buy-in, because directives that come from leadership are more likely to be sustained. But we also wanted to make sure to do things like implement opportunities for feedback loops. So this way, frontline workers had an opportunity to say to us, this isn't working. We have this question. Here's where we're running into issues. So we had several events, live events, where we gave people opportunities to talk to us, and we shared more information about where we're coming from and why we're doing what we're doing. We hold regular office hours to make sure that people can come and ask questions. We implemented mandatory training so that people could really understand the intersection of domestic violence and child support. It was really, really thoughtful the way that we decided to roll this out, because we wanted to make sure to do it in a way that worked. And system change is hard, and to sustain it over time is difficult. So we were really intentional about making sure that we had buy-in as we were doing this and beyond.
No, absolutely. I would say, like, as being a part of the team that provided feedback to that implementation plan, I would just say that I was like overjoyed to see like a state that was so intentional about the feedback loops, about getting buy-in, about making sure that people were informed. And there was just overall a true spirit of transparency that I saw from both ways that was happening. And so I think, like, absolutely to your point, that is how you increase buy-in and get buy-in from folks from all over.
This grant is such an incredible opportunity to take the time and be really thoughtful about the changes that we're making. I think a lot of people, there's so much to change. There's so much we want to do. And there's so much that we already have to do. So this grant has really given us an incredible opportunity to take the time to slow down and figure out, how do we do this in a way that works? And that's something that's been really amazing to be a part of, is working with a team who wants to take a minute to go, okay, but how is this going to work for survivors? How is this going to work for frontline staff? How does this impact child support coordinators, right? We really, we took the time to think about every person at every level so that we could see success with this rollout.
Thank you. And So that sparked another question to me really quickly. So if another state was going to take on this challenge and say, hey, we want to implement something like this, what advice would you give them? If you would say like, this is one or two of the greatest learnings that you took from this particular project, what advice would you give another state that's taking on this challenge?
I would say to make sure to have all the right people at the table and give yourself more time than you think you need so that you can do it right the first time.
Yes, I would just add to listen to the survivors and make sure that you're hearing staff as they have objections or negativity towards the change, because it's a huge culture shift, like Sarah was saying, and just offering technical assistance as many times as you need to, repeating how we got here, what we've learned. It's going to make it go a lot more smooth.
Absolutely. And I keep hearing the same thing, making sure the right people are at the table, elevating the right voices. That is so powerful. So in closing, I want you both to, in one short sentence, tell me what gives you hope in this project and its potential impact.
I've already seen so much change at the state level and my state partners, from frontline staff. The way people talk about domestic violence and understand things really gives me hope that change is possible, because I've already seen it.
Yeah, and I believe it gives me hope to hear the frontline staff tell us their success stories about dealing with survivors, talking to survivors, listening to them, understanding their needs, and meeting them, providing the resources that they need to be financially stable.
So thank you, Sarah and Allison. Thank you for sharing your work. I've appreciated learning and knowing so much about what you're doing in the state of New York. It shows innovation in this field about making systems survivor-centered, responsive, and safe. We're looking forward to learning more about what's happening in New York and how this tool continues to change the system in New York.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
We are Združenje za moč, a Reclaim the Power association from Slovenia. We notice that violence against women and girls is still deeply woven into our culture, norms, and gender stereotypes. Even messages that seem caring or protective in our childhood often become the foundation for objectification, silencing, and normalization of girls' worth being measured from the outside. This becomes a dangerous base from which many women later enter relationships that are violent. Raising awareness, support, and the feeling that you are not alone is essential. In our organization, we create space for connection, for healing, and for reclaiming voice and agency.
Hi, my name is Lul Yama, and I'm the founder of Swedish organization called Existera. We offered sessions for survivors of female dental mutilation and hold lectures around Sweden for professionals. 4 million girls are being cut every year in the world. Female dental mutilation has no proven medical benefits. It's done for controlling girls' sexuality and body and gives lifelong consequences, both physical and psychological trauma. It is time now to raise awareness about female dental mutilation and inspire others to take a stand for girls and women's rights to a life free from violence. Together, we can make a difference and make sure that no woman or girl ever gets harmed again.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Grove, Director of the National Sexual Violence Resource Center located in the United States of America. The NSVRC is proud to celebrate 25 years of providing research and tools to advocates working on the front lines to end sexual harassment, assault, and abuse. Our mission is to create lasting change by mobilizing advocates, service providers, leaders, and communities to support survivors, advance victims' rights, and prevent sexual violence. We believe this can be achieved through collaboration with partners across the globe to provide resources, promote promising initiatives, and support prevention and response work in communities. Recently, we've seen our field suffer with extreme budget cuts at the state and federal levels. For the safety of women and girls and survivors everywhere, we encourage everyone to join the fight to ensure all service providers have what they need to treat survivors and keep our communities safe and healthy. Everyone in our communities deserves to live in safe and supportive environments where they are treated with respect.
I'm so honored to welcome Senator Manka Dhingra, a nationally recognized leader in justice reform, behavioral health, and survivor-centered policy. Since 2017, she has served in the Washington State Senate and chairs the Law and Justice Committee. She has led efforts to prevent domestic and sexual violence, improve crisis response, and promote trauma-informed public safety. Today, we will explore how smart, inclusive policy can help end violence against women and create lasting change for survivors and communities. Thank you for being with us, Senator. Ready to dive in?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. It's always such a pleasure for me to join you and talk about this really important topic.
And it is always a pleasure to have you as well. We are so excited to have you here. So we'll go in. You've been a leading voice in justice reform, behavioral health, and survivor advocacy, as we've mentioned, throughout your time in public service. What continues to drive your commitment to this work? And what perspective do you bring to these issues today?
You know, I think it's the fundamental belief that everyone deserves to feel safe, especially in their own home. The home is supposed to be a place of refuge. And until everyone can feel safe in their home, I think we have to do this work. And the unfortunate truth in America is that a woman is more likely to be assaulted by someone she knows than a stranger. And this statistic has to change. And so until it does, we have to roll up our sleeves and do the work to make sure everyone is safe.
Total agreement. Thank you so much for the work you do. And hopefully we can continue to advance that work through this broadcast. So going into our next question, you've helped lead these efforts to address domestic and sexual violence, especially in the home, firearm safety, and systemic reform in Washington State. What have you learned about what it takes to make more meaningful legislation to make some progress in this space?
You know, the first always starts with education. A lot of people who don't do this work, who don't talk to survivors, actually don't understand how extensive the problem is. And with that education, you have to make sure that especially the men in our lives don't feel like they're being attacked. So it really has to be about centering the voice of the survivor. So in the legislative field, as chair of the Law and Justice Committee, I always make sure that we start the hearing by hearing from what a survivor has to say and that personal story. And, you know, it's challenging because every time a survivor has to retell their story, it's traumatizing for them. But unfortunately, it is these stories that help move legislation. And when you have the power of that story, you can then have someone after that survivor come and talk about how we can change that, how we could have changed our laws to make sure that she didn't go through what she did. And so really making sure you are setting up what the problem is and that the bill or the legislation is a solution to the problem. And, you know, I'll tell you, one of the biggest challenges when dealing with gender-based violence is that connection between firearm safety. We know that when a firearm is present in a domestic violence situation, the lethality risk is really, really high. And when it comes to legislation, you have to have a very, very clear narrative that it is not about a Second Amendment right. It is about making sure that only those individuals who are responsible gun owners, who do not have a history of violence, can access guns. And so really being clear that when we're trying to work on legislation to make sure, frankly, that you have domestic violence victims who can survive instead of being a fatality, you have to really, again, center it on saving lives and making sure that responsible gun ownership is tied to safe behavior and for people who don't have that history of violence.
Yeah, 100%. One of the through lines that we've been seeing in a lot of these interviews is that we have to work together against this problem, not work against each other. And I think that's a lot of what you were saying of like not making it a gender difference, like working with men, right, to address this issue, not against them. So I think that's a really excellent point, Senator.
And this is an issue that impacts everybody. This is not a gender issue. You have seen that in families where there is domestic violence, the children are either going to be perpetrators or victims of it. So you have to make sure you're ending the cycle of violence.
100%. And so that kind of goes into behavioral health as a topic, right? That affects everyone. And it has been a consistent focus in your work. So in your view, how do mental health and gender-based violence intersect? And what policy solutions have had the greatest potential for impact?
You know, the intersection of mental health and gender-based violence is an area that actually needs a lot more attention with advocates and with legislators. So often we have talked about mental health issues and we've talked about gender-based violence issues, and we've had advocates working on each of these issues. But recently you've started having this cross collaboration between mental health and gender-based violence, because we know survivors are dealing with PTSD, with depression, with anxiety. And in the gender-based violence field, the focus is so much on having a safety plan and keeping the survivors safe that they tend to put on the back burner things like PTSD, depression, and anxiety. Yeah. But we now know that those issues many times actually cripple that survivor from moving forward. And so I think there's a lot more work that we have to do, but even when developing that safety plan for that survivor, you have to embed in it issues around depression, anxiety, PTSD, and have a more holistic approach. And so I think this is where we need more legislation, where maybe some of our domestic violence advocates can have that close collaboration with mental health agencies, that maybe we allow for reimbursement for medical services, and we expand the pool of people who can actually provide these services specifically for survivors of gender-based violence. So this is an area where a lot more work needs to happen. But again, it's going to take education, and it is going to take how we deliver services and who is equipped to deliver what services. So if we're going to be holistic in our approach, we have to make sure our gender-based violence advocates have the tools they need to be successful.
Yeah, and it also provides a more preventative and proactive approach when you take that holistic view of it, right? If you're able to address a lot of these mental and behavioral health issues, maybe that will also help with the issue of gender-based violence. Amazing. So, this has been incredible so far, but we have one last final question for you, Senator. What gives you hope as you look ahead, especially, in this new landscape that we're in? What are the insights and takeaways you want our audience to know about how to push this work forward and what we can do really to help victims of gender-based violence and also help prevent it?
To me, the biggest thing that gives me hope is the next generation. We have to make sure that our children are learning social emotional learning in school, that they have curriculum that teaches them about healthy relationships, that we have to make sure that they understand respect, consent, and really making sure we are teaching our girls the skills they need to have a high level of self-confidence, the ability to say no. And so this, again, is not a gender issue. This is about really making sure that everyone in the next generation, regardless of how you identify, really embodies the issues around consent and respect, because that is what it comes down to. And so to me, it is about having that dialogue, about having that education and destigmatizing gender-based violence. We should make sure that we are not victim blaming. We have to make sure we believe survivors to begin with. And this is something we as adults have to make sure we are talking about openly. And I'll tell you, every time I visit schools, every time I talk to the youth, they're just so much more aware of these issues and willing to talk about it and willing to stand up and know that they can have a different lifestyle.
I'd love to hear more about that if we have a little bit of time, but what are some of the stories that the youth are sharing with you and the insights that have really surprised you when it comes to this issue?
So, every year when I ran for office in 2017, I've had a youth campaign committee. And after the campaign ends, they actually reach out to me about policy issues. I actually go to a local high school where their AP government classes pitch bill ideas to me. And over the last few years, I cannot tell you how many of our youth have said, what can we do to address sexual assault on our campus? What can we do to have better understanding of healthy relationships? And so Senator Orwell and I have actually worked with the high school students and our college students to address so many of their concerns. Our high school students actually wanted our school superintendents to do a survey and find out how every school district addresses gender-based violence at each school, and the results were shocking. So now we have this report, and we're working through those recommendations to make sure we're updating just the language that's being used. Because what we realized, many of our schools still had victim-blaming language. So it starts from that culture, but it's the students who reached out and said, we need this done. And so when I interact with this generation, that is what is amazing to me. And the same thing at the college level. So a lot of work being done in Washington State. We call it the Good Washington. That really involves the survivors and individuals who don't want to be survivors ever. And so we keep chugging along. Every session, we have bills that have been brought to us from the students that want to improve systems and make sure they have the resources that they need. Yeah. And so we actually just last session passed a bill that requires student ID cards to have a number that's 24/7 so that they can actually call someone to request a rape kit or just get resources if something goes wrong.
Wow. I mean, that's incredible to hear how these youth voices are really being proactive and how they can do better and how they can, help build a better culture and community for everyone. That's incredible. That really does give us a lot of hope. Thank you so much, Senator. I definitely will be following up on that report. I'd love to hear more and see more about what these youth voices are saying and continue to follow your work and what you're doing in the state Senate. So thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Hi to everybody who's seeing us, and welcome to our global live stream. And we're marking the ending of Violence Against Women Day. So we're starting from now to do that kind of piece of work. It's coming soon. And it is my absolute pleasure to have here a dear friend, Dr. Pierre Berenstein. And he is the incoming CEO for Save Alliance in Austin, Texas, which is one of the largest organizations in the United States serving survivors of domestic and sexual violence and also sex trafficking. Pierre, it's an absolute pleasure to be, to do work with you, to, be kind of a partner in crime and always thinking about this type of work. So let's talk a little bit about this day and about the significance and about the importance it has. And, over the kind of past few years, there's been a lot of milestones from policy changes to survival. So I want to take a little bit of time to think about some of those important milestones. Like, what would be something important that you believe this sector has achieved?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Pamela. I've known you for well over a decade now, and I'm so thrilled to be here in partnership with you. To answer your question, I think one of the biggest achievements, at least to me, is that we've started to understand domestic and sexual violence not as an isolated incident or incidents, right, but as forces that shape the emotional, the economic, even the spiritual architecture of our communities. right? And so for years, that conversation stayed at the surface, focused on crisis moments, right? On leaving, on safety in the narrowest sense of the word. But now I think there is a much deeper recognition of the ripple effects, right? The chronic health conditions that people carry for decades, the economic precarity that follows them long after that violence, the way that entire communities absorb the fear or resilience, right? Depending on how we respond on the organization, the whole ecosystem that is around them. And we're seeing the connection between abuse and housing stability, between harm and poverty, between trauma and the possibility of rebuilding a life with dignity. And I think that because of that broader understanding, the field is shifting, right? Services are becoming more integrated, right? It's not just shelter, it's not just counseling, but it's healthcare, it's legal advocacy, it's financial support, it's childcare, housing, right? They're all connected, all talking to each other. And I think that it's an acknowledgement that safety is not just a moment, it's really an ecosystem, right? But the part that I think feels most meaningful to me sits beneath that policy and the programmatic work, right? It's the growing awareness that this movement is ultimately about something much larger. It's about what kind of society do we want to choose to build together? Whether we believe people deserve a life that is not defined by what happened to them, and whether we're willing to design the systems that make that possible. And when I see this shift, this widening of our moral imagination, right, this evolution from immediate crisis response to dreaming to possibility, I'm reminded that we're not just responding to violence, right? We're trying to create the conditions where people can actually flourish. And that's the achievement that has stayed with me. It's practical, yes, but it's also just profoundly human.
No, I hear you. I had the pleasure to be a manager of a shelter that was the first shelter in the world, and that's just it was a huge experience. Not because the house itself was so different from any other shelter, but because it had a lot of significance for a lot of survivors that had been there. And what that shelter did to me was to remind me always that I grew up in a world. I was born already when that shelter existed. So there was already a difference between me and the generation before me, right? That struggled to, there were 100 families in a 7-bedroom house, right? Because there was nothing. So I through that, I just get this sense of achievement, like things have happened. And as you said, there's much more connection. What do you think the role of partnerships have actually played in this ecosystem that keeps on forming and changing?
Yeah, right. And partnerships have evolved, right, in ways that feel really practical, but also deeply, deeply human, right? I think I want to give credit here to governments, right, because they have been more attuned, more responsive to survivors than they often get recognized for, right? So like the Department of Justice, for example, created new funding streams for restorative justice work, and both the DOJ and the Department of Health and Human Services also invested significantly in culturally specific programs, because we've learned, sometimes quite the hard way, that those one-size-fits-all approaches or responses leave people behind. And cities are part of that evolution too, right? So when I think, for example, of Austin, Texas, the Safe Alliance, where I'm going next, is partnering with the city to operate an emergency shelter, right? A hotel that the city ended up purchasing and renovating specifically to house survivors. And that is what genuine public investment looks like in my mind. It's not only the compassionate thing to do, it's fiscally smart, right? Because chronic homelessness can cost cities tens of thousands of dollars per person per year. And we know that the vast majority of women experiencing homelessness, sometimes studies say 80, 90%, have a history of domestic and sexual violence. And so for families, domestic violence is the primary driver of homelessness, right? For many, many families. And so when cities invest in responses earlier, when they say that safety is a public good, they're not just supporting individuals. They're being really good stewards of public resources. They're interrupting the cycle before it becomes more expensive, more entrenched, more harmful, more pernicious, right? And so what's emerging now, I would say, is a deeper cultural shift. It's an acknowledgement that none of us holds that whole picture, right? Not a not-profit, not a government entity or agency, right? There's no single community group that holds it. The work is just simply way too textured, too interconnected. And so partnerships today feel less like a handoff, right? We used to say warm hands-offs, if you will. And they feel more like a shared stewardship of an ecosystem. And underneath all of that, I think there is something quite existential, right? This growing understanding, realization that we're shaping the kind of society people get to live in. And so partnership has become not just a way of coordinating, but a way of honoring our responsibility to each other. That's what partnership, I think, means to me, and what the system needs in terms of partnership. How we steward our relationships towards each other.
In terms of the sector development, you could see that very clearly when advocates started going with the police for the first time, you remember, right? Because this really helped many police forces to improve the service and get women the help that they needed quicker. And it was a systemic change. So it's great to be talking about some of the things that, in a way we are proud of and have gone well, but we know that we are still in the road of too many challenges. What are some of the ones that you feel like highlighting today?
Oh no, we need hours to talk about challenges.
I know. That's why I'm like, which is the one that you will highlight today? Because wow.
Yeah. What I think, workforce well-being, and this is not just in the domestic and sexual violence field, it's in healthcare, it's in social workers. I think that the workforce well-being is a profound challenge right now. And the irony is that we work in a field that is focused on safety and healing, and yet the people doing the work are often asked to operate in conditions or work in conditions that don't allow them to breathe. Right? And just because we walk alongside people who are in crisis doesn't mean that we ourselves need to be in a constant state of crisis. And we still give advocates caseloads that would be tough, even in the more predictable environments, right? So we're not doing widget making here, right? Advocates are helping people navigate some of the most complex systems that we have. I mean, I want you to think about how stressed we get when we go to the DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles, to get a driver's license, right? Or how frustrating it is to just call our credit card company after we get a fraud alert and our credit card has been frozen, right? How disruptive it feels, right? When our car breaks down, right? Now imagine doing all of that with trauma layered on top of it, right? You're not unlocking a credit card. You're trying to untangle years of financial exploitation, right? You're not getting a driver's license. You're trying to reclaim your identity after someone has stolen it from you in order to control you. And that person walking with you through that complexity is an advocate who might be juggling dozens of similar stories at the same time. And so government funders often set caseload standards that don't match the lived reality of this work, right? And the result is exhaustion, is turnover. It's a quiet grief, right, that accumulates when people want to serve, but don't have the conditions to do it sustainably. And if we don't take that seriously, we lose, or rather we risk losing the very people who hold the heart of this movement. I think that is one of our biggest challenges in the field.
And I so agree with you. I'm so glad that you highlighted that particular issue. For everybody who's seeing us who might not work near this field, I cannot stress enough how much work, how difficult the work is. Having done, I know you did, I know I have, frontline work, it is really hard, it is tough, and the loads, as you said, are increasing. And it's, it's out of order and salaries don't progress. So it's, it's a lot to talk about, advocacy at the moment. What do you think is like, if there was one thing that we could change at this moment from the sector, what would you pick?
One thing that I could change in the sector, well, I think systemically. So I think it's what can we change right now, or what can we build to ensure kind of that the next decade is going to bring deeper, lasting change, right? And to me, lasting change demands more than refining what we do, right? It requires moving from what I think of as a baseline, right? For example, you and I have worked a lot in prevention, right? So, and we teach consent and respect, healthy relationships in prevention, right? And to me, that's the baseline. So we got to move from that to something that is far more expansive, right? So those foundational efforts matter, and they are the minimum, right? And I think the next decade is going to ask us, how do we promote societies of love? How do we build communities of care? And I think prevention is central to that evolution. And I'll go back to Safe Alliance's work in Austin here is a very strong example. We have a program called Expect Respect, and the program partners with schools, with youth-serving organizations, right, health systems, to nurture healthy relationships and prevent abuse among children and teens. And so our community education arm offers trainings that help civic groups, that help parents, workplaces, right, understand the systemic roots of violence. And each of us plays a role in that system. And so when we invest in that kind of prevention, right, when we name that violence is not just a discrete event, but a societal pattern, we begin to imagine something different, right? Communities where disruption gives way to thriving, right? Where safety is foundational, it's not exceptional. And I think we need structural changes too, right? I mean, funding models that sustain prevention into long-term healing, right? For workforce strategies, right? The valuing the way that we work and protect the way that people do this work, right? An integrated ecosystem of responses, right? All of those things we need, right? And we need to keep, I think, the existential question alive. Again, what kind of world do we choose to make? And if we commit to creating societies of care, then prevention is not just a program. I think prevention becomes the architecture of possibility. So the next decade can be one where we don't just respond to violence, we can shift culture. And we don't just mitigate harm, we build pathways to flourishing. And when we align our funding, our services, our imagination with that vision, we'll see change that is not just durable, but it's generative, it's imaginative. And that's what I hope for.
One of the things that I'm a strong believer is in leadership. Leadership in all types of sectors, right? Government leadership is essential to move this, but also the leadership within the sector. And so I cannot pass this opportunity to ask you, as the incoming CEO of Safe Alliance, what are the lessons learned? Like, I know we have like a baggage of rocks that we carry around that will influence the way that we develop as CEOs and roles. Like, what lessons will you carry in to this? And by the way, to the team at Safe Alliance, amazing appointment, great, super lucky. But what are the lessons that you're bringing forward?
You're making me blush, which is
no.
It's very kind of you. But the lessons that I carry with me the most, I think, is that this work only moves forward when you stay connected, rooted, right, in people, right? Their stories, their wisdom, their courage, their frustrations with systems that were not designed with survivors in mind, right? And titles don't change that, right? Structures don't change that. And I'll be honest, when I interviewed with Safe Alliance, I called my husband at the end of the day and I said, I am blown away. And I said, I've consulted with boards around the country. I've served on boards. I've reported to boards. And I have never encountered a board so deeply invested in both the mission and the people doing the work. 25 members who bring vision and strategy and real understanding, right? That this is both a moral imperative and a tactical strategic engine for Austin, Texas and Central Texas, right? And then you pair that with a staff whose insights and imaginations are extraordinary. And the lesson becomes even clearer for me, right? Leadership, in my mind, is an act of stewardship, right? You inherit something precious, and your job is to nurture it and expand what's possible. And I would say another lesson that I carry, if I may, is that the work is never linear, right? There are moments of breakthrough and moments of constraint, and that both requires patience and courage and a willingness to listen. And survivors teach us that transformation is rarely tidy, right? Communities teach us that solutions don't belong to one person or one department. And that humility is something that I want to bring into every decision that I ask my teams to carry with them, that we make, right? And we're not here to push our own agendas of an individual program. But we're here rather to uplift the well-being of survivors and create communities of care. So I'll share those two.
No, it's it is essential to go in with that kind of heart and appreciate not only the the input of a board. So I'm really glad that that's one of the first things that you've seen and appreciated, obviously, of the organization, but also the kind of work that they deliver. Because it's a day where we are talking to survivors and advocates, for example, what would be your message to them if you have to leave them with advocates around the world with one message about the work that they do?
What message to survivors and advocates? Is that? Yes.
Yeah.
To survivors, I'd probably say that we deserve a life that is bigger than what happened to us. It's not a lie that it's not a life that is defined by fear or by systems that were never designed with our stories in mind. It's a life of possibility, with dignity, with moments of joy that sometimes we as survivors didn't think were possible ever again. And whatever pace you're moving at, quickly, slowly, with certainty, with hesitation, that pace is valid, and you're not behind, you're not late, right? You're navigating something enormous. And to advocates, I want us to remember something clearly, right? The work that advocates do is a form of love. It's the kind of love that shows up in courtrooms and shelters and hospital rooms. It's the kind of love that sits through with someone's paperwork. It sits through grief, through rebuilding, right? But love cannot flourish in exhaustion. And so you deserve to rest, you deserve boundaries, professional respect. You deserve systems that don't mistake your commitment for an infinite capacity, right? You deserve systems that don't exploit your love. And so to both groups, survivors and advocate, I hope you keep imagining a world that doesn't just repair harm, but makes thriving, makes communities of care possible. It's a world where safety is the norm rather than the exception, and where prevention is fully funded, where communities are organized around care rather than crisis. And I don't think that vision is naive, right? I think that's necessary. And each of us, in your own way, is already part of bringing that vision closer to reality.
A world where safety is the norm. That is the message for today. Thank you so much, Pierre, for being a great ally, for the work that you do and your service, which, as we heard you, is an act of love, which is what many of us do. As I said, I repeat, thank you so much, and thank you for everybody who is seeing us and joining this live stream today. Please keep watching. Please keep supporting the work that is done. There's many people around the world that need help. We've put forward a relief fund for that. But there's also so many people that work to try to give that help to others. So thank you so much for joining and being with us today.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Sumur from the Federation of Women's Associations of Turkey. We see the elimination of violence against women and girls as a fundamental condition of human rights and social justice. Since 1976, with our national offices and international representations, we've been fighting against all forms of gender-based violence. Our domestic violence emergency helpline saves lives by providing 24/7 support to thousands of women each year. Through ILO Convention 190, we advocate for workplaces free from violence and harassment. We fight against child abuse in digital spaces and inform journalists on the issue. We also campaign against stalking and publish a monthly femicide infographic to make the scale of violence visible. We're very pleased to cooperate with EVAW in our shared fight against gender-based violence. We stand in hope and solidarity because equality saves lives, solidarity empowers, and hope leads the way.
Hello, I am Karen Brown, the Vice President of Program Fulfillment at SUPREA, a nonprofit based in the United States. Our mission is to liberate individuals and society from child sexual abuse and its lasting impacts around the globe. The effects of this trauma can be long-lasting, impacting every part of a survivor's life. With 1 in 4 girls being abused by the age of 18, this is a problem we cannot ignore. Survivors of child sexual abuse are 5 times more likely than the general population to be hospitalized for physical or mental health concerns, facing higher rates of depression, anxiety, eating disorders, and PTSD. At SUPREA, we are committed to breaking this cycle through healing retreats, webinars, support groups, and online education, all of it free of charge. If you are a survivor of sexual abuse, we are here to help. Together, we can end the silence, empower survivors, and inspire healing for individuals, families, and communities everywhere.
So 25th November, we get to celebrate the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women.
Nze ndi muwanguzi w'okutulugunyizibwa okuva Rep Heart Foundation weyava neyimirira nange. Ndi muntu kati nsobola okwogera nze nali neetya nga sobola kwekkiririzaamu. Twetaaga eddembe, twetaaga okuba nga tuli balamu, nga tuli basanyufu. Bw'oba otulugunyizibwa obeera weetya, obeera otya okubeera mu bantu. Tulina okuwulirizibwa n'okuyimirira naffe nga tuyita mu mbeera ey'okutulugunyizibwa.
So on this particular day, we get to advocate for elimination of all forms of violence against women, especially the digital violence.
Let's break the silence, stand with survivors, and end violence against women and children for good.
Conmemorar el 25 de noviembre no es solo mirar al pasado, es renovar el compromiso con la vida, con la dignidad y la libertad de las mujeres y las niñas. Desde la provincia Hermanas Mirabal, donde nacieron 3 mujeres que desafiaron la libertad con su valentía, levantamos nuestra voz para decir nunca más al miedo, nunca más a la violencia. Este día nos recuerda que la lucha aún continúa. En cada hogar, en cada escuela, en cada espacio donde una mujer exige respeto y justicia. Honrar el 25 de noviembre es mirar hacia adelante con esperanza, construyendo una sociedad donde la igualdad y la no violencia sean nuestra bandera todos los días. Mujer es sinónimo de fortaleza.
Thank you, everybody who's here, who's watching us. And today, I really come to do a plea to all of you, especially people watching us all over the world. We are launching a relief fund to go to charities who have lost all their funding or part of their funding as part of especially this year's series of events that actually have affected many organizations across the world. At No More, we've done a research, we spoke to our partners, and we know that at least 98% of our respondents told us that they're losing funding for critical services. We also run the Global Directory to End Domestic Sexual Violence. It has over 2,000 organizations, and every time that we review it, we see that some helplines are not there anymore. So in partnership with CPI and with others, we're launching this relief fund. It will go all the way to No More Week 2026. And we're asking for corporations, for individuals, for anybody who believe possible to help these frontline organizations. We will start announcing what these organizations, who they are and what they will do. But please consider the support, it's going 100% to these frontline services. So thank you all very much for coming. I know it's it's a shared pain that we all have at the moment. We hope that things like the relief fund and everybody coming together to put resources and whatever you can in terms of attention can actually make a big difference. Thank you very much.